Welcome, everybody, to finally another episode of Spartacus. My name is Matthew. Joining me
that
tonight.
Is not the name of this.
It is called Jupiter's Croc.
That's not the name of this.
It's been so fucking long, I forgot. Jupiter's Croc. Welcome to Jupiter's Croc, everyone. Jesus. We always refer to it as Spartacus in the Discord. That's why, it's been so long, because some asshole just keeps putting off watching the episodes and doing things in his life like working, and that's Ronan.
Yep, yeah, it's me. Yeah, he's my asshole.
Fucking God, fine. I mean, how long has it been? We took a 1 month break on May 1st from Outpost Unknown. It's stretched into 3.5, but we are back now, and also, of course, the one, the only Spartacus, Steve.
Yep, I'm here. I've watched this episode like 3 times now.
Yeah. And it's all Ronan's fault. It's all Ronan's fault. I just
100%
want to put
Ronan's
that out
fault.
there. All right, so we are back. We finished up Blood and Sand, Season 1. Now, what would you guys call this? Would you guys call this Season 2 if you were going to describe this to somebody? Or would you say it's technically like Season 3 or Season 2.5? Like, how would you describe Vengeance?
I refer to it as Season 2.
Okay.
I get episode airing wise, it's actually Season 3, but I feel like Gods of the Arena was like a prequel series. That'd be like Season 0.
Okay. A prequel series, Steve, that you would agree is great.
It is. It's fantastic. It's one of the
and you hate prequels, I'm just saying.
It isn't a complete piece of shit.
Yeah, Gods of the Arena, Andor, it's all great prequel stuff out there for people.
No.
There is the prequel and good and Star Wars. Unless it's in a negative connotation, that sentence does not work. Grammatically speaking, it just can't be formed.
So, we're back, ladies and gentlemen. Once a week, pending Ronan's busy schedule, we'll put out a new episode.
This is once a week.
As we get through a 10-episode Season 2, and I do have some notes. I watched the audio commentary track of Episode 1, Fugitivus, and I mean, we'd be remiss. We would be remiss if we didn't mention up front the great Andy Woodfield. Yeah, the great Andy Woodfield, who was... He's our Spartacus. I mean, he's just our Spartacus. He passed away from cancer before the making of Season 2, and they replaced him with Liam McIntyre. Now, I remember when this first happened, I was very, I just did not like this guy. It's like, I'd imagine it if, you have a mother and she then gets a new boyfriend and you're, 12 or 13 and you just hate this guy. He could be a great guy.
You're my dad!
He could be a great guy, right? But you're just like, fuck you, I want nothing to do with you. That's kind of how I felt when I initially watched this season, like the first episode of it way back in the day. And so I was actually curious as to what my reaction would be now. But I'll throw it around the room here. I'll start with you first, Ronan. Your sort of initial thoughts on Andy Whitfield's passing, how you feel about it, and what, take yourself back if you can. Did you feel weird and awkward when you saw this guy as Spartacus, and what were your initial feelings towards him?
I can't really recall my 100% feelings for it, but what I can say is that I do not remember feeling abject rage. I saw that he's terrible. I don't remember feeling any of that. I think my thoughts on him are the same that they are today. He's fine, he's good. I mean, the problem is they found the perfect guy, and then circumstances beyond anybody's control eliminated him from the planet, and now you have to find somebody else to do it. Had he been cast originally, it's that question that you can never answer. It's if he had been Spartacus from Season 1, would we even be questioning? It's would there ever be any doubt? There's if he's good or not. You could never answer that question. So, but
okay.
No, he's fine. Although asshole that I am, I did start trying to think of mean names for him that we could call him during the show instead of calling him Spartacus. Maybe instead of Spartacus we call him Nauticus. Because he's not Spartacus. I don't know. I'm still workshopping it. Maybe we'll workshop it to the next 3 episodes.
Okay. Steve, your thoughts. Andy Whitfield and how you felt when you saw this guy initially replacing him.
Andy Whitfield was great. Like, he was perfect in this role. I have no problems with Liam McIntyre. I think recasting should happen more often. I like, even like with Star Wars, I thought they should have like recast Leia rather than the CGI black magic they pulled to try to fit her into to Episode 9. The recasting bothers me not any whatsoever. I'm fine with it. I obviously I wish it was still Andy Whitfield, but I think Liam McIntyre does a good job. Weather Wizard, his best role.
Yeah, I think he does a good job, but I'm thinking about that sort of initial thought. I'm just like, I just feel like he was too GQ. He looked a little too nice for me at the time, but as we sort of dive into this, you get used to him, and he is a good Spartacus, so he does a good job. Before we dive into you giving us the plot of this, I will point out I did listen to the audio commentary track of this, and it was Stephen DeKnight, Lucy Lawless, Liam McIntyre, and Andy Whitfield did give them his blessing before he passed away, and he did tell Liam McIntyre he believed in him for the role and to run with it. So that makes us feel pretty good.
That? Like, how do you think that went down? Did the producers of the show go to Andy Whitfield and be like, hey, hypothetically, if you weren't here next year, would you be okay with us making it? Do you think Andy Whitfield broached it? It's just like, this has to be like one of the most awkward fucking conversations that you could ever have with someone.
I think what I had heard from how this happened was because the cancer it come out of remission, and it was kind of known early on. It wasn't known that it was going to kill him, but it was known early on. Okay, he's not going to be able to continue with the show health-wise. It's just not going to work. So what I had heard was that he also helped to pick his replacement.
Yeah, I had heard that too.
I don't know how true that is, but I've heard that for years now. So I can't confirm it 100%. So, but I believe it was just it was kind of a unanimous decision. Like, yeah, I'm not going to be able to do this. Like, I'd have to take time off, and because originally that's why they did the prequel series. Was okay, we're going to shoot this show in the hopes that he's able to recover and come back, and it didn't work out. And then I think he died while they were filming season 2, I believe.
Have either of you seen that documentary that he did of his cancer battle? I can't remember what it's called.
I didn't know that was a thing, but I feel like it would make me incredibly sad.
Definitely sad. It's basically he filmed himself, and I think he had sometimes there was a camera crew along with him that filmed his entire journey of the cancer, and it ends with him dying. It's a very sad. It's a very sad, depressing documentary. But I mean, it's like him in his last days dying. It's not like, hey, I'm Andy Whitfield, this is what I did with my life. It's following his entire sort of fuck cancer, by the way. Fuck cancer. It's awful and terrible, and hopefully there'll be a cure someday. But I can't remember what it's called. I think it's I don't know if it's I Am Andy or something like that. I'll have to look it up while Ploticus starts the plot of Episode 1, Fugitivus.
So it starts with just text, kind of setting the stage for the season. It's now been a few weeks. I don't know how many weeks exactly, but it's been a few weeks since Batiatus was killed and the house of Batiatus fell, and the gladiators, Spartacus, they're just kind of randomly attacking Roman soldiers they come across. We see Spartacus being chased by Romans, and it turns out Spartacus has led the Romans into a trap because all of the gladiators that don't answer to Crixus are sitting here launching this attack on the Romans. The good guys win. And Spartacus decides to carve Glaber. We don't see the carving, but you find out later that Spartacus carved Glaber's name into one of the soldiers' bodies to try to lure Glaber back. All the good guy gladiators head home, and they're like, 8 more Romans sent to the afterlife, and everybody cheers. But then Mira's like, hey, that's neat that you killed a bunch of Romans, but
Where's
people
the
would really
food?
like something to eat.
Yeah. They bring swords.
Yes. At which point, not Crixus himself, but Crixus's crew, led by Rascos, comes in, and they've got food. And Spartacus says, great, good job. Make sure everybody gets food. And Rascos, he fucking hates socialism, so he throws his chunk of chicken right into the fucking sewer water. Speaking of which, what is this thing that the gladiators are hiding in?
It looks like the exact same set that when Badiatus was going after Good Salonius. Remember the whole sort of
It was told
sewer set?
No,
it looks like they're in the sewers. I don't know exactly. Regardless, they don't stay there long. Brascos is angry, but ultimately Spartacus pulls rank and says, hey, make sure everybody gets food. And then we do. Everybody gets a little bit of food.
Do you think that Rascos didn't go after Spartacus there because he's actually scared of Spartacus? Or do you think he didn't go after him because he's scared of what Crixus would do if he started fucking with all of them? Because there's a disrespect going on with Crixus's boys towards Spartacus throughout this first couple episodes.
I think there is respect there. I think it's just anger that they have different goals at the moment. I think Rascos respects Spartacus. He's just he feels like his crew is putting in all the work to keep people fed, therefore they should get more food.
Yeah, 100%. Rascos isn't stupid, or at least not that kind of stupid. He knows that if it were to come down to swords, Spartacus would probably butcher him and a good chunk of Crixus's men before one of them would eventually get lucky and get him and take him out. But it's just angry. It's angry alpha bro prick waving. He doesn't like the fact that this guy is telling him what to do. But obviously he does it. Oh, son of a fuck.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah. Anyways, we see what Glaber's been up to, and Glaber is a praetor now, or
yes, praetor.
Whatever, praetor. I just busted out of the game. I was like, do I pay attention to Spartacus or do I pay attention to poker? Anyways, Glaber is a praetor now, and he's talking about is it Pompey, the adolescent butcher or whatever his name is. We'll see Pompey many episodes from now, but Pompey is fighting Roman's enemies, and Glaber wants to go after them. He wants to go and either support Pompey or steal his glory, one or the other. Regardless, Glaber wants out there. But everybody's a little bit upset that Spartacus is laying waste to Romans out in the wilderness, and so Alythia's dad shows up with some douchebag named Verinius, and it's very clear that Verinius wants to steal Alythia away. And it's very
does
clear
everybody?
Yes.
Come on now.
It's also very clear that Alythia's dad is on board with this. Alythia's dad does not like Glaber at all, which, to be fair, he is Glaber. He has
Nobody
an effect
likes
on
Glaber.
people. But ultimately, Glaber's like, yeah, Spartacus isn't my problem anymore. I don't care. He's just a slave. I don't give a shit. But because it's known now that Spartacus essentially called out Glaber by carving his name in the dude's body, and so Alythia's dad tells him that this is your mess. Everyone knows that you brought Spartacus to Rome. If someone else kills Spartacus, you will never live this down. Your career will essentially be over. You will rise no further in the Senate, is I think what Alythia's dad says.
I like that
so
Glaber doesn't even care. He's like, the slaves are beneath me.
Yeah,
it's they're literally fucking everybody up over there in Capua.
Yeah, Spartacus kneeled to him. Glaber won in Glaber's mind. He does not care about Spartacus anymore. But he doesn't have a choice. If he wants to continue his military career, he has to go and suck it up and deal with it. And he's going to take Alythia with him, and Alythia is not happy. Crixus eventually comes back.
Yeah.
And because Crixus went on a mission. Crixus went on a mission to find information about Navia. Navia is missing. At the end of season 1, she was like carted off to who knows where, and Crixus is on the hunt, and Crixus went and found a guy that said, yeah, last time I saw Navia, like this guy that runs a brothel like dealt with her, and so Spartacus and Crixus is like, he's going to go and do this. He is going to go and attack this brothel to get information on Navia, and Spartacus says, hey man, I promised you I was going to go, so I'm going to go.
A lot of infighting here because Spartacus's people are like, this is waste of time. Like, don't do it.
Yeah. There's a lot of divergent agendas in the early season 2 of Spartacus. Like, eventually everyone gets on the same page, but Spartacus is laser focused on Glaber. Mira and the slaves that can't really fight, they're like, hey, how about we flee south to where there's food and no Romans? Crixus wants to take his men and go after Navia, and Agron, he doesn't really care what direction they go as long as that direction leads to more soldiers for the Spartacus army. But when Crixus comes back, he goes to Spartacus, and they have a little bit of a standoff. He tells Spartacus, like, I hear you want to command my men. And Spartacus is like, I know you'd have shared your food if you were here. It's not a big deal. And Crixus kind of is just like, fuck it, whatever. I don't want this fight right now. Crixus just kind of gives in, and I don't know if it's because he knows that Spartacus is right, or he just doesn't really want to deal with it, but he says, I'll deal with my men. And so Spartacus and Crixus plan to go and to the brothel to get information on Navia. Prior to this, Spartacus has been stealing money from all of the soldiers that he's killed, and he gives it all to Aurelia, Varro's widow.
Sorry, I have one thing, because I'm kind of following along with my notes here as you're going through the script. That sequence that you're talking about where Crixus and Spartacus are kind of talking, and Crixus kind of... I like to believe that Crixus is like, he's been established as a good dude now, and so he's just like, yeah, of course I would have shared the food. I wouldn't be an asshole about that. But he mentions that he killed Marcellus. Marcellus is the guy that Asher set up to kill Barca. In Blood and Sand, and according to Stephen DeKnight, they actually shot that. They were going to have a whole sequence where they showed Crixus actually kill him, but apparently they fucked up the filming of it, and it looked terrible, which is why he only says, I killed Marcellus. So it's kind of like an offhanded thing, but Crixus did go kill the guy.
I assumed that was a random name. I'll look up the Marcellus character on their wiki to remind myself. But that's
if I saw his face, if I saw his face, I'd remember it. But otherwise, I just thought it was an offhand sort of remark. Oh yeah, I found the guy, and he won't ever speak of like the fact that
he could have just said, "I killed Bob. Bob told me where Navia was," and I'd be like, "Yeah, okay, cool."
Hey man, I'm just bringing the facts, the context.
Anyways, Spartacus has been stealing money from the Roman corpses that he's been leaving behind, and he gives it all to Aurelia and says, go, I'm sending some men in this direction to hunt for food. They will take you with them. That's in the direction of where your son is now living. Take this money, get your son, and just get the fuck out of Rome. And Aurelia thanks Spartacus. They have like a little tender moment where Aurelia recognizes how much Spartacus loved Varro, and then Aurelia goes off. I'm sure she's gonna be just
live
fine
happily ever after.
Yeah,
nothing bad is gonna be.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, she's gonna be fine. But Spartacus and Crixus, they're about to go launch their attack on this brothel, and this brothel scene.
We had there's a great line that comes before it where some of Spartacus's men are wanting to come along, and there's some new guy with an axe who did not exist in season 1, but it's like, oh fuck, we need more characters. I forget this guy's name, but Spartacus is like, oh no, I promised Crixus I would go along, and Agron's like, I'm not going to leave you alone with the fucking Gauls, and this other guy's like, you had me at whores.
He's great, yeah. I don't remember if this guy does anything of note throughout the series, but he's great in this scene.
Yeah, that one scene, that one line, you had me at whores. It's like, yes.
But anyways, they're going to the brothel, and this brothel scene is something that always stood out to me because the brothel scene. They're going to find a guy. I don't remember his name, but the brothel scene follows this one dude, and you think that this is like. Did you guys assume that this big guy that this scene is following along was the guy they were after?
Yeah. That was my thought when I was watching. I was like,
so there's a guy that the scene they follow this guy through multiple orgies that are happening in this brothel, and he's contributing to some of the orgies. He's dumping wine on people. He finds a quiet
He's
spot.
jacking off in a corner, more or less.
I mean, we were going to get there eventually, regardless.
More or less. What is the less? That's exactly what
it was
doing.
more. There was more of that than any of us wanted. Regardless, this guy we follow this guy all around the brothel. We think he's the guy that Spartacus and Crixus are looking for, and then he just gets fucking stabbed through the neck. He was this complete rando that has no bearing whatsoever on the plot. I don't even know if this guy has a line. I don't know if he even has a name, but he dies. And then Spartacus and Crixus and Agron and the gladiators, they go to work killing all the Romans. And they're looking for the main dude, the owner of the brothel. And Crixus finds him as he is assaulting a woman. And
he's peeing on her.
What's that?
He's peeing on her.
He was pissing on her. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't even catch that.
You didn't catch that?
How do you miss that?
I've watched this episode 3 times, and I never, even like back in the day, like it never dawned on me that he was pissing on her. So I guess you guys know more about that than I do.
Well, I will say that Stephen DeKnight said that when he saw that was not in the script, and neither was the right before Spartacus finds that guy and Crixus. There's a dude that's got cum all over his mouth. That wasn't in the script either. And so Stephen DeKnight saw it, and he was like, "This is terrible." He's like, "Yeah, I don't think we should be pissing on women." That's kind of not what I want to go for here. So they cut it out.
There's a lot of things in this show that shouldn't be happening to women, and they have no problem keeping in the show.
But pissing on a woman, that's the line apparently. So they actually cut it all out for broadcast. So none of that stuff apparently was in the broadcast. But then he's like, but then it ended up in the DVD release. So somebody put it back in.
I've had these DVDs for a decade, and I've watched this multiple times. It never looked to me like he was pissing on her.
What do you think he's doing to her? What is splashing all over her face?
I didn't see anything splashing. I assumed he was assaulting her.
You don't think an uncooperative golden shower is an assault?
Problematic.
There is
problematic.
Why are we dwelling on this? Bad things are happening to a woman because of him. Crixus walks in, and that causes a distraction. And Golden Shower Girl stabs him, and Crixus yells. Crixus is like, "Fuck! No, I need this guy alive." And then Agron comes in, and Agron also tries to kill him because Agron reveals that this is the guy that sold himself and his brother Duro.
Yeah. That's literally the guy. That's literally that guy from Blood and Sand that was there for like 30 seconds when Batiatus bought him. Same actor and everything.
I don't even remember that.
Yeah,
it's neat. Hey, see, canon is important. It's
Matt.
No, it's not. You don't even fucking remember these people. It's not important. No, it's Bob. Great. It's Bob.
But Bob was in Blood and Sand.
Bob canonically sold them, Matt.
You didn't even know. You had no
Long
idea.
live canon. Long live canon. Anyways, Agron wants to kill the guy. Spartacus is like, no. Crixus needs him alive. He's going to die. Let's just leave Crixus to do what he wants. And so Crixus goes to the guy. Is like he starts describing Navia, and he says, "I hear that you shipped her off somewhere. I need to know where you sent her." And he says, "Fuck yourself. I'm already dead. I'm not going to help you out. You're a stupid slave." And Crixus It's like, well, you're not dead yet. A
There's
lot
still
can
life
happen
in you.
Yep, a lot can happen
make it-
in your time, and so Crixus takes 2 fingers and sticks it into his guts where he was stabbed.
It's brutal,
and starts
Starts to
pulling
pull
out
some of him
and
out.
twisting these mashed hot dogs that were inside this guy, and we don't
That was
see
very
any more
clearly
than that.
concussion, Steve.
Yeah,
We don't see any more than that, but it was a brutal scene, and apparently he told Crixus what Crixus needed to know, because the next or later that night, I guess, Crixus tells Spartacus that Badiatus basically arranged for Naevia to just be sent south towards a bunch of villas that
Where the
Badiatus
food
was
is.
looking to garner support with. Yep. We're gonna have some converging agendas now, but Crixus has just the faintest hint of the direction Naevia is heading, and so he wants to go that way. But he also tells Spartacus that whatever we do, we can't stay here because Rome is actually sending soldiers now. And so Spartacus has a choice to make. What do we do? Spartacus wants to fight. Crixus wants to fight too, but he wants to save Naevia more. So Crixus wants to go south to track Naevia. Spartacus wants to get some revenge, and we're gonna see what happens with this connect later, because Glaber has arrived. Glaber is back in Capua. He's actually staying at the house of Badiatus, the Ludus.
They're sure reusing a lot of sets.
Yeah, they're getting a lot of mileage out of this. We can't say shit. Doing that kind of thing was our bread and butter for a long time. But he's back. Alithia is there. Alithia is not pleased. And
But
then
still hot.
Alithia, still super hot. Then Alithia runs into a ghost. Except it's not a ghost. Somehow, some way, we'll find out in a few episodes, Xena has survived. She has survived, and she is
Crazy hair to go in, man.
batshit crazy. She is dirty. She's got a fucking rat's nest in her head. She is looking rough, and Alithia is like, fucking kill her. Kill her now, fucking kill her. She needs to die. But then Glaber's friend, I don't even know what this guy's name is, but his friend is like, well, no, she survived. She could be a symbol to the people. And so Glaber is convinced, so they're going to clean up Xena and kind of parade her around so that people will have hope. Spartacus and his men couldn't even kill Xena, essentially a housewife. You all have nothing to fear. You're gonna be just fine. Spartacus is just a slave. We're gonna
Ignore the
knock
other
this shit out,
800
over the
people he
weekend.
butchered.
Yeah, they don't matter. Xena survived. We're gonna knock this out over the weekend. By Monday, Spartacus is gonna be dead. No worries whatsoever. Spartacus also knows now that Glaber is back in town, and so Spartacus and Mira have this moment where Mira basically pulls the. So what are we exactly? She hits him with that question. His free trial is ended, and Spartacus gives her the answer that she wants to hear. Essentially, hey, life has sucked recently. The only time I feel any joy is when I'm with you. And so Mira's like, yeah, hey, how about we leave then? How about we go to where the food is and leave Rome behind? And Spartacus is like, you know what? That's a good idea. And then they wake up the next morning
You
and
son of
Spartacus
a
is
bitch,
gone.
I'm in.
He's like, by the
Spartacus
way,
is
I
gone.
love you, Mira. However, I still love my wife more, and my vengeance for her matters more to me than going south with you for food.
Spartacus is kind of an asshat in this episode. Spartacus tells Mira, it's a good idea for us to flee Rome and go to where the food is and follow Crixus south out of here. We'll rescue Naevia on the way. Yeah, that's a good idea for you. Because Spartacus goes to town the next day. And he's hiding himself. He's wrapped up in robes. He's disguised. Glaber starts running through town with Xena, oh, look, Xena is here. She survived. Spartacus is so inept, he couldn't kill the warrior princess. Blessed by the gods. And oh, by the way, the other day we happened to catch some of Spartacus's men that were out in the direction of where the food is, weirdly enough. And we killed all of them except this woman who looks suspiciously like Aurelia. Aurelia has been just beat to shit. She's like letters, I think FVG.
Fugitavis.
The letters. Fugitive. The letters indicating that she is a fugitive or whatever have been carved into her head. They are basically going to kill her for sport. And then Spartacus attacks. Spartacus is like, I'm just going to fucking kill Glaber. I'm here. But Spartacus didn't think this through. There's a bunch of fucking soldiers in this town now. And so Spartacus has no chance of surviving this. And frankly, he doesn't care. He's willing to die as long as he takes Glaber with him. But Crixus shows up and rescues Spartacus, saves the day. They rescue Aurelia.
Crixus is a bro, man.
Yeah, Crixus is great in this episode.
Although he does say, I didn't come to save you. He made sure, hey man, I didn't come to save you. I came to stop you. You basically, Spartacus dying would negatively affect Crixus's quest for Navia. Because when they get back to the fucking sewers that they're living in, Spartacus is like, oh yeah, thank you so much for coming, I was wrong. And Crixus just punches him in the fucking face. Punches him in the face, and they hash it out. And Crixus is like, what the fuck do you think would have happened if you were successful? They wouldn't have sent, a small detachment of soldiers. They wouldn't have sent, the tiny little group that Glaber has. They would have sent a fucking army after us if you had killed a fucking praetor in the middle of a fucking Roman city. Yeah, and it should be pointed out that during this, when Spartacus is really gung-ho on, no, we gotta fight, Crixus is the one that's these, guys, they're just house slaves. They barely know how to hold a sword, and you expect that they're gonna take down the Roman army. He's like, you're nuts. Crixus is actually the one that's thinking clearly in this episode.
He is the voice of reason, which is something that he definitely was fucking not throughout the most of season one. This is a great Crixus episode. But they hash it out. Then someone says, hey, Spartacus, Aurelia wants to talk to you. And he goes to Aurelia, and Aurelia is like, Spartacus, promise me this one thing. And he's like, anything, Aurelia, anything you want. And she's like, stay the fuck away from my kid. You fucking killed Barrow, you fucking killed me. How about you just stay away from my baby boy? And this brings, and then she dies. And this brings Spartacus to tears. And Spartacus is like, you know what? You guys are right. We need to head south. We need to get out of here. We're gonna follow the path that Crixus wants us to do. We're gonna go south. We're gonna find Navia. We're going to rescue slaves along the way. We will build an army, and then we're gonna come back. But we're not ready now, so we need to go. The end.
I want to bring in some.
You missed a huge part, a very big part.
Remind me, because
what's going on with Onomaus?
Oh, I see. I watched this and episode 2 back to back, and I have I think all of my Onomaus thoughts have transferred to episode 2 because that episode is so focused on him. Okay,
because in this first one, he's they don't know what happened to him. They don't know what happened to Doctore. They talk for well, what happened to him? Has anybody seen him? And Crixus is basically like, look, man. We destroyed his entire purpose in life. He ain't coming back. He ain't gonna hang out with us. He's dead to us. Onomaus has been sort of wandering the streets. He's in the arena. He's watching the gladiators fight and stuff like that. There's a whole sequence in here where somebody, a bunch of people in the arena recognize him, and they try to jump him. We get this awesome scene where he fucks all these dudes up. But he actually shows up in the sewers just randomly to be like, oh, by the way, you guys can't win. Get the fuck out of here.
He knew they were there the entire time.
Yes,
somehow.
he's just trying to stay away from them, which will lead into what happens in episode 2, what we see more of what's actually going on with Onimeus. But I just wanted to mention it is important that he does pop up here in this episode.
I think I just rolled all of the Onimeus scenes into episode 2 because I watched these back to back.
That's fine. I do want to mention just a couple facts. Sepius, who's kind of like this Weasley asshole, who's I guess he's best friends with a Roman senator. He was actually
he's working with Verinius.
Right.
We don't see them interact in this episode, but he's working with Verinius, the guy that wants to bang Alithia.
Right. He was originally supposed to be at the end of Blood and Sand. They were going to actually show him there. He was going to be the cousin of Sextus, but budget cuts they didn't have the money to hire another actor for that. So I thought that was kind of interesting. He was originally supposed to be in there. This season takes place 4 to 8 weeks from the end of Blood and Sand. So it just says weeks, and they actually ask on the audience commentary, well, how long is it? And Stephen Knight's like, we're always intentionally vague with how long things have been, because we didn't even mention Alithia's pregnant, and that's a whole other aspect of it. Like, when we see Alithia for the first time in this episode, she's butt-ass naked holding her stomach. She's all happy that she's pregnant. The question is that Spartacus's kid? Or is that Glaber's kid? Because she has these flashbacks. She's like reliving the bang when she was banging Spartacus.
She is very turned on because when she gets to the Ludus, she sees the mask that either she or Spartacus has to wear. And there's another scene, like I don't remember if it happens in this episode or the next episode, where she's in a bathtub full of like gold rose petals, and she's having herself a time.
Yeah. So I guess that is a question. Do you guys think it's Spartacus's kid, or do you think it's like Glaber's kid?
I'm trying to think back. Like, did we ever see her have sex with Glaber like near the same time or around that same time period?
No, because he doesn't show up. He doesn't show up until because he's in the early episodes of Blood and Sand, but he doesn't really show up again until.
I think
does he show up at the end?
I think it's got to be Spartacus. I'm assuming
he does show up at the end.
I mean, spoilers. Like several episodes from now, she does blurt out, "The child is yours" to Spartacus.
Well, thank you for spoiling. I was trying to not set that up for everybody right away, Ronan, and I'm too lazy to go and edit that out. So there you go, everyone. I was trying to tee something up to keep you interested for the next few episodes. But no.
No one cares.
They care about the canon running. So about Sepia and what's her fucking name and his name?
Sepius and God, what's the girl's name?
Sepia. Like they have very similar names,
Sepius and
right?
Sepia?
I think that's it. Like they're ostensibly they're important people, but do they really do anything in this episode?
They're like brother and sister, right?
Yeah, I was about to say, did we mention the weird incestuous brother and sister?
I just mentioned them because they're like barely important in this episode, even though everyone else treats them as important. Like at the beginning, the men that Spartacus kills belong to Sepius.
Yeah, the brother has been building up local militias to try and kill the slave revolt.
Yeah, and then we see Sepia talking shit at a games. There's a gladiator fight that we see that everybody's just not thrilled with, and Sepia's there kind of rubbing it in that Spartacus has managed to kill more Romans. They don't really like they're gonna be important, but they don't feel very important yet.
Yeah. A few other facts. The producers actually had an argument about Onimeus. Some producers of the show thought he should have been with the group from the very beginning, and the other producer, predominantly Stephen DeKnight, said no, he's got to be on his own away from everybody else.
Agree with Stephen DeKnight.
Yeah, so I just thought it was interesting that there was an argument back and forth here. Lucy Lawless said on the audio commentary she actually hates her performance. Because she feels she went too far onto the crazy side of things, and it's almost like a caricature of crazy, and she just didn't. I actually thought it was cool. I don't have a problem with her performance, but she herself didn't like it.
She doesn't. Well, let's see. So the question throughout this season is going to be: is she really crazy, or is she pulling some shit, because you could go either way depending on which episodes you watch.
We can tee that up for the rest of the season episodes here, unless Ronan wants to spoil that right now.
Yeah. Let's do it. Let's spoil it out.
Because when Alithia first sees her, Xena is looking rough, and she's like, "Oh,
yeah.
Navia, fetch, prepare a feast for the guests." And she's like clapping, and like Navia is not coming, and she has no idea what's going on. Like, and Alithia kind of is like, "Hey, remember how we were friends? And remember how, I've got these other friends like Roman woman name and Roman woman
remember
name
Licinius
and Licinia." And Xena's like, "Oh yeah, can you introduce me to her?" And Alithia's kind of like, "Oh, thank God."
Her performance is so good though, because when you do that thing, she gives that little look where you're like, "Oh, she knows," like she knows this.
Yeah.
But then she completely turns it, and I was like, "Man, Lucy Lawless is a fucking great actress. She's so good." So yeah, that's going on. One funny thing I was telling Steve about before Ronan jumped on is Aurelia's death. Interesting thing. So on the audio commentary, Lucy Lawless, when Aurelia is pulled in, Lucy Lawless makes the comment, "This is what happens when you won't get naked on our show." so I thought that was pretty funny.
That was a joke.
Yeah.
Please tell me, Lucy Lawless. Lucy, I know you're listening. Tell me that was a joke.
It's got to be a joke. But it was funny how she said it. And the other interesting last fact I have about this episode from the audio commentary is Aurelia was actually not supposed to die this way or this early in the show. They had a number of different ways that they were going to kill her. The main one that they were going to do was she was actually going to get back to her and Vero's kid, and then they were all going to be brutal. Like, she was going to find that they were all brutally massacred. So they were actually going to show her get to Vero's kid, and that the kid was brutally murdered, and then she was going to kill herself on screen because of that. However, they couldn't, because if you go back and watch Blood and Sand, it was 13 episodes long. The rest of the seasons are only 10, and Starz cut their budget and slashed it all the way down, and so they had to basically take her out real early because they didn't have the space and the episodes to be able to pull that storyline out a little further. So that's why she dies this early. Those are my facts.
Aurelia.
I have some. I got some historical facts to bust out. So my source for this information is the Spartacus War by Barry Strauss. So I've listened to this audiobook a couple of times, been re-listening to it to freshen up for the show. So some history of what Crixus mentioned. What Crixus is saying is like, you know what would have happened if you had killed a praetor in a Roman city? They just send a legion. Crixus is wrong. Spartacus kills about 6 fucking praetors before the Romans finally take him seriously and decide to send a legion. And he kills 2 fucking legions before Crassus gets involved, which is season 3. So Crixus is just kind of wrong there. Spartacus could kill a praetor, and the Romans just would not care.
To be fair, Ronan, at that point, he probably assumed that the Romans would care. I mean, really, they haven't done much. It's just like 4 weeks since they just killed Batiatus and stuff. He might have thought, if you kill a praetor, we're all fucked up, man.
Well, like I mentioned this just to kind of, because the show, after Spartacus, after season 2, we jumped to season 3, and by this point Spartacus is already taken on like a 6 some odd Roman, but they mentioned like legions or something like that, but he hasn't faced the true Roman army. But this is season 3, history thought so very little of Glaber that he only exists in the record books as they sent a know-nothing praetor named Glaber to fight Spartacus. They fought on Vesuvius, and that's it. That's all that history has written down of Glaber. He came
Does
down with a
say anything about Alithia? That's what I want to know.
Yum. Smoke show. She looks... Okay, Ronan, we were having this argument. I think she looks even hotter this season than she did last. Steve thinks she looks the same hotness. What say you?
But the same
Same.
hotness, but it's like maximum hotness. Like she was already at the top.
I think she's hotter. She just looks better.
No, I agree with Steve. It's like no. It's like on the bell curve. She was
You guys are
already on the
crazy.
top of the bell curve.
You guys
What are you talking
crazy.
about?
We're not
Crazy.
saying
We're-
she's
we're
not
saying-
hot.
I know.
We're saying that she was maximum hot and stayed that way.
No. She's exponentially increased.
No.
Yes.
No, you're just wrong. So historically speaking, Glaber, like when Glaber, he didn't even come down. Like he only had like maybe 100 proper Roman troops with him. He had to build up his militia on the way down to Capua, and so basically he had to just kind of recruit from town to town he was coming in, and eventually just kind of pull rank and like pull people into the auxiliary to face Spartacus. There were about like Abadiatus's ludus had about 300+ gladiators in it, so it was much bigger than season 1 lets us think. 300+ gladiators were planning to break out. Only about 70 actually got out, and a couple of kitchen staff, some slaves came with them. By and large, though, for the original part of the rebellion, it was gladiators. They started freeing slaves on the way to Vesuvius and building up their numbers slowly but steadily. So by when Glaber chases them up the Vesuvius, this is history, not a spoiler. He outnumbers them a great deal at this point, but Spartacus beats him with clever tactics, and that continues to be his strategy as to how he beats the Romans. He just outthinks them because he's smarter than them, and they aren't taking him seriously. But he knows of it. Like Spartacus's goal historically was to get to the Alps and leave Rome. That was his goal the entire time. He never wanted to stick around. He knew eventually the Romans would send, the giant legion that they have stowed away. He knew eventually that would happen and that they would all be fucked. It was Crixus and the other people in his rebellion who wanted to stay there and got what the Japanese called victory disease. They kept winning, and so they figured they were never going to stop winning. So,
Are you
that's
blaming
a little.
Crixus here? Is that what you're doing? That's what I hear. You're gonna start blaming
It's just-
Crixus.
Historically speaking, yeah, and I'll mention a couple of really biggest inaccuracies in season 3 when we get there.
Okay. I like this new Ronin bringing the historical facts to the Jupiter's Croc. I like it.
Most of season 2 is they're just kind of piecing it together for most of season 2 has very little it's kind of like season 1. There's not a whole lot of history they can really pull on for that particular part. Season 3 is where they really take a whole lot of liberties. There's a really big one that we'll get to in season 3.
But we'll get to if people continue to be available to make the show.
Yeah.
This is content, Steve. It's like we're drawing out the content well. All right.
Oh, is that
so
what we're doing?
What did you guys think of this sort of first episode of season 2? Thoughts?
It's not as bad as the first 3 episodes of season 1, but it's also not a solid banger like pretty much all of season 1 is. This is a fine opening episode.
We bring them all to you now.
Thoughts?
Steve?
I didn't know if Matt was going to talk. No, I agree with that. If we were back in season 1, they would have made this episode take 3 episodes. I'm glad they knocked it out in 1 because I think episode 2 kind of gets right into the action. I think this is not an amazing episode. It's a good episode. It's a good setup episode to just kind of reset things, let the audience know where everyone is at the start of the season, and things start getting extra good going forward.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to watch the next episode, A Place in This World, because just kind of a backstory of that was actually episode 3. And they completely cut episode 2 of what they originally had planned because they thought, probably because, when we watched the first out of the 3 episodes of
Going all in blind.
Blood and Sand, me as well, we thought those were the weakest. So maybe the 10 episode thing is going to be a positive. But yeah, I like this episode quite a bit. I like seeing all of our characters come back. It was nice. I'm glad that they brought Lucy Lawless back. We kind of needed that sort of, some of them old characters. But yeah, I like this one quite a bit. makes me excited to watch the rest. And if you stick around till a month or so from now, you'll hear episode 2 of Jupiter's Croc of Vengeance. We'll talk about a place in this world. With that, I guess we're going all in. Is that what we're doing here?
Yes. Yeah, we're doing it.
Okay,
We're doing it.
We're doing it, people. We're doing it.
This
What does Ron put in here? 20,000.
I have lost so many chips because you guys make me constantly explain things. So I have not been paying attention. I've busted out twice.
Oh my God,
I am not
here we
going to
go.
win a whole lot if I win.
I actually was doing good. I had a good amount of chips, and now I'm going to lose them because I
4 or 5.
this always fucks me.
Kings.
Jesus. Jesus. Oh,
I
give me
can't-
4s, give me 5s.
I got a low chance getting a third king though. That other guy's got a king on me.
You got a
Steve
5.
got a 5. Steve got a 5.
That's I need a 5. Give me another 5. Give me a 4.
Oh, fuck you, Steve!
Yeah. I think did I do good?
Yes! Yeah! I hate you.
I hate poker. I hate
Well, you know
poker.
what? If
I hate the
Ronan
both
had
of you.
watched episode 2, we could run this back, but he fucking didn't. So now we gotta wait fucking 3 months to do another goddamn episode of this.
And cut. Welcome, everyone, to another episode of the fantastic Jupiter's Croc, not to be mistaken for Spartacus, which is probably another show that other people have done. My name is Matthew. Joining me tonight, once again, late, as always. I mean, I don't even know why we set a time anymore for these. Down there in Memphis is Ronan.
Yeah. I mean, it's not my fault. Not my fault.
It is because you choose to have a job that has these hours. So it is your
Yeah,
fault.
I cannot control when I have to triple explain to a customer why it is their evaporator coil makes water.
And here in Lincoln, a Haley Lincoln tonight is Steve.
Yeah, this is the worst opening. We should all be ashamed of ourselves.
Now, Steve, before we get into this, we were mentioning, I think on a previous, maybe it was a Fortnite episode we did, to Ronan how disgusting and terrible the weather is in Nebraska. How's the weather been today?
About 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the heat index was 117. It sucked.
Dew point of
Awful.
80.
Yep.
And then it began to hail. So, fuck Nebraska and fuck its weather. Tonight, we're back, ladies and gentlemen, with episode 2 of season 2 of Spartacus Vengeance, a place in this world. I'm just going to throw it right over to Spartacus. Take it away.
All right, well, you guys help me fill in the gaps here because I watched this a week ago, planning to record a week ago, and then fucking Ronan happened to us.
As did I. So Ronan will have to fill in the gaps.
Yeah, so fill in the gaps.
So
for
you
us.
guys couldn't be bothered to rewatch it.
Just see, here's the thing: we already watched it, and so it was.
I watched it
You
twice
watch it
already.
Again.
I watched it twice.
Again.
I watched it with the audio commentary and once without. I was going to watch it a third fucking time for you.
What's
Yeah,
wrong with watching it a third
I watched
time?
this months ago, and then watched it again last week, and then Ronan fucked us. So,
all he
anyways, Ronan, feel free to jump in and explain things when we inevitably miss things because you were late. Anyways, this is an Onomaeus heavy episode, which is great. Last time we recorded, I completely forgot that Onomaeus was in episode 1. In my head, I rolled all of his scenes into this episode because he's such a big part of it, thankfully. But in episode 1, Onomaeus refuses to join Spartacus, and and Spartacus and Crixus ask Onomaeus, "Where are you going?" And he says, "The only place for a person without honor," or something like that. And we learn in this episode that he went to the pits.
Back to the pit.
Back to the pits.
Where it all
Ronan,
started to
say
get
it.
good.
What's your favorite pit quote? Just hit us with it.
I'm so. Yeah, I wanted to make that joke, but they got rid of the guy who said it. It makes the pit so much worse with this weak jive-ass motherfucker.
This was your opportunity.
you
we
teed it up for
invited
him.
you to yell, and for once you didn't fucking do it. Anyways, god damn it. We get a flashback. We get young Onomaeus, And he's like a kid. I don't know. It's like he's 12, maybe 13 or so, and he's in the pit fighting this grown man, and he's losing, but ends up turning it around and kills the guy. And we see Titus, Bodiatus's dad, is in I don't know, the crowd watching, and then he goes to the I don't know, pit slave master or whatever, and he expresses interest in Oenomaus. And they have this back and forth, and the slave master talks about how it's impossible to train him. You get better luck trying to train a wild dog. They start talking about price, and the slave master says 10 denarii, and Titus says 8. there's this great fucking line where the slave master's like, you pretend to be this honorable nobleman, but here you are trying to fuck me in the ass over the price. And Titus gets real close and real stern and tells him, if that's what I wanted, you would be split in half.
The writing on the show is amazing.
And the slave master kind of fumbles over his words and says something like, I'm going to give you a deal on him because I expect you to come back and buy more slaves. Who knows if that ever happened. Anyways, that's it for the scene. So now we see how Bodiatus' dad came to purchase Oenomaus. And then we kind of see flash forwards where Oenomaus, I don't know what. I remember in season 1 when Spartacus was fighting in the pit, they cover him with dust, and I don't know why that is, because only Spartacus and now Oenomaus seem to have had that happen to them.
Okay, I have something from the audio commentary. So the reason why, in the present day, he's all covered in kind of this white chalk stuff is because they were trying to find a way to make it not obvious that he was one of the slaves that escaped and rebelled. So he was trying to hide himself. And originally, they were supposed to give him this awesome bone helmet that just made him look cool. But then when he put it on, it didn't film right. It looked goofy. So they decided to put the caked white thing. But it was intended to make it harder for people to recognize him.
I figured it was probably some kind of a cultural thing.
Okay, well, I'm just telling you what the audio commentary said.
Was there any sort of explanation for why Spartacus was... Spartacus was a failed slave. The revolt hadn't happened.
I'm just telling you what the audio commentary said.
I know. I want to know why Spartacus needed to get it all dusty, but it doesn't matter. Anyways, we flash back. It's kid Oenomaus. Then we flash forward, and it's present day Oenomaus. And Oenomaus basically wants to die. He's not willing to commit suicide. He's also not willing to throw a fight. What he is willing to do is fight over and over and over and over and over again until someone finally fucking kills him. With honor. We see Glaber, who has now moved in. He's fully moved into the Ludus, so now I guess it's the house of Glaber. And his buddy, whose name I still don't fucking know.
Marcus.
Marcus. All right, so there's going to be multiple Marcusi in this show. So Marcus tells him, hey, we need men. You don't have enough to take on Spartacus. We need to, be buddies with Seppius. And Seppius and his sister Seppia, I think is her name. They were both in episode 1, but they did nothing. And so this is the first time Seppius really does anything of note. He and Glaber have a back and forth. Bodiatus. Glaber's trying to convince Seppius to, align with me. I know you're working with Varius or whatever that guy's name is, but come work with me, and together we will get Spartacus. And Seppius asks him, okay, well, who's going to get the glory? Who's going to get credit for killing Spartacus? Who's going to be in charge? And Glaber's like, I promise you an honored position. You will only answer to me. And so Glaber's making some big fucking demands of the guy that he needs an army from. And so Seppius starts kind of shit-talking Glaber. Glaber gets upset and tells him, you talk to me that way again, and I'll have your fucking tongue. And Seppius says, but not my men. And so this partnership is not going to happen. Glaber gets upset. He's unhappy with things. And then Xena walks in and is like, hey, how about we kill a goat? and Glabber's
As
okay
you
with
do.
this. Glabber
That's
is,
a completely normal thing to say. We've all said it at some point.
Yes, obviously.
I
Yeah,
love goats.
Glabber is he's willing to try anything at this point, including like humoring Xena and her desire to have some sort of ritual to speak to the gods.
He's a little skeptical that she's like blessed by the gods at this point, if I remember right. He's a little skeptical.
Yeah,
He's
he's
he gets
skeptical,
there.
but he's willing to use her.
Yeah.
He gets there really when somebody else shows up into the fray. That's when his skeptical. That's when he goes full skeptic mode. He gets a mute sidekick named Teller. He becomes full skeptic at that point. But right now, I don't know how he's barely been there for like 2 days, and it seems like he's already hit absolute rock bottom. I'll never find him. Oh God, what am I gonna? He's already just completely given up, more or less.
Yeah.
I don't know. He gave up super quick.
He's not strong. He's not a strong leader, and everybody makes fun of him, and everyone pushes him around.
He thinks he's a strong leader. He thinks he's a badass. He is not.
He wants the
and-
position without having to earn it.
Yeah,
Have to do any
100%.
work for it.
Anyway, so we see what Spartacus and Crixus are up to. Their plan. Remember, at the end of the last episode, Spartacus abandons his plans to just fight Glabber now. They're going to head south, and they're going to search for Navia and also free slaves, and also try to find slaves that can fight all at once. And so they take on. They break in. I don't know what this place is. A villa. It's not a ludus.
Yeah, just some villa, just some
Yeah.
rich.
All right,
Rich-
they break
rich Roman.
into they break into a rich Roman's villa in the middle of the Roman dominus, getting some action from this very disinterested female slave, and then he requests some action from his body slave, who is a male slave named Tiberius at first.
Yeah. I mean, do as the
I
Romans
would
do.
finish place cock and ass.
Yeah. So, Spartacus and Crixus break in. They free all the slaves, and then Crixus needs to have some words with the Dominus, and tells him, I know. He describes Navia and says, I know he passed through here. You were friends with Badiatus. What happened to Navia? And this Dominus confirms that he had fun with Navia and then sent her on her way. And so that's what's happening to Navia. Badiatus's plan was just like to present her as a present just to all of the influential rich Romans in the south. And so Crixus is not happy, kills the guy. They've taken over this villa. They're going to make it their base of operations for the foreseeable future. And then Spartacus starts trying to train all of this Dominus' slaves, including Tiberius. I don't know this character's name. Matt, do you know the female slave's name that ends up hooking up with Raskos? Does she have a
Blonde
name?
No,
Yeah.
blonde chick. Yeah, it's blonde chick.
Yeah. Okay.
I thought it starts with an H, but I'll look it up.
Yeah,
I
blonde
know.
chick. Yeah, exactly.
Anyways, this slave woman kind of starts worm-tonguing Mira's ear. It's like, oh,
Instantly
tell
starts
me,
with
yeah,
the jabs.
she just instantly starts shit, like making Mira question everything about her relationship with Spartacus, and she convinces Mira, or at least puts the thought in Mira's head that you're only fucking Spartacus because you have some sort of honored position in this group as Spartacus's lover. And then this woman immediately begins to try to find her own gladiator to fuck to get position. She ends up with Raskos, and Mira interrupts her at one point, and then the blonde slave says, I wanted to do this. I don't like Raskos, but basically my vagina is the only thing I have to offer anyone right now, and so I'm going to fuck one of the gladiators and hope that this gladiator protects me. I don't recall this this blonde slave having a very impressive character arc. But the point is, she shows up and starts like whispering in Mira's ear, which causes Mira to kind of start questioning things. And Mira kind of thinks, or she tells Mira, "You're sleeping with Spartacus with the hope that love is going to come, but love is not there." Anyways, like I hated this character.
Chandra, that's her name.
Chandra. All right, that's the main thing I wanted to get out of this. Like, this woman, this slave shows up, and it's just like immediately awful and immediately starting shit, and I hate her.
Yeah. Agreed.
Yeah.
All right,
Want her to die.
let's see. And I think she does, but not yet.
Spoilers. God.
Spartacus and Mira start having their time together. Tiberius tries to kill Spartacus, and Spartacus saves himself, and then everyone else is telling him to just kill Tiberius. Like, just end him. He tried to kill you. Let's not keep him around. I think Crixus or Agron 1 says something like, if a dog bites once, it's going to bite again.
No, that was the axe guy.
All right, well, whatever. The guy that was really into horrors in the last episode.
Yes, yeah.
Spartacus is like, no. If we kill him for not just immediately falling in line and following orders, then we're no better than the Romans. And so Spartacus kind of turns this guy into his pet project throughout the episode. And Spartacus actually ends up like training him personally at one point in the episode. What happens? All I remember from here on is like the interactions between Spartacus and Nasir and Agron. Ronan, fill in the blank. What am I missing at this point?
At this point, let's see here. Like they start talking.
Wow. Jesus. I'm just going to assume that after this, we probably flash back to Onomaus.
Yeah, it goes back to the pit at this point.
Like,
Get to see Alithia take a nice hot bath.
yeah, she gets to take a bath, and she begins flashing back to her time with Spartacus. She has one of these slave girls give her a hand job before Glaber comes up and ruins everything. I watched this a week ago. Ronan, you watched this recently. It's your fault that we're struggling right now. What happens?
It's not my fault that you guys couldn't use all of your extra time to rewatch it.
Alithia shows up into the marketplace, and
they buy a goat.
Yes, the ritual happens. Alithia and Xena go to the marketplace to get
this is
what
also
they
the
need.
point. Yeah, this is also the point where the Lucretia starts. People in the town start to think that she really has been blessed, and so she grabs like this little olive leaf or whatever it is, and starts tapping people on the head. May the gods bless you. May the gods bless you. May the gods bless you. And meanwhile,
there's a scene between Alithia and Xena and Sepia where Xena goes off to pretend to be this person blessed by the gods. Alithia and Sepia have a scene where Sepia is like, sure sucks to be pregnant and married. I'm glad that I'm awesome and single and unengaged. And Alithia started to get real down about her relationship with Glaber, and this absolutely did not help. As Xena is blessing people, this man in kind of like dark red robes shows up, and it seems like Xena recognizes him.
Now you guys are going to love this. Hold on, the man with the dark robes, the red robes actually. In the audio commentary, Stephen DeKnight said that was supposed to represent the Sith. So there we go, Star Wars reference right here in Spartacus from the creator. There you go. Just want to throw that in there for you guys.
Awful.
yeah,
Anyways,
I hate this show now. Let's do something else.
The not Sith.
This episode
the
is
not
over.
Sith hands Xena. Xena recognizes this person, or at least that's the impression we get from the face that she makes. But we, the audience, don't see who this person is. But this person hands her a note. And then later on, Onomaus is in the pits. He's beaten everyone in front of him. He is like barely standing, and like the pit, organizer is like telling him, like, you can barely stand, like you're gonna fucking die soon. You're about to the point where anyone can beat you. But Onomaus beats another guy, and he tells the slave master, like, send another man to fight me. And the slave master says, well, what about that other man's opponent? And Onomaus says,
like, send him too.
as well. Yeah, so Onomaus is just taking all comers at this point, and he's fucking winning.
Badass.
But during the last fight, the man in red attacks.
There were some flashbacks in there that would give Onomaus some more character growth.
Yeah. We'll talk about this in a second. Basically, the pit slave master gets killed. Onomaus gets beat down and kidnapped by the same roped man that handed Xena the note. But like Ronan said, we get more flashbacks to Kid Onomaus, and I don't know if he fought. I don't think he fought in the arena, but it seems like maybe he was training in the Ludus and had a sparring match and won. And in response, Doctor, who I assume is still Boba Fett at this point in time, beat him because even though Onomaus won, he wasn't following orders. And so Titus has a chat with young Onomaus and tells Onomaus that you've got to find your reason to fight, and it can't just be because I tell you to fight. You have to have a personal reason to fight and put your heart in this and whatnot. Then to close this flashback storyline later on, we see what Onomaus's what his purpose is. He gets the brand of Badiatus, so he is officially a gladiator now, and he and Titus are standing on the edge of the cliff by the Ludus, and they have a chat, and Titus says, the gods help anyone that stands against you in the arena, and Onomaus says, I don't fight for the gods, I fight to honor the house of Badiatus, that is my purpose. And Titus is like, I am honored. Like, they have this kind of bro moment, which looks like they genuinely care for each other.
Titus is too good for what happens
slave.
To him. Yeah.
I mean, he's a slave master. I'm not going to call any of it what happens to him too good.
Well, this is kind of also in Gods of the Arena because Titus is really close to Onomaus in Gods of the Arena.
Not enough to free him. Not enough to not be a slave master.
No, you're 100% correct. I'm not saying it's right.
No, for the time period that, the historic, for the way they are representing this time period, he is incredibly progressive for the time period. Today, he would still be a monster.
This progressive.
But, anyway, he doesn't have the slaves just forcefully fuck people. He treats them like
That's true. So he's not as bad as Kid Badiatus.
Which is exactly what I was just saying. For the time period.
I threw away a straight. I'm very sad right now. Anyway, the point is, Titus and Onomaus have a bond. Onomaus is going to fight to honor the Ludus, and then he kind of sort of helped kill Badiatus and destroy the Ludus. So we have all of the backstory as to why Onomaus is so fucking broken up about the loss of the Ludus. So that ties up Onomaus' story for now. He gets kidnapped by the man in red. We see his flashbacks. What else happens? Ronan, fill in the blank. Fill in the blank. It's your fault.
What else happens is we cut back to the Ludus, where all of Glabber's men are, and they're getting a report. There are men coming in from the flashbacks to there's a flashback there. This is the.
All right, I got it figured out. It's time to sacrifice a goat. It's time to sacrifice a fucking goat.
They sacrificed a goat. We also cut back to the villa that the gladiators have taken. Some of what's his name, Sextus. Some of his men are coming to the villa because they're just checking random villas, and the gladiators are like, oh shit, they're coming in, we need to kill them all. And Spartacus, as he did historically, was like, no, let's just not butcher these people, because if one of them gets away, we're fucked. We have to be smart. So they invite these guys in, and that's when Naeus.
Nasir? Is that his name?
Nasir, yeah.
Nasir?
He tells us what his name actually is. But yeah, that's when Nasir is like, okay, I'll play. They know that I'm the body slave for this place, so I can lure them along. So, but unfortunately, these guys realize that he's no longer wearing his doggy collar, and they're like, and he realizes that lures them in, and then the gladiators come and butcher them. You get the impression that, like, oh no, Nasir is about to betray them, and he doesn't, because he's kind of bought into their logic at this point. He's bought in with the revolution.
He saves Spartacus, right?
Yeah, he saves Spartacus.
Crixus believes that he only saved Spartacus because he realized the Romans were going to lose. So we find out, no. Yeah. Tiberius, who we learned his name is actually Nasir. No, he's actually, as Ronan said, he's actually bought in.
Then we cut back to the villa where they are killing a goat, and you hear a similar thing. Hey, there are men coming up the road with torches. As like during the goat killing phenomenon. And these guys, it turns out, it's the mysterious man in red.
Let's talk about the goat killing first, because we skipped over the goat killing, and we need to bring it back to that. So,
Lucy Lawless kills a goat.
Yeah, she kills a goat, and then nothing happens. And so,
remember, Alithia about kills her.
Yeah,
Alithia is about to slice her throat.
Right. Glaber sees the goat killing and is like, all right, this did nothing. This was a waste of my fucking time. And he orders Alithia to clean her up. He's over this crazy Xena talking to the gods nonsense. Alithia is not going to clean her up. Alithia is actually going to kill her, and she's only stopped because a slave shows up and spots her. And then we hear, hey, there are men outside. We need to let them in. And then, as Ronan said, in comes the not Sith, who has captured Onomaus.
Total dark side.
Presents
so much cooler
Onomaus
than
to
any
Glaber. And then the man in the robes reveals himself. And Ronan, who is it? Who is the man in the robes?
Motherfucking Asher. The greatest character
Asher
in this whole season.
Darth Asher.
Fucking Asher.
Steve, how much money do you want to bet that Asher, given about 2 months in time, could con the fucking Emperor out of the whole Empire and take over? Because
in my headcanon now, Darth Asher is the one that told Emperor Palpatine to just announce that you're back. Announce that you're back.
It's totally valid, too, because it's headcanon.
Yeah,
it's totally headcanon, so it's valid. And that still makes Star Wars stupid.
It is valid. Do whatever you want, Steve. There's no problem.
Darth Asher has captured Onomaus, presents Onomaus to Glaber, and then Xena shows up and is like, "Oh, look, my ritual worked. This is a sign from the gods that the gods support us. It was me killing the goat that brought Asher and Onomaus to us." And then Xena and Asher share a look, and so like last episode, I've got the same question. Is Xena crazy, or is she scheming, or is it both? Last episode, she seemed crazy as fuck. This episode, obviously, she's going along with a plan that Asher has put in place. So which is it? Is it one, the other, or a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B? I don't fucking know, but that's how the episode ends. Nasir is officially one of the Brotherhood now. Asher has captured Onomaus, and Glaber is planning on using Onomaus to find where Spartacus is.
It's a cool episode. I really like this episode. A couple fun facts from the audio commentary. This was actually episode 3. And originally they were going to do 13 episodes for season 2, but their budget got slashed, so they had to cut it down to 10 episodes. And so episode 2 was just basically cut entirely. And so they threw this one in instead. Marcus, the dude who is with Glaber, there was supposed to be a whole storyline between Glaber and Marcus, where we find out later on that they're basically in an affair with one another. That all got chopped out because we lost 3 episodes. There's a great sequence when Onomaus, when he's in the pit, he gets hit in the face with this giant fucking hammer. It's like a Silent Hill or Resident Evil style hammer. It's just giant. Slow motion smashes him in the face.
It looked like it should have killed him.
Yes, and that's exactly what the Starz executives said when they saw that, and they demanded that it be cut out because they said nobody would be able to survive something like that. It's unbelievable. But Stephen Denight was basically like, yeah, but it looks cool. and they left
I mean,
it.
that's fair. That's a fair reply to the exec. I mean, first of all, he's an executive, so fuck him. And second of all, there's already been way too much unbelievable shit in this, in the previous, the prequel season
There's
and the
a lot
first
of
season.
gut stabbing that is fatal or survivable, but depending on your place in the credits.
Yes. The more lines
that's
you
the
have,
best, that is
the
the
safer
best
you are.
way to describe them.
But yeah, I like this episode a lot. I loved sort of getting the backstory of Onimaeus, and another interesting thing that was an audio commentary, because Peter Menza was on this audio commentary, and he said the guy who played the young Onimaeus, this was his first role ever, and basically he basically said he called him every weekend and was like trying to get into the role and get into the character and stuff like that. So yeah, he was super cool. I think I looked him up, and I think he was in a couple little minor things after that, but I don't think he's acting anymore, which is a shame because he was really good.
Yeah.
I like this one.
Yeah, I need to look and see what Peter Mintz has been up to. Like, hopefully he is still out there, just fucking awesome.
He is. There's something on Hulu I saw. Yeah. Some new movie on Hulu.
He was in 300. He was in the original Dead Space, but they recast and reanimated everything in the Dead Space remake, so his character is played by a different actor in the Dead Space remake.
Oh, he was in Jason X, clearly his greatest role.
Oh yeah, Peter Menz is great. Absolutely great.
Several episodes
better
of
in the next
Hercules.
episode.
Next episode is one of my favorites, which is why I was ready for Ronan to bring his A game last week, so we could have covered episode 2, because then I get to talk about episode 3 even faster, because episode 3 is great.
Ronan never brings his A game. But Ronan, what did you think of this episode?
I am the A game. This episode was great.
In your head canon, yes. So,
okay. Which makes it completely which by your diseased ant brain logic makes it perfectly valid. See,
ant brain logic.
Don't make me eat your lunch money, Ronan. I swear to God.
On Max Payne's Fury Road. No one gets that reference.
Well, man of few words. Steve, your thoughts on this episode?
Episode's fantastic. Onimaeus is one of the greatest characters throughout the entire series, and so any time he is on screen, whether it's present day Onimaeus or past Onimaeus, it is a treat because he is so fucking good in this. This episode could have been nothing but Onimaeus and Onimaeus flashbacks, and I would have been perfectly fucking satisfied. Like what we got with Spartacus and Crixus and Nasir, and Glabrio, it's all fine, but Onimaeus is the star of this episode. It's fantastic. Loved it.
Okay. So yeah, so far, Vengeance is looking up. We'll roll into the next episode next week. The next one is what? What is it called? The Greater Good. One of Steve's favorite episodes of all time.
It's a good one.
Spoiler, yes, it's a good one. They're all going to be good from here on out, but we'll see how good it is. Stay tuned next Thursday for another episode of Jupiter's Croc. Spread cheeks, Ronan, and prepare for ramming.
Insert cock and ass.
You will be split in two.
Mongrel on mongrel!
Was that so fucking hard? That's Ronan, 19 minutes late to his fucking cue.
And cut. Welcome back, everyone, to another episode of Jupiter's Croc here on the Outpost Unknown YouTube channel. My name is Matthew. Joining me, I still consider him late, is Ronan.
No. You see, at this point, if we were in the same state, if we were in the same city, we'd have to fight at this point. And it's not a hate thing. It's not a thing about It's not even. It's really just more of a there are lines, and if you cross over them, you just gotta get fucked up. It's really
next time I see you, I'm just gonna slap you. I'm just gonna slap you as hard as I can next time I see you.
So, and it'll feel like what a hamster farting? Is that what you're threatening me with?
Well, I guess you're going to find out. Steve, who will be officiating this battle between Ronan and I, how are you? Spartacus.
Your diseased ant brain hamster farting self, apparently. Yeah, I'm back. I'm having a good time. We're definitely not just at the same poker game that we were at in the last episode.
Yeah, we just happened to pop into the exact same location. So last episode obviously ended with Darth Asher revealing his true evil self and delivering Onomaus to Glabber. Spartacus, let's take it away.
So Spartacus and group are attacking a cart hauling slaves off to the mines. And I don't recall, did we ever, I know the mines were referenced in season 1. Did we, this is the first time that we're going to see them, right?
Yes,
I don't
first
think
time.
Yeah.
All right. So they're attacking a cart of slaves. They free them, and it's dual purpose. They want to free the slaves, but also they are trying to get information about Navia. And motherfucking Agron.
Oh,
Agron.
I do not like this guy, man.
They do not make. Yeah, they don't. He doesn't come out looking very good in this.
No, this is a bad episode if you're an Agron fan. Agron is kind of like buddying up to Nasir, and
that's one way we'll phrase it. Yeah.
Well, we're not there yet, Ronan. Everyone is going around asking the slaves and the surviving Romans about Navia. They're describing Navia, and one Roman, he looks like he's fucking dead, but then he kind of jolts back to life. He's like, I've seen this woman. And like, if I tell you where she is, like you'll spare me, right?
Spend my life in a horse.
Yep. And then we cut away and we just hear a scream. And everyone runs over, and Nasir is looking kind of down, and Agron says, this one knew of Navia, and Crixus gets all excited, like, what'd he say? Where is she? And they just go, dead. She's dead. And Crixus fucking loses it. They all go back
Great
to...
acting by Manu Bennett here.
Yeah.
Great acting.
They all go back to the villa, and Crixus is crying and screaming, and his other Gaul friends kind of have to like hold him and man hug him to calm him down. We see Onomaus. Glabber is still not convinced. Like Xena killed a fucking goat, and then 2 of Badiatus' slaves showed up. Like, get her like 6 more goats, and he'll have like all the Badiatus' men that he needs. But Asher like brought Onomaus to Glabber, and Onomaus is giving them nothing. He will not speak, no matter how much they torture him.
Stone cold badass.
Yeah, they brand him again, just for funsies, and Glabber is like shitting on Asher. Is like, you bring me this statue and pretend like you're
a statue that bleeds is what he calls
a statue that bleeds, and you think that I'm going to reward you for this. And even though I forgot that Asher was so involved with the kill or the cover up of Lycinia and holding that against Alithia. Glabber's like, I haven't forgotten that you played a hand in basically blackmailing me into granting patronage to a body out of someone else. And Asher says, I didn't have a choice. I was following the will of my dominus, like a slave is supposed to. But if you will give me a chance, I will follow your will. And Glabber's like, well, you're not going to do that with the brand of Badiatus on your arm. Cut it off. And so Asher looks at this raised letter B branded into his arm, and Glabber hands him a knife. Now, I don't know much about branding. It looks very surface level. I feel like you shouldn't have to dig deep to get this brand off. Asher's fucking scooping ice cream with this goddamn knife.
It looks like he's gonna cut some major veins and arteries.
Yeah,
Let's just go right into the muscle.
He
and
almost
fat
didn't
tissue.
have a fucking hand anymore after this. Like he dug much deeper than I think he needed to dig. Regardless, he cuts off his brand, and so now he's going to be given a chance. Like later on throughout the episode, we see Onomaus basically tied up outside, being starved and kept from water as Asher tortures him and tries to get any sort of information.
One thing about those torture scenes with Asher and Onomaus, interesting. Rob Tappert was on this audio commentary, and he admitted that he was wrong about something. He tried to get almost all of those scenes cut out, because he's like, it just goes on and on and on. We see Asher just torturing this guy on and on and on, and he's like, it's just boring. And then Stephen Knight again was like, no, and so they left him in. And then he watched it when it was all done. He's like, the actor's performance, was it Nick Terabay? Is that his name? So great. He's like, you just can't help but be engaged in watching him just be such an evil asshole. And so yeah, they were going to cut those originally.
Yeah, I mentioned this when we were talking about the first season, but Asher really is, because Glaber, we mentioned this last episode, Glaber just genuinely sucks as a villain. Asher really has to. In this season, he really picks up he picks up that mantle. At least to me, I think in my eyes, in this season, he really is the main villain of this season. Because without him, nothing else works.
I'd agree with that.
I don't think Glaber sucks. He's just he's definitely the weakest main villain. But I still like Glaber a lot. But anyways, Onomaus is being tortured by Asher for information. We'll see how that plays out later. Glaber kind of just goes back into the villa, and suddenly Alithia, a heavily pregnant Alithia, is there with her dad and Verenius. And Verenius is the guy from a couple episodes ago that definitely wants to bang Alithia, and isn't exactly hiding his intent. And Glaber is very annoyed because no one told him that these people were showing up, and they basically proceed to shit on him. And Alithia goes off with Verenius to get drunk.
Fucking villain.
Meanwhile, Alithia's dad tells Glaber that we're going to have games. We're going to have more gladiator matches, like 2 weeks of games, just to take people's mind off the fact that you can't fucking catch Spartacus. And we are going to parade you out there and just like let people gawk at your army. And you know, the dad kind of pitches it as this is going to lift spirits to see the Roman army, or at least the Roman men, in such glory. But Glaber knows that he's just being fucked with. Like he's being taken away. He has men dispatched to the south. I guess Marcus, the guy, he has Marcus and Marcus's men out hunting for Spartacus, and he has to call those men back to basically be paraded out for people to just stare at and clap. And Glaber is not happy about this, but Alithia's dad doesn't exactly give him a choice, and so we've got more games coming up.
He's like, because he's like, am I not the same status as this asshole? And the dad's like, yeah, but not in my eyes.
Name only.
yeah,
I think it was in title only, or name, something like that. Yeah.
He's like, you fucking bitch.
You suck. You suck, Glaber, is what Alithia's dad is basically telling him.
Yeah.
So what happened with Crixus? Crixus is back at the villa. He is very sad. Heart with him and tells him that, hey, I've been there. Crixus asks him, how did you survive your wife dying? And Spartacus says, I basically didn't. I consider myself a completely different person now. The man I used to be died with my wife. Crixus says that he feels responsible for Naevia because when he wanted to pursue Naevia, he gave no thoughts and no fucks about what happens if the affair is discovered. It didn't even consider to him. He didn't even think about what Xena would do if this was found out. And so he blames himself, and Spartacus tries to get him to basically join his quest to free slaves. It's like Naevia was this amazing woman, and yet she still died a slave, and we don't want that for the rest of the slaves, so let's go free them. And Crixus is not having it right now. He's like, you've told me this before, I'm not into it yet. And so they have to table the discussion. Crixus is not yet on board with going in and rescuing slaves.
Real quick, before you move on, that scene between Spartacus and Crixus, they reshot that because when they first watched it, Spartacus starts crying, and Crixus starts crying, and they were like, we can't have these two badass dudes crying with one another.
Why?
And so I don't know. I don't know. They should have, but they reshot it. They wanted at least one of them to not be crying.
Get
I was like,
your
that's
fucking
that's
toxic masculinity out of
Yeah,
my show.
Hold on. Look at
Look
at this fucking asshole. Look at this guy. I'm going all in here. Quick break here. Boom. Boom.
Full house. I think he got this. I don't think there's a way for him to win.
Give me all your monies. Okay,
he tried.
continue.
Nice.
Continue.
All right. Ronan, he's got a fucking sandwich in front of him.
Yeah.
Anyway,
burger.
we see
I will
Agron
take
and
that
Crixus.
sandwich.
Or sorry, we see Agron and Spartacus, and they're making plans, and they're going. Their ultimate goal is to get to Vesuvius because it gives them basically high ground. It gives them a place where they
And we
can
all know
stage-
what happens when you got the high ground.
It gives them a place to stage attacks on the surrounding area. They also talk about, I think it's Neapolis. Basically, slave ships come to port in Neapolis, or whatever this place is called. And Spartacus didn't arrive at this port, but Agron did. And Agron tells Spartacus, like, this is where fighters come. Like, people captured in wars are like soldiers captured in wars are brought here to become slaves. And Agron tells Spartacus, like, not only can we get slaves that can actually fight, but they're slaves, their armies just lost to Rome, they will be very on board with joining our cause. And so Spartacus is like, I'm on board with this. So Spartacus and Agron have plans to go to Vesuvius and also free some actual soldier slaves. The only issue is Crixus going to be on board with this? Because the Gauls are still not fully in support of Spartacus. They still want to do their own thing. When Spartacus issues an order, they always retort with, well, what does Crixus have to say about this? And so Crixus comes out and gives this great speech. And he's like, I've lost Naevia, Spartacus lost his wife, Agron lost a brother. But
look at him. He's sending out an olive branch there.
He is. He's whatever issues he had with Agron, he doesn't have them in this moment. He's going to have them again real fucking soon. But in this moment, he doesn't have those issues. He tells people that we've all lost people, and because of that loss, we all have a fire inside of us, and I would turn that into an inferno. I'm going to Vesuvius with Spartacus. And so, for about 5 minutes, everyone in Spartacus's group is united. They have one goal in mind. And then the next day, when they're planning to head to Vesuvius, Crixus goes and makes peace with Nasir, because Crixus was the one in favor of just killing Nasir when he tried to assassinate Spartacus in the previous episode. And Crixus admits that, I basically was racist against you. Like, I met a Syrian before. We did not have a good time. He hurt Naevia. He's talking about Asher. I held all of that against you, even though it wasn't your fault. Naevia wouldn't want me to do that. I am
Look at
going
this
to be a better
growth.
person to you.
Look at this growth that this character has gone on since Gods of the Arena. It's incredible.
Yep.
It's great.
And then
It's gone. It's gone. It's completely gone.
Crixus extends his hand. He wants to make peace with Nasir, and Nasir says, I have to tell you something. Cut to Crixus yelling Agron's name and running and fucking Goldberg spearing him to the ground.
Good God, King! Spear through the table,
He's
King!
broken in half. And Spartacus is like, what the fuck is going on? 5 minutes ago, we were united. And Agron's plot is revealed, and Spartacus says, a lie for the greater good. And then he turns around and just slaps the shit out of Agron.
Well, exactly
And
what I'm
tells me
going to do
what's
to
gonna
Ronan
happen to
next
Matt.
time I see him.
No, I said it first. I did it first.
Shut up! He tells Agron that if it was your brother Duro in the mines rather than Naevia, no one would have lied to you about it. Like, we would have gone and helped you. But Agron's like, I'm not going to die for Naevia. Like, he's essentially, he's talking about the greater good. It's like,
Needs of the many.
Needs of the many. We let Naevia die, and the rest of us go to Vesuvius to regroup and start our plans to wage war on the Romans, or we go and rescue this one woman, and a bunch of us will probably die in the process. And Agron's not having that.
Question for you guys, real quick. So let's put ourselves in this situation. Let's take away the fact that Agron comes across as a total asshole in this, but let's just focus on his point compared to like Crixus' point. If we were in this situation, is Agron's point more apt and something like, well, yeah, he's technically right, or would we be like, fuck that, we're gonna go, get Alyssa or get Maddie, fuck it, that's what we're doing? What would you guys do in this situation?
Well, I mean, unfortunately, we are cursed with the knowledge of, hindsight. We know exactly what is going to happen.
Yes,
And so within the context, I mean, yeah, he's absolutely proven correct. Everything he warns them that will happen, spoilers, happens. Now, of course, we can also make the argument that, with more hindsight of knowing what happens in, the next season, that it's worth it because, we know what's going to happen. But I mean, for all intents and purposes, he's correct. It's like we're going to lose several people in an effort to save this one person.
So you would be on Agron's side in that situation, is what you're saying? Like you would be one of the if Agron's like, hey, the gladiators who want to come with me, come with me. Would you go with, in that situation, forget hindsight, in that situation, Ronan, would you go with Agron or would you go with Spartacus and Crixus?
I'd probably go with Agron in this because it's
God,
he's right.
You're one of those. Okay.
He's
Steve,
right,
what
but
would you
he
do?
is fucking correct.
What would you do, Steve?
Yeah, I'm kind of a pussy, so yeah, I think Agron is correct. I'd probably go with him. I think.
God.
So here's
I
the
would
question.
go with Crixus, man. I'm rolling with my boy.
And you might die. But
Fine.
that's my next question. If it had been Agron's buddy who likes whores and axes, who I don't even know if he has a name. If that guy had been like, hey, Spartacus, my girlfriend's in the mines, can we go rescue her? Do you think Spartacus would have said yes? Or would he have been like, we'll get vengeance for her?
No, I think he would, because Spartacus comes out and says, look, we gotta protect everybody. We're no better than the Romans. That's literally what he says.
Yes, but then he
says
leaves
that.
everyone else in the mines.
Well, no, there is
he
a
doesn't
line.
leave them. It's not like he intentionally leaves them in the mines.
No, he has there is this is spoilery for a few minutes down the line when they're in the mines in this very episode. But no, Spartacus tells the slaves inside that mine, he's he tells them all survive and know that I will come back for you.
Yeah. Now you could argue he leaves Crixus behind, but Crixus told him, get me the fuck out of here.
Let's just back up because we're jumping ahead right now.
Okay.
Agron says, anyone who doesn't want any part of this stupid shit, come to me with Vesuvius. Anyone who wants to die, go with Spartacus and Crixus. And and eventually, Agron tells him, I tell Spartacus, it's if you survive, come find us and we'll join up again. And then Crixus is like, you better hope I don't fucking make it. And he says that line with a fucking smile, like he is daydreaming about all the horrible shit that he's going to do to Agron if he makes it out of this.
Love Crixus,
but much to Agron's displeasure, Nasir volunteers to go because Nasir says, I've been to the mines before with my Dominus. I might be able to help. Before this, some more Nasir stuff. The same blonde worm-tongue slave that was whispering
Shadara?
in Mira's ear. Yeah, that one. You know what I'm talking about.
Blonde chick.
Yeah. The slave that was leading Mira astray. She began having sex with Raskos just for position, as she says, but she also tells Nasir, hey, I know that you and Agron have feelings for one another. You should go for it. I'm going to go fuck Raskos because I think that benefits me somehow. But she encourages the relationship between Agron and Nasir, which will blossom later in the show. But for now, Agron is very upset that Nasir is not coming with him to safety. And so all of the gladiators that are going with Crixus, they strip down. They make jokes about, are we going to fight naked with our dicks?
Hey, I have a funny fact about that. So,
Well, of course you do.
No prosthetics. Rob Tappert said there was no prosthetic penises in this show at all, and he's like, they just told the actors, if you want to go completely naked, we'll pay you a bunch of money. And so the ones that went naked are the ones that got a lot of money.
All right, well, good for them because
Yeah,
that's the horse cocks.
That's a great fact, Matt. Great.
Hey, that's what I'm here for. Yeah, no problem.
Anyways,
Thanks, man.
Spartacus and Crixus' group, they load up into carts, they present themselves as slaves. For whatever reason, Nasir makes sense to pretend to be the leader of the slave master of this cart. I have no idea why they selected fucking Raskos to also be like the slave that's in charge. But anyways, they're heading off towards the mines to rescue Navia and just Navia. Meanwhile, we see the games that were talked about, and Verinius or Varius, whatever the fuck his name is, the guy that wants to bang Alithia and apparently has Alithia's dad's blessing to do so.
You should just say one of the guys who wants to bang Alithia.
Yes,
because it's
a normal straight male that exists in this show who wants to have sex with Alithia, as everyone does. It's time for the games, and so he makes this big speech. We see gladiators fighting, and then it's time for Glaber's men to show up. Oh wait, before that, we'll talk about this first. But we got to back up to talk about Animaeus again. But Glaber,
we missed him torturing.
I fucking get it, Ronan. I'm gonna double back around to it, you piece of shit. I'm just
so much
this goddamn
tension.
Hamburger that's in front of Matt's character.
It looks good, doesn't it?
Anyways, it's time for Glaber's men to come out, and then they don't show up, and everyone boos, and Glaber gives a speech saying that, I'm so sorry my men couldn't be here. They're actually on an important mission to go catch Spartacus. Like, as we speak, they're closing in on him, and it does not take much to rally a Roman crowd to your side. Because I didn't find his speech all that impressive, and yet at the end, everyone is cheering Rome, 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 Rome.
I think it's because he's like, we're gonna get Spartacus. Because the whole town, remember, they think like Lucretia's alive, and they're blessed by the gods, and they're Romans. They want Spartacus dead.
Yes. Well, these games that were supposed to prop up Verinius and kind of shit on Glaber, Glaber has turned this to his advantage, and now everyone in the arena is on Glaber's side. So, how did Glaber know where Spartacus was? Asher is torturing Animaeus to no avail. Animaeus is giving him absolutely nothing. And then Xena, who again question, is she crazy or is she scheming or is it both? She tells
this
Asher,
episode would lead you to a little column A, a little column B.
Yeah, it's hard to tell because she looked fully crazy in episode 1, and then I kind of backtracked on that episode 2. I don't know where we're going to end up at the end of this season, but she tells Asher, well, a lot of things happened in this Ludus that you don't know about. There's secrets abound in these walls. Gannicus fucked his wife, and so
use that, Darth Asher.
Yes, and so Asher goes and begins torturing Animaeus again, and he's like, "Oh, love hurts a man. It hurt Crixus when Navia was taken away. It hurt Spartacus when his wife was killed. I bet it hurt you when Gannicus fucked your wife." And Animaeus is not having it. He is not having it, but Asher eventually convinces him, "Hey, how did your wife exactly get that poison wine? Why was she found with Gannicus? The truth hurts, doesn't it?" And Animaeus,
he says something great. He has some sort of great line. I don't know what it is exactly. He's like, just another man fallen for a woman who's gotten dicked by multiple men, or something like that. And you're just like, God, this guy is so evil.
Asher is an incel, 100%. But he So Onomaus slips up, and so Asher is talking about all the loves of these men's lives. Spartacus's wife, Onomaus, he lost his wife, and then he mentions Navia, and I don't remember the exact line, but Onomaus says something about like how they will find her or they won't abandon her. And I threw away a full house, you son of a bitch! God damn it. Onomaus accidentally lets slip that they're hunting for Navia. And Asher's like, fuck, I fucking figured it out. And like the reason they hadn't been able to find Spartacus was because they weren't going where Spartacus wanted to go, they were going where Crixus wanted to go. And Asher goes and presents that information to Glaber, and Glaber's like, I'm not, like, you've told me nothing. I am not impressed with this. Like, you gave me, like, the scantest information. Fucking kill Asher. And so the guards go to start to kill Asher, and then Xena shows up and says, you would defy the gods? Basically, saving Asher's life by pretending that the information that Asher has gained is supported by the gods, and so Glaber's like, fine, I will send men down to the mines to try to find Spartacus, and that's where we're at after the games. So the cart pulls up, and Nasir is trying to pass himself off as the slave master. He's fumbling. There's this just disgusting human being who is giving Nasir shit, and then Mira pops out and it's like, oh, should I present myself now? And so she goes off to distract the guy running the mines by fucking him, but it doesn't work out because she pulls a knife and threatens to cut his dick off until he tells her where Navia is in the mines. She eventually kills the guy. I think this is the first person that Mira kills, but there's a moment before they leave where Mira tells Spartacus, like, I don't just want to go to bed with you. I want to go on the battlefield with you. She wants to be like his equal. I want to learn to fight. Yeah. Yes. So Mira's little bit of character development in this episode is she wants to become a warrior. And so she tells Spartacus, I want to fight, I want to learn to fight, and then she kills this guy after like getting him to tell her where Navia is. And so Spartacus's group kills like the bodyguards that are outside. He leaves 2 of them behind to take their place, and they go into the mines to hunt for Navia, who they eventually find, but not before Glaber's men. Marcus and his group show up. Asher recognizes the 2 decoys that Spartacus left outside, and so Asher kills them, points out to the fact that they've got the band of Batiatus on their arms, and so now Marcus knows that, yes, Spartacus is here. They infiltrate the mines. There's this cool battle throughout the mines where it's the Romans versus the gladiators. Eventually, they rescue Navia. They leave everyone else behind. Spartacus tells them, survive, and I'll come back for you.
Yes.
But still, he went on this journey to rescue one person, and gets the one person and leaves everyone else behind.
They didn't have the manpower to take down everybody in the mines. He's coming back. They could have
taken more than Navia.
It was almost like people. It was almost like they were told this very situation was going to happen.
Weird, right? It's almost like Agron was absolutely correct in what he said. Anyways, Romans versus gladiators in the mines. Mira is leading them out. They find this gate that will lead them to safety. But the Romans are on their ass, and so Crixus says, get Spartacus, get Navia out of here. I will hold them off. And so Spartacus gets the rest of his surviving crew, gets them through the gate, locks it against Navia's wishes. Crixus fights off the Romans, but eventually he's knocked out. And also Raskos was there. I don't necessarily know why Rascos didn't flee with Spartacus. Maybe he just wanted to stay and help Crixus. But there was no point
he's a
where
true
Rascos.
homie, Steve.
Yeah, there was no point where Rascos was like, "Yeah, I'll stay behind too." He's just there.
I think isn't there like one other guy? That's the next episode. I like when because I could have swore there was more than like two of them. But like, I can't.
Yeah,
remember.
well, all we see, I believe, is Rascos and Crixus staying behind to basically guard the exit to let Spartacus flee. They get defeated. Crixus gets knocked out. Fade to black, and that's the end of the episode. This is one of my favorite episodes of the season. I remember the assault on the mines being very cool, and it did not disappoint upon what's probably like my fourth viewing of this episode.
Yeah, this is a great episode. A few fun facts. The cave sequence was one of the worst that the actors went through filming this entire series. The director just kept dumping mud on them constantly throughout the whole thing. Apparently it was hot,
as you
terrible.
do when you're a director.
Yeah, hot, terrible, cramped, and they just constantly had mud dumped all over them. There is a moment when Crixus first finds Navia that there's like another slave that turns and like tries to protect her. That was actually supposed to be Navia's friend. So they had a whole subplot where Navia was in these mines, and she actually had a friend that was trying to like help her, but they ended up not being able to film any of that stuff. So the only thing that actress got to do was turn around and like take a swing. but that was supposed to be like somebody there that Navia was friends with.
By the way, this is Navia 2. The character was recast, and I don't necessarily know why she was recast, but this is a different actress playing Navia.
I think I read many, many years ago, I could be wrong about this, but the original actress was kind of like not into doing all of the nudity that was required for this show, and I think that's kind of one of the reasons why she kind of left the show. But I could be wrong about that.
I hope Xena didn't like leave negative comments about her, like the girl that played Aurelia.
Yeah. And so there's also we see briefly Sepia again in this episode, and she's outside on the what do they call that? Where they're Pulmonus, yeah. They actually had a bunch of seafood there. That was real seafood. It was super, super hot, and it was apparently getting really nasty, but that was an actual real octopus that she ate. The girl who plays Sepia, Stars did not want her. They thought that she looked way too young for the role and wouldn't work.
She does. She looks like she's 12.
Yeah.
It's really creepy.
They actually had to put her in makeup and costume and take her in front of the Stars executives to quote-unquote show that she could play the role. But I agree with you guys. She looks a little too young.
Her scene in the Pulvinus is like she's continuing to give shit to Alithia about how much it must suck to be pregnant and to be tied down with a husband. And Alithia is starting to really have issues with her relationship with Glaber. Like, she tries to seduce Glaber at one point, and Glaber, stupidest man in the show, turns her down. Because he has other things in his mind, like catching Spartacus. And so Alithia very, sadly says, lust is one of the first things to go in a marriage. But they're all kind of like, well, one day Sepia is going to have to, settle down. And she's like, well, he's going to have to be rich and famous and good looking. And then she kind of starts looking at Verenius. Much to Alithia's dismay, because Alithia now has a house for Verenius.
Yeah. But, I mean, those Roman men, they want the young ladies. And Alithia is not that young of a lady, and she's going to have a kid. So I think that's a whole aspect of the show, is like all the mind games and the social strata that all these characters are trying to sort of maneuver around, where it's like Alithia realizes, well, she's pregnant. She's not the character. She's not going to be seen as kind of like that, hey, I can do whatever I want, young, hot, sexy woman that was in Blood and Sand. Now she's going to be a mother and have all these responsibilities, and Glaber could drop her at any time. It's harder for her to secure what she wants to secure when she's got a kid. Ronan, what did you think of this episode? Was it good? Okay, cool. Steve, what did you think?
One of my favorites of the season. Loved it. Love every part of it. Can't wait for the next episode. Hopefully Ronan's on time for that one.
You have any thoughts, Ronan, for this?
Yeah, great episode. Good episode. Good writing for everybody. Good Asher moments, because you get his speech that he's giving on Emmaus while he's torturing him, talking about all of the terrible things that he has done. It's I remember it like it was yesterday. I was standing right here when I saw Crixus fucking Navia, and I remember it like it was yesterday when I was upstairs plotting with Badiatus to kill such and such. Yeah. And that's when he drops the whole and it was just upstairs where Granicus took your wife for the first time to entertain some romance. He's such a prick. He's so great. He's a great villain.
I'm glad they didn't cut those scenes.
Yeah. This I don't know what
would not
season
be the same without that.
Yeah.
The season would not. I try to imagine this season had Asher been killed in season 1. I try to imagine it without him. It's you'd have to rewrite everything. It could nothing could flow. It had to be a completely different season without him. It's no doubt for the worse.
I'm going all in, gentlemen. This is the end of the episode.
I am as well.
Going all in blind.
Fantastic episode. Love every part of it. Lots of great character moments between everyone. Even when they're being shitty characters like Agron.
I think the
Agron
mine looked
around,
cool
though.
too. They actually did a pretty cool job in the mine, and they mentioned that they actually hired a ton of people for extras for that whole mine sequence because they didn't want it to look like there was just a few.
Because Spartacus couldn't be fucked to rescue them.
Well, I mean, he's coming back for him, Steve. So, I mean, Steve wants Spartacus to die. I think that's the thing. Steve wants Spartacus to die. Ronan's only got 3.2 thousand chips. Okay.
I mean, I don't have much. I'm going all in blind. Let's do this.
All in.
This.
Here we go.
This is a bad idea. This is always terrible.
Matt's one. I don't know that I've played much this entire recording session. So Matt will have plenty of money left even if he wins this one or loses this one.
Unless
I think
these people
it's just 3 of us. These pieces of shit. Come on, dude. 31,000. You got this.
He's full. That's the guy that was. He won quite a bit.
Yeah.
Here we go.
There we go.
Here we go.
Come on, dude.
Don't be afraid to be a part of the mythology.
Yeah. There it
Come on,
goes.
dude. Come on.
Oh.
Yeah. There we go.
Okay.
There we go.
Queen Jack. Queen Jack.
Like 3, 4. Boo. Boo.
Oh.
Give me 4s.
Oh no,
Ace
King. Oh, that guy's got
4s.
Ace King.
Has a lot of fucking chips.
Oh god!
Oh my god!
Jesus
God
Christ.
damn it!
I'm gonna split with this dude.
Yeah. I don't think there's any way anyone else can win.
No. I hate this. Why do I keep?
Oh, he got a fucking flush! He got a flush on the river!
It wasn't that! Go fuck yourself!
No.
You deserve this!
No!
I don't feel bad anymore. That's it. I'm leaving. Thank you for listening to another exciting episode of Jupiter's Croc. Join us next week, and if Ronan deigns to present us with his presence, maybe we'll talk about episode 4.
Welcome back, everyone, to another episode of Jupiter's Croc. My name is Matthew. Joining me tonight down there in Memphis, just a little bit late, half an hour late. Felt he had to take a shower before he jumped on. I didn't even think people in the South showered, but we've got Ronan.
My name is Ronimus Maximus.
And Spartacus is here.
I will never, ever call him that.
No, I won't either. So we're back, ladies and gentlemen. We're, by the time we wrap up this recording tonight, we're halfway through season 2, which is wild. I was actually thinking about it. I was like, man, we're almost done with this season after, spoiler alert, we watched episodes 4 and 5, so we're going to record these back to back. But we're going to talk about Empty Hands. Empty Hands, episode 4 of season 2. Spartacus, take it away.
So there's kind of like mini episodes of Spartacus. There's kind of multiple story threads going on at once. I guess kind of the main one, the one that involves Spartacus is fleeing through the woods. They just left the mines, and Marcus, who I guess is Glaber's right-hand man. Marcus is leading a group of Glaber's people towards Spartacus, and Spartacus is basically just on the run throughout the entire episode. They've got Navia, they've got a handful of gladiators that definitely had names and are definitely super important in Season 1, and they're just trying to make their way to Vesuvius to meet up with Agron. We also see Glaber, and Glaber is expecting Spartacus to show up. He was expecting Spartacus to be caught, but of course Spartacus was not caught. Instead, 3 of Spartacus's top men were captured and presented to Glaber, and those top men are Crixus and...
My man.
It's Crixus and Raskos and
some other guy who is totally 100%,
who is definitely there. Definitely not just there so that named characters get spared with what happens in this episode.
I can't believe that
course,
you would dare imply that kind of thing would happen in this show, Steve.
Yes, Red Shirt, very, very important to the rest of the Spartacus series. What am I doing in this fucking hand of poker fold?
I'm gonna win this hand,
folded
guys.
mine.
I'm just letting you know I'm gonna win this hand.
That's good.
I didn't mean to fold it, but at the same time, I'm okay with it now.
Anyway, so Glaber is unhappy that Spartacus hasn't been captured, and he starts to kind of turn on Asher. Or does that happen? Does the turning of Asher happen this episode or next episode? When we watch these back to back, it's hard to tell. He's not happy with Asher, but Marcus and his men are still out hunting. We see Alithia's dad, and I've never. What's Alithia's dad's name? It's like
Alithia's dad.
Oh yeah,
Alba something.
I forget.
I just want to call him Alithia's dad. Alithia's dad shows up with Verinius, and they're shitting on Glaber because last episode Glaber's men were supposed to show up in the arena and make a big spectacle of themselves, and of course Glaber didn't go through with it, and so now here are these two people to shit on them. And so then comes Alithia, and Alithia still has the hots for Verinius, lucky him. And Alithia says, hey, you know what, it's been a minute since we had an orgy. How about we have an orgy in honor of you, Verinius? And so Glaber is not happy.
Who hasn't said that to themselves? When I haven't had an orgy in a while.
Yes.
The pleasures
I
of the
guess
House
I
of Batiatus.
Yeah, the pleasures of the House of Batiatus are back in this episode. So there is an orgy that's meant to be in honor of Verinius, and this is supposed to smooth over the hurt feelings between Glaber and Verinius, but really it's just because Alithia wants Verinius now. Back in the Spartacus plot thread, the nameless gladiators are dying. I think we get to the point where we're like, they've treated like 5 or 6 actual gladiators, actual warriors for Navia, so hashtag Agron was right.
We've been vindicated.
Yes.
Now,
and
here,
at some point...
Before we go too far into this, I will say this is my major complaint with this episode. I love everything that's taking place in the House of Batiatus. I love the backstabbing and the machinations and the politics and everyone trying to one-up each other. That's all fantastic. Every one of these scenes, when it cuts back to Spartacus in the forest, trying to like outrun Marcus and the Romans, this just felt to me like nothing really happens at all to them other than they just die, right, in this normal thing. But there's no like arc, there's no learning anything. It's like they cut to this because they didn't feel like they could spend the entire episode in the House of Batiatus. And
that's right.
I felt it was just boring. I'm like,
yes,
I don't give a shit what Spartacus is doing over here. I don't give a fuck. Just get him out of the forest. I hated it going back and forth like that.
You're skipping
That's
to
fair.
the end, Matt. We're supposed to have this conversation at the end of the episode, Matt.
I know,
God
but I couldn't
damn it.
hold back. This is
But
the first time I was
Matt
like
is
kind of
so angry.
Yeah.
All right, thanks
Yeah,
for listening,
the-
everybody. Join us next
Angron.
week for the next episode. Join us next week.
Well, I didn't say what happened in the House of Batiatus yet. There's plenty to talk about there. There's nothing to talk about with Spartacus. Spoiler, just to save Steve some time, Spartacus, they keep running in circles in this thing. Everyone starts dying, and then eventually they get saved at the end by Agron. Okay, let's focus on the House of Batiatus.
Yeah, cool. I don't have to talk about the Spartacus side of things. The only thing,
It's gonna be a quick
that
episode.
I was going to say was that Nasir gets stabbed. He gets stabbed in the stomach, but because now he is a main character, he got one of those survivable stab wounds in the stomach that some people occasionally get in the episode.
That was funny when Navy is like, "Oh, Crixus had worse than this, and he was fine. Just put some fire on it. Just cauterize the wound, and you'll be fine."
Yeah, you seal the wound. It's a little known fact that internal bleeding hadn't been invented yet back in ancient Rome. And so if you just cover up the outside of the wound, it's totally fine. Anyways, Spartacus Spartacus is running through the forest for a long time and eventually gets saved by Agron. That's all you really need to know. Marcus gets killed by Asher because Asher's telling Marcus, like, dude, Spartacus is going to win. We gotta get the fuck out of here. And Marcus says no. Marcus wants to keep pressing the attack, and so Asher kills him basically to save himself. That's all you need to know about the Spartacus side of things.
Yep.
So back in the House of Batiatus, they are planning an orgy. Lucretia is talking about there's Sepia and Alithia both want Verinius, and Lucretia is kind of stoking the flames on both sides of that.
Alithia makes note that Verinius, because Verinius and Glaber are the same position in theory, they're both praetors, but Alithia makes the point that he's going to be a consul, which is basically like co-head of Rome, essentially. So Alithia is trying to hitch her wagon to the Verinius train, and we'll find out. Is he interested, Steve? We'll find out.
Yeah. So down in the plan for these captured gladiators is they're going to be killed at Vernius's games. Vernius is having games to distract the populace from the terribleness of Spartacus and Spartacus's forces. But the gladiators get put underground to wait for their imminent death, where they meet Oenomaus. And so this is the first time Crixus has seen Oenomaus in a long time. They have a heart-to-heart. And now Crixus is like, all that matters is that Navia is safe. I will gladly give my life for her. And Oenomaus is like, oh, that's fucking dumb.
Oenomaus is like,
so
fuck
many
women.
men fall to ruin.
Fuck women.
Yeah.
Women suck.
After learning the truth about Gannicus and Melita, Oenomaus is very much a bros before hoes guy now. And so it's like the script is flipped, because like in early season 1, like Crixus, outside of wanting Navia, is like, I got no time for this. And Oenomaus is the one who's all about honor, and he had previously had a wife, and so like they're kind of, their outlooks on love and women in general have kind of flip-flopped at this point. And so there's the big orgy. It's to honor Verinius, and they roll out the 4 slaves, and so you've got Oenomaus and Crixus and Rascos and Redshirt, and there is disagreement about what's going to happen to these slaves, and Verinius and Glaber keep trying to one-up each other. They're both trying to get the glory. So Glaber's caught all these slaves, and Glaber wants to just kill them now. He wants to kill them at this private party, because since he caught them, he gets the glory. But everyone else is like, or Verinius is like, I'm going to have games. They're going to be executed in the arena, and if the execution happens in the arena, then Verinius gets the glory, because he is the one who's organized these games. And they keep going back and forth, and multiple people in this orgy are just egging on both of them. Seppius, gets very upset because apparently his cousin died during the night that Batiatus died, and so he wants to kill them now. He wants vengeance, and so Glaber and Vernius they meet in the middle. 3 of the gladiators will be saved for the arena, and then 1 gladiator will be just tortured to death inside.
I wonder which one.
Yes. Which of the 4? Remember, how does one choose which gladiator to be sacrificed? Remember all the amazing things that Oenomaus has done, and Crixus is the undefeated Gaul, and Rascos is kind of like
he's kind of there.
He's got like a prominent. He's probably like the second lead of the Gauls under Crixus.
He's a named character from season 1.
And then Red Shirt. Remember all of the battles in the arena that Red Shirt has had. Red Shirt gets picked. They do this big song and dance where they say, well, Xena, you are the one who has been most wronged in this house. You get to pick. And so Xena kind of walks by them, holds her hand out like
duck,
she's
goose.
That's basically it. Eeny, meeny, miny, Red Shirt.
Pretending that the gods are leading her to who the victim's going to be, and she stops on Crixus, and she's like, "Oh, the gods have spoken." Red Shirt. And so the other 3 get kicked back downstairs, and everyone starts taking turns torturing Red Shirt, and Vernius is very clear. It's like, no mortal wounds. Your cuts can only go skin deep. Basically, we want this to last a long time. We want everyone to have the chance to torture Red Shirt. And so I think Sepius starts first, because he was the one who was really advocating for this besides Glaber. And so he cuts out Red Shirt's tongue, and then I don't know, one of the other rich Roman characters whose name doesn't matter. He goes up and cuts off dude's nipple, and everyone takes turns just cutting this guy. And then
it was that skeezy.
Yeah, it was the creep. It was the creepy guy who
Casudius. Yeah. He's got the most punchable
that creepy
face.
child touching motherfucker.
Yeah.
Casudius is fucking creepy. I hope this man required a lot of makeup and costuming to have this look, because if this is what he looks like all the time, I feel motherfucking sorry for him.
I'll point out
the creepiest creeper to ever creep.
Oh yeah, he's got the perfect evil Roman face. You look at that oh man, that guy's awful. And I will say, even though this Red Shirt, I didn't know his name, this was kind of a disturbing sequence of events here. Just watching them cut pieces of flesh off of this guy, and they're all laughing about it, and they're having a good old time. I felt bad for Red Shirt. I wish I knew his name.
He's suspended in the air. It just looks every part of this looks just awful and painful and disgusting.
If only they'd taken the slightest bit of effort to give him some form of character in the last few episodes.
Did we even see? Because I know at the end of last episode, I knew that Crixus and Rascos have been caught. Was this guy even in the last episode?
I don't think he was. Maybe in the background. He might. I'm sure he might have been in the cart. Maybe.
He was a Crixus bro though, because when they get captured, they come in there and Crixus is like, "It should have just been me. Why are you guys here?" And that guy's like, "I roll with you, Crixus. You're my dog, man." So I mean, he was a fanboy of Crixus. That's why he was there.
That's what being a fanboy gets you, Matt. This is a painful lesson for
Worth
you
it.
that you will not learn.
Worth it.
About fanboyism in general. You won't learn the lesson. Steve and I will be fine. We're not going to go to the mines and defend, stupid stuff like Star Wars, and you will be hung and cut to bits.
Anyways, let's go back to the fate of Red Shirt. So, Sepia and Ilithia both want Vernius, and Xena has petitioned the gods on behalf of both Sepia and Ilithia, and so they're kind of battling now to see who's going to get Vernius. And Sepia is like really turning on the charm to try to get Verenius, and so now it's Sepia's turn to cut a little piece off a red shirt, and she gets up there, and Verenius is kind of like guiding her, and then she can't do it. She stops, and then Alithia
freaks out when he looks at her. You looked her in the eyes.
Yep, she starts crying, she can't do it, and Alithia just walks up, grabs the sword, and just stabs Red Shirt. It's like, that's how you fucking do it. And that really turns on Verenius, because he like immediately loses interest in Sepia. So Sepia goes off to cry, and her brother Sepius is kind of creepy towards his sister. And
Kinda?
They've got kind of a...
He's putting on the southern charm, guys.
Oh, yeah.
They were very much ahead of the curve of porn, of step porn, except for take the step part out of it. That's very much his thing is the incest browser.
If you take the step out of step porn, you just have porn, Ronan.
But step brother or step sister.
There
porn,
you go.
You
there you go. Okay.
What are we talking about? Anyways, Sepius and Sepia leave, and Sepia has been thoroughly embarrassed by her inability to torture a man, which is apparently a really big turn off to Verenius.
Romans, am I right? Jesus.
Alithia goes and pursues Verenius after all this, and Verenius is with some younger girls, and Alithia makes note of this. It's like, eventually I'm going to catch you with a fucking toddler if you don't pull your jets here. And so they send the other girls away, and Alithia and Verenius have a moment. There's a little finger banging going on, and Alithia basically propositions him. It's like, hey, hypothetically, what if I wasn't married to Glaber anymore? And Verenius is like, hey, make that happen, and I'll be here to pick you up.
Well, he wants the money, right? Because Alithia's dad is super rich. They have the name, and she's like, with your name and my dad's money, you'll be richer than Crassus. Because they name drop Crassus again in this episode. Verenius does, when he's like, oh yeah, Crassus, he's got a tiny cock, or whatever. So they've sprinkled Crassus's name out there multiple times in the series so far as the richest Roman out there. So yeah, he's gonna go after Alithia, but she's also got a kid. She's got a kid.
So she has to be unencumbered if she wants to marry Verenius. So, but step one of that is getting her father's blessing, and her father is not having it. She's I don't know why Alithia's dad is so against this. He doesn't like Glaber. You think he'd be all in, but
I think it's the social thing. It would
be...
The
stigma of divorce?
Yeah, the stigma of that kind of thing. Would be like, what are you talking about? You have his kid growing inside you. I can't just, divorce you and that stuff. So, be socially unacceptable to him.
Yeah. So he's not into it. Alithia is disappointed. But then Xena goes out to talk to this is real stupid. Alright, I'm gonna call this. Xena goes out to talk to Alithia's dad, and Xena's like, oh, isn't it great that Alithia is important to both of us? We have this bond over how much we love your daughter. And Alithia's dad's like, grumble, grumble, grumble. And then Xena's like, well,
accurate.
If you have concerns, why don't you come and spend some time with me, and I can share your concerns with the guys. They go off and fuck.
You'll come. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Giggity.
They go off and fuck, and Alithia catches them, and she is pissed. And so she tells Xena, I know you're doing this to pull some shit. And Xena finally confesses. Yeah, she doesn't. And Xena finally confesses, I remember everything. I have my memory back, and so Alithia realizes, okay, she clearly remembers what happened to Lycinia, and so Alithia is just like, fuck it, I'm gonna fucking kill you. And if anyone says anything, I'm going to tell people that you lost your senses and attacked me. And she starts choking out Xena, and Xena basically like throws herself on the mercy of Alithia and is like, I banged your dad to convince him to dissolve your marriage with Glaber. I love you, Alithia. I want to go back. I wish I could undo all the terrible things. I want us to be friends again. And I used my magic Xena vagina to convince your dad to grant you a divorce.
It
And
is a
so
magical
now,
vagina.
I'm sure it's wonderful, and she used it to great effect. And I think that's pretty much the end of the episode. Alithia immediately is like, "Yes, everything is as it should be. You're back in your proper place beneath me." But she's all about this. Xena is back in Alithia's good graces, and then also Spartacus meets Agron at the end of his forest adventure.
The red shirts that were with Spartacus, they also die.
Yeah, like I said, they're down a good 6 or 7 actual gladiators by the end of this episode, and so Agron was right.
There's also another interesting thing about that kind of annoyed me a little bit, where you see Marcus and Asher, and Asher says at the beginning, he's like, "Look, man, you're spread out. These are gladiators. They're gonna fuck you guys up," but over the course of the thing, I mean, the Romans are winning. They keep killing these guys, these gladiators. Yes, they're losing men, but they keep losing all these dudes. I'm just like, that didn't even narratively work for me, because I was expecting, it was like, well, yeah, let me see
I think
Spartacus wrecking shop. That's what I wanted to see happen, but it was like they were still getting wasted, whittled down, and it looked bleak, like nothing was going to happen. And then, yeah, I just didn't like any of the Spartacus stuff. I just didn't like it.
I was fine with it. Like, it could have been shortened up, but I was ultimately, it didn't bother me at all. I mean, Asher is the best part of all of those scenes. I think I was getting confused. Like, next episode is where Glaber really has had enough of Asher. But no, I was fine with the Spartacus stuff. Like, it should have been shorter. Yeah, I mean, that's all I can say about it. Like, it didn't hurt the episode, but I would have easily taken 10 more minutes of House of Badiatus versus 10 more minutes of Woodland Adventure.
Yeah, I agree. I think there was so much more stuff they could have done. You could have had, like, even more scenes with, like, what Crixus and Oenomaus and all them are up to, and just more dialogue between them. Like I said, they haven't seen each other in forever, and just, I would have loved to have never left the House of Badiatus, but I don't think they could have done an episode of Spartacus without Spartacus in it, so they had to kind of throw that in there. I don't know, Ronan, what do you think of this episode?
That'd be like an episode of a show called Book of Boba Fett, where, you know, Boba Fett does nothing.
Very, very similar, yeah. But what did you think of this episode overall, Ronan?
This is probably, I mean, my memory of the rest of the season is fuzzy, but this is definitely, I'll say this is probably the weakest episode of this season. I was watching it the whole time, I was very, because, yeah, it's like what you guys were saying, the stuff in the woods just isn't that interesting, and, yeah, like, the political stuff, like, you know, the whole, like, you know, senators and stuff doing this thing that they do, I don't, like, I can't say I'm quite as positive about it as you are. I didn't find it nearly, nothing that was happening this episode really hooked me, so the whole time I was just kind of like, you know, mostly ignoring it, just kind of like, whatever. Yeah, so this, I'm gonna give this episode a solid meh out of meh.
I think that's fair, and I think I had sort of mentioned, Steve, before we started recording, that I feel like this episode is probably the one that I felt was the weakest as well, even though I loved all of the stuff that was going on in the House of Badiatus. There was just something about it where I was just kind of like, is any of this stuff, you know, as exciting as what we've seen before, or as gripping and engaging as we saw before? I don't necessarily think so, even though there was some cool stuff in it. So I'm kind of on your level, Ronan, but probably a little bit more enthusiastic about the stuff in the House of Badiatus. How about you, Steve? What are your overall opinions of this ep?
It's fine. I mean, I if you say it's the weakest of the season so far, like, no arguments from me. But I also didn't think it was a bad episode. Like, tighten up the Spartacus stuff a little bit. Give the Glaber and Alithia and Vernius a little more time to breathe, and I think it would have worked out better. Red Shirt's name is Acker or Acer, depending on how you want to pronounce it. I looked it up.
Okay. Well, I'll take a drink of scotch for Acker, because he was a real bro. He went through some shit.
That torture scene, because I remember you said that kind of bothered me. I saw it, I was like, oh yeah, that sucks. Oh yeah, they cut his tongue out. Oh, that's rough. But it didn't connect because I have no connection to that character. Had they done a little, just a smidgen of character, like if it had been the Axe guy, we don't know, we call him Axe guy. He's got no personality outside of he carries an axe. Yeah, he carries an axe. That's his personality, and he had one good line in the first episode. You had me at whores. If you had done just that slight amount with this guy, I probably would have cared more. I was like, oh, man, that sucks. He was kind of cool. Because I would have had some connection to him. I had nothing with this guy, so I didn't really give a fuck. It's like, whatever.
Do you think it would have been more impactful for them to have selected Raskos for that? I feel like if they would have, because spoiler alert, Raskos doesn't make it. But if Xena would have picked him, and we would have seen, because we have had that kind of build up with him, I think that would have made it, number one, far more sort of subversive. Because of course, as soon as you saw Acker. As soon as you saw Acker, you're like, okay, yeah, he's the one that's going to die. They're not going to kill Crixus, obviously. They're not going to kill Animaeus. But I could see them going for Raskos. So if they had done that, would that have improved all of that for you?
Would have been better. Because again, I'm still not really. I wasn't really sold on anything happening in the episode. But had it been, let's suppose, hypothetically speaking, they had chose Raskos, or even really edgy, they picked Animaeus. Which that would have never happened. But if they had, it would be like, what the oh my god, that would have been very, very different. But no, it's a red shirt. Who cares?
Yeah, I guess I just. I look at torture and I feel something in my soul, and you don't. That's fair.
I mean, clearly they should have tortured Crixus and then just have an excuse at the end for why they can't just outright kill him. That would have been some fucking impact.
Oh yeah, that would have been a really good story plot. Or she actually picks him and he's being just totally tortured.
And then they just they actually stick to the only skin deep, no mortal wounds thing.
Yeah.
And then at the end, when they're about to kill him, plot reasons they can't go through with it.
Well, I think it'd been cool. Where what about this? I mean, now we're just workshopping
Slave
this, but
one to canon.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. We're doing our headcanon here. What if they would have got Crixus, tortured the shit out of Crixus, but only to make it so that he could barely fight in the arena. So it was almost like guaranteed he was going to get this embarrassing, terrible death. And then he has to go out just completely, basically butchered, attempting to be the badass that he is. That would have been cool.
Yeah,
that would have been awesome.
There were a lot of things they could have done. They chose none.
That's true.
I'm looking at the wiki, and according to the wiki, Acker or Ace or whatever his name is, was in the previous episodes of Seton Vengeance. He wasn't in Blood and Sand, but I sure as fuck don't remember him.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Okay.
He was just kind of there as a background character, I guess.
Well, he was there as a Crixus fanboy, just in the background. We'll probably go back and look at those episodes, and he's in the background,
he was
giggling.
He was
and
there to take one for the team.
Yes.
Yeah, so this doesn't really necessarily fit in with any of the stuff, but this is a weird historical note from the book. So they make this divide amongst the gladiators, in the TV show. They make this divide where it's okay, the Germans, which would be Agron, and there will be more coming up, and the Gauls, there's this big kind of divide against them. But historically speaking, the Germans and the Gauls were more or less the same people. So, like, Germans and Gauls kind of stuck together in the Spartacus War, and it was Spartacus along with all the along with all the other Thracians, because the show just seems to make it out like Spartacus is the only Thracian that seems to exist. When no, there were a fuck ton of Thracians at the Ludus, historically speaking. It's like, so I just that's a weird little note where it's like there are dozens of German characters, all the Gallic characters, like you even get Celtic characters with Gannicus. Only one fucking Thracian. Apparently Romans just within this universe are just like, no, we can't use them. They have to be killed on sight.
What the fuck is going on with this hand of poker? Fold!
I threw in 2,000 and it started getting bigger after that. So, yeah, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for listening to another episode of Jupiter's Croc. We'll be back next Friday with a look at what I would only imagine is an episode that really made Ronan happy. That's what I got out of the next episode. I was like, Ronan's probably going to be very, very happy.
Oh, God. Well, we can't leave until we see what happens with his hand. Matt's throwing his dick on the table.
Yes, I'm putting my Crixus-sized dick onto the table right now in poker, so please, put your browser back over onto the Outpost Unknown Jupiter's Croc tab here, and watch me as I dominate
lose 14,000 chips.
Are you guys both out?
Yeah,
I'm out.
Yeah,
oh yeah, I got a full house. I got 3 6s and 2 7s.
I had a queen. I had a queen and a 5. I was tempted to stick in, but I was like,
look
no,
at all this
no.
money I'm about to win. Oh, he's got 6s too. That's okay. I'm still. Yeah. Oh, that guy's got 3 7s. That guy's got 3 7s. No! No!
Oh, he won on the river too!
Oh no!
I also would have gone all in on that.
Oh God! Well, that's what happens
on the river. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for listening. Join us next week, where we are most assuredly to have a better episode.
At least Navia's safe.
I cannot play this fucking game while being Spartacus. It's so fucking hard.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to another episode of Jupiter's Croc. My name is Matthew. Joining me, laughing at my misery from last week, my final hand there, is Ronan.
Yep. Totally last week. Happened last week.
You just can't get cocky. Literally, just cannot get cocky on Jupiter's Croc. And Steve, also known as Spartacus.
Yep, I am here for the wines and questionable women.
So, I think we were all. I mean, we didn't hate last week's episode of Spartacus, but we were probably
had a whole week to think about it, so
yes.
it probably grew on us.
Yeah,
it didn't go on me.
Now we get into episode 5 of season 2 called Libertas, and Ronan, without spoiling anything, I'm just going to throw it out there. You enjoyed this episode, is that correct?
A much better episode. Much better episode.
Okay. Well, Spartacus.
Spartacus. I don't know where that's coming from, but yeah.
That's a whole different show. Spartacus, start us into why Ronan was very happy with this episode.
So, Oenomaus, Rascos, and Crixus are out on the sand. They are about to be executed ad gladiatorum, or whatever the phrase is. Gladiators are coming in to kill them. And the gates open, and out comes the execution squad. Ronan, who is leading this group?
Fucking Gannicus. The crowd is chanting.
Gannicus.
The crowd's chanting. The hype level is real.
Yep, and Oenomaus and Gannicus have a little back and forth where Oenomaus is basically like, did you fuck my wife? And Gannicus is like,
yep.
Define fucking. And Oenomaus just attacks him. And then we cut back to the day before, and Spartacus is still on his fucking woodland adventure, but they find a temple. And so they go into the temple, and there is a Roman there. And at first, the Roman pulls a bow and arrow and aims at Spartacus. And so there's a standoff, but then he hears the name Spartacus, and he's like, "Oh, fuck yeah, Spartacus rules." And so this Roman guy,
fanboy.
Yep, he invites Spartacus in, and even though he is a Roman, he is all about Spartacus because he doesn't consider he doesn't consider himself a Roman anymore. He doesn't give a shit about the Romans because Romans basically like killed his family and took everything he had. And so he buddies up with Spartacus and his crew and lets Spartacus basically stay at this temple. Is he just homeless and living there? I don't know. But there's a temple now, and Spartacus is going to live there for a while. But then the guy lets it slip that the rumor in Rome is that basically you've been defeated or you're on the verge of defeat, and to punctuate that, some of your men are going to be killed in the arena, and dude bro Lucius doesn't necessarily know their names, but he's heard that one of them is identified as the undefeated Gaul, and so Navia's like, oh sweet, Crixus is alive.
We didn't even talk about Navia last week. Navia's got PTSD. She got PTSD. She's getting everybody killed. She's freaking out. Yeah. She's running around when they're trying to like hide. She's a problem.
She did nothing. Hashtag Agron was right. And there's actually a scene in this. This is as good a time as any to talk about it. But Navia is lamenting the fact that, like, I prayed every day for to be reunited with Crixus, and then I get rescued just to learn that he's going to now die in the arena. You should have left me in the mines. And Agron's like, I tried to tell him, and I actually love that he's not backing down. He's not like, oh, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I should have helped them. He's like, no, I tried to convince them to leave your ass. And Navia understands, she gets it. She's not upset with him at all. I think at this point she would have preferred to be left in the mines, because now she thinks that Crixus is going to die, and there's no possible way to rescue him. And then so Agron and Crixus have a conversation, and Spartacus is like, man, it'd be fucking dumb to attack the arena, right? So anyways, let's plan on that attack. And so they are going... Spartacus is going to launch an attack on the arena to try to rescue Crixus and crew.
And to send a message, Steve. Don't forget to send a message to Rome.
Send a message. We also see what happens to Glaber and Asher. Asher has brought the body of Marcus, Glaber's buddy, back, and basically Glaber kind of holds Asher responsible for not catching Spartacus, because all of Marcus's men got wiped out by Spartacus, and Glaber's like, I've had enough of your shit, Asher, and so he's planning on sending Asher out to the arena and to be executed with Crixus and Rascos and Onomaeus. We saw the flash forward already. We know he's not there, so what happens to him? So Asher is in chains, and he has a meeting with Xena where they make a plan. The plan is Xena is very, very upset because for all throughout season 1, Xena was lamenting the fact that she and Badiatus never had a baby, and she goes through a fertility ritual. She's got some baby fever at this point, and so she finds out that Alithia is going to have an abortion. There's a vial of something that she's some sort of poison that's going to kill the fetus. And so Xena is very obviously upset by this. She wanted a baby in the house of Badiatus for so long, and now there potentially is going to be one, and Alithia is going to kill it. And so she convinces Alithia that you shouldn't do it yet. She says, I forced this on many slaves to not have baby problems.
Badiatus is having illegitimate children all the time.
So she recognizes this abortion drug, and she tells Alithia, well, if you take this, you're going to be sick and bleeding for days, and we have got the games coming up. If you're not there, the people will talk. So how about you hit the pause button on this, and you wait to take this drug after the games. And Alethea's like, okay, you know, we're friends again, so I believe you. And so then fucking Xena immediately goes to Asher, who's chained up. He's like, hey, I want you to steal the abortion drug and swap it out with just this water and bitter herbs or something. Basically, like, we want Alethea to think she's going to abort the baby, but she's actually not. And then when the baby comes, when the baby survives this abortion drug, I'll present it as, oh, it's the will of the gods that this baby was born. I don't necessarily remember why she was outside of baby fever, why she wanted this to happen, but she's going to say that it was the will of the gods that this baby be born. And so Asher, go steal the abortion drug and don't get caught.
I love Asher. That Asher's like, what the fuck? How am I supposed to walk around and get this shit? And she's like, I got you. I used to be the domino of this house. I got you. And hands him the key.
Yes. And so Asher does this, or he uses this knowledge, and at this point we don't know, like, is this also a part of Xena's plan, or is Asher going rogue? Because Asher, knowledge in his head that Alethea has this abortion drug, he goes to Glaber. And so he tells Glaber, like, hey, your wife's pregnant, she's got some abortion juice in there. I'm guessing you're not on board with this, and so, you know, if you want to protect your baby,
sweet abortion,
you need to go have a talk with her. And so Alethea goes back to her room, and she finds Glaber there. And I don't know that we mentioned it at the end of the last episode, but at the end of last episode, Alethea and Alethea's dad and Verinius are all in on the plan for Alethea to get a divorce, and then go marry Verinius. And everyone's like, let's keep Glaber out of the loop. And so Glaber, he kind of figures things out because he confronts Alethea about the abortion drug, and he's like, is there really, you're really going to kill my baby? Like, remember the love that we used to have? Like, are we really so far gone? And Alethea's like, yeah, I don't love you anymore. I'm
she's
leaving
ice
you.
cold to him.
Yeah, she's like, you
cold.
are not. She's like, you are not worthy of me anymore. And so she's like, and Glaber can't say anything to this. Like, at this moment,
do you think she said that to anybody in real life? You are not worthy of me anymore.
I mean, she should. It's factually correct. But at this moment, like, she's won. Like, Glaber is just shut down. Like, he has no recourse here. He knows that it's him against Verinius and Alethea and Alethea's dad. And so Alethea's like, come on, let's go to the games. We will present ourselves as husband and wife one last time. But then at the end of the games, I'm leaving with Verinius. And Glaber's just like, well, fuck. And so Glaber goes to the games with everyone. And
tail between his legs.
He is not having a good time. And so I feel like we're skipping over a bunch, but it doesn't matter. Like the finale, like Spartacus is going to fucking destroy the arena, and so he and Mira and Agron and a group of slaves, they make a big speech. They tell Lucius, like, hey, if I don't come back, lead my people to safer lands away from Rome. But we're gonna go get Crixus back, and so
he's my boy.
They basically like sneak in through a sewer. And so, like, a question that I have is, like, what happens to the bodies? Because you have a scene where there's just a guy, like, chopping the arms and legs off of dead bodies and then throwing their entrails in the sewer. Like, what did the Romans do with these bodies?
I don't know, but when Liam McIntyre came up out of that water, it looked like he had pink eye.
Yes, it did. They all had
Permanent
pink
pink
eye.
eye. Yes. They go diving through a sewer to get to the underside of the arena where Spartacus and Agron kill guards and put on the guard uniforms. And then the plan is they are going to go out to the arena and be the arena guard. Meanwhile, the rest of the crew is going to be like pouring oil and pitch under the seating to burn the place down. Before all this, though, we do see Crixus. We see Gannicus. He shows up, and a Roman guy named Mercado is paying him to come back, and Gannicus is like, yeah, give me some money because I need wine and hookers. And then he goes off and fucks a random girl.
Extended sex scene with Gannicus there. I mean,
yes.
This dude brings him wine in the middle of it.
The
makes him
woman
stop to
tells
pay
him
him.
that
It's
he
hilarious.
fucks like a god. It's great. Gannicus is great in this, but he doesn't do a whole lot in between, like the beginning and the end. Like we get one scene that shows like how he was brought to the arena, and then he goes and gets drunk and fucks this woman, and then he doesn't really do anything else until we get back to the end of the episode.
I had a question about this. So they basically hire Gannicus because they want Gannicus to come in and execute Onomaus and Crixus and whatnot. Was there any thought put to the fact that, well, actually Crixus was a champion and Onomaus was a champion, and maybe Gannicus is out of his realm a little bit here? I mean, I'm not saying Gannicus is bad. Obviously, he's a champion too, but it's not like he was being thrown up against a couple scrubs. These are like awesome gladiators, and I was a little. I wish they would have done something where Gannicus kind of like acknowledged how great they were or something, or there was even a moment where he's like, well, geez, yeah, this might be a little more difficult. Maybe you should throw some more coin my way or something. Because it just felt like, okay, Gannicus is showing up, but imagine people who have not seen Gods of the Arena and they just sort of like maybe watch Blood and Sand and they're going straight to this. You'd have no fucking clue who Gannicus was or why he was this awesome, amazing gladiator who would come in and potentially kill Onomaus and Crixus. So I wish they would have done a little bit more backstory there.
The thought that occurred to me during all this was executing people via gladiator is what got them into this mess in the first place.
It's true.
Like, if they had just executed Spartacus in the first episode, they wouldn't have this problem. If they had just executed Crixus and Onomaus and Raskos, they wouldn't have the subsequent problems that they're about to have. It's like they learn nothing.
Well, it's like that. Actually, that does. I mean, you joke, but that does check with history, considering how they threw like 6 praetors at Spartacus, historically speaking, before they decided, okay, we might need to send like a consulate or whatever the next rank is with like the actual Roman military, because 6 times in a row they sent a praetor and were like, yeah, take a couple of hundred and get the rest of your troops along the way. I mean, who cares? It's just a slave rebellion. Nobody cares.
Just fool me 6 times, shame on you. Fool me 7 or more times,
and then
but anyways,
maybe
can't get fooled again. Anyway, so we're at the end now. Spartacus and Agron are at the gate. They're about to basically let the execution squad out onto the field. We have Verinius and Ilithia and Ilithia's dad, and everyone's up in the Pulvinus, and everyone's just kind of shitting on Glaber, and he is just sitting there with the most like angriest fucking look on his face he can, because he can't do anything. He is lost. Like at this point, he knows that he has lost.
And Ilithia just keeps twisting that knife.
Oh yeah.
There's that moment when they're talking about great man, and she's like, "Well, there's none here," or something like that. You're just like, God, she just keeps looking over at him, giving that smile.
Yeah, there's a scene like because before, like the way the games and the execution work is like they're just random gladiator fights, and the winner of those fights become the executioners for the final round. and there's a moment where a gladiator dies to another gladiator, and someone says, "Oh, this fight will be remembered for all time." And Alithia says something like, "Yeah, not all men will be remembered, though." And then, like, glares at Glaber. Like, everyone is shitting on Glaber, and it's great. Alithia also lets slip to Xena that Glaber discovered the abortion juice, and Xena is like, "Oh fuck, that's not what I told Asher to do." And so, like, at the beginning, when Asher makes his move, you have no idea. Like, is Asher gone rogue, or is this part of Xena's plan? Well, you know at this point, like, this is clearly not Xena's plan. So Asher at this point has gone rogue. So anyways, it's time for the final fight. One of the other gladiators mentions, one of the nameless gladiators mentions, "Oh, we had the honor to fight alongside Gannicus," and then that perks up Spartacus, because Spartacus has never met Gannicus.
Yeah,
it's
true.
But
there's a fair chance he's never heard the name.
Well, he kind of perks up a little bit when
he perks up a little bit when he sees the brand on Gannicus's arm, because that's what he says. He's like you from the House of Badiatus, because he tells him that.
Whether he knew the name or not, he very quickly figures out who this person is.
One would think he would have to have at least heard of him, because they kind of pretty clearly established that Gannicus is a pretty popular person, like, well known. I mean, he was like allegedly, don't they say he's like the only slave to have ever won, his freedom in the arena or whatever. I think Gannicus is pretty well known. Spartacus would have heard of him.
I mean,
you would think. I don't know. If he didn't know who Gannicus was, he figures it out quick, and he starts talking to Gannicus like, you were one of Badiatus's men, and you're here to kill your brothers. And Gannicus says, yeah, and kind of like, I guess kind of going back to what Matt was saying, like, we kind of learn why Gannicus came back here. He's coming back because if Oenomaus is going to die in the arena, he wants to be the one to give Oenomaus an honorable death. But I love the part where when Spartacus starts talking to Gannicus, there's this cut to Agron, who gets this like, "What the fuck are you doing?" look on your face. Like, we are not here to be friends with the executioners. His look, he doesn't say anything, but he gives his look, and it's fucking great.
Agron's very worried. He thinks they're going to die in there.
Yeah, he is a mega pessimist, and when
he was correct about the mines.
In the arena, he was. Hashtag Agron was right.
Justice for Agron.
But anyways, all the pieces are in place. Agron and Spartacus are in the arena. They're guarding the gate, but they are inside the arena, inside like the fighting pit, wearing full, Roman armor and whatnot. Meanwhile, Mira is leading a group of other gladiators below the seating, and she's setting fire to everything. And Agron is constantly complaining because the fire is taking too long.
I just kept thinking of, like, Spartacus. He should have been like, hold. Because Agron's like, now? We need to do something now. Like, hold.
Then Razgos gets killed, and they're still, and Spartacus is still like, nope, not yet, not yet.
They have to sit. They watch Razgos die, and Spartacus has to just accept it because he knows that he can't. If he attacks now, he spoils the plan.
Crixus starts getting stabbed.
Yeah,
I mean, they make Crixus
gets his
die.
ass beat.
No, I wouldn't go that far.
No, it's an ass whooping.
No, he's got his. He's in handcuffs.
Certified. It's a we didn't like Matt.
You can get like 10
You
people
can get
before
an
that.
ass whooping in chains. All right.
Rascos dies, and Crixus gets an ass whooping. Oenomaus and Gannicus are having a one-on-one fight, and one of the other random gladiators at one point goes to fight Oenomaus, and Gannicus just goes and like pushes him out of the way, like, no, this is my fight. But eventually, right before Crixus, who had his ass beat, is about to die,
the undefeated Gaul motherfucker.
He got defeated in this fight.
False.
Right before he is about to die, suddenly the fire picks up in fans, Romans, start like falling through the floor, and now finally Spartacus and Agron launch their attack, and so
Worst
this
CG. The worst CG in the
awful
show.
CG.
It's
but you know
bad.
what bothered me more is that all of the other gladiators, like they were gladiators, they were also slaves, and there was never a point where Spartacus was like, "Hey, I'm Spartacus. I'm giving you a chance to join me. Please stop trying to kill my friends." So Spartacus and Agron just go in there and kill all of these other gladiators. That felt very, very strange to me.
Out of character?
Yeah, a little bit out of character. But anyways, like he kills they kill all these other gladiators. They rescue Crixus. Rascos is dead. Then they go to find Oenomaus, and he has been rescued by.
Well, you forgot,
Gannicus.
like, that horrible CG like thing fell on Gannicus and Oenomaus.
That was the joke I was about to make, but you ruined it.
Okay.
So
God damn it,
Gannicus survived the terrible like CG flaming wood pile that fell on him, and Oenomaus is just laid out, and so Spartacus and Crixus and everyone they go up to what am I doing? What am I doing in this fucking
There's that
match?
moment. There's that moment where it was like, is Gannicus gonna fight these guys? Or like, are they gonna fuck?
Yeah,
Are they gonna...
they have a standoff, and then Gannicus is just like throws his sword down, is like, "Help me carry him," and so they get Oenomaus out of there. Gannicus loses his Rudus, like the wooden dagger that grants him freedom. He ends up leaving it in the arena. It gets lost in the chaos. So all the gladiators, they rescue everyone but Rascos, and they escape. They make it out. While they're escaping, all of the like really super important people up in the Pulvinus have to escape. Now, something that made me very happy. Spartacus, when he pulls off his helmet and makes it known that this is Spartacus, he and Glaber like eye fuck each other for a minute, and Spartacus picks up a spear and he chunks it, and he hits Glaber he scratches Glaber's cheek, but then he impales that child molester Casudius, and it's fucking awesome. Fuck that guy. Fuck
His
you,
face,
Casudius.
he's like, oh, and everyone's like, no,
He's like,
Casudius.
But so everyone else is fleeing, and so like the big players are Ilithia's dad, Verinius, and Glaber, and so everyone is gone except for Glaber and Ilithia's dad. Everyone else has died or fled already, and so Ilithia's dad takes the time to be like, Glaber, fuck you, this is stupid. Like, Spartacus has embarrassed you again. You are done. You are finished. Your days in the Senate are over. And then he walks away. And then Glaber's like, well, fuck. Well, I guess I should at least try. I should at least try to survive this. And so Glaber flees like shortly after. And as he's fleeing, he finds Ilithia's dad, who has been crushed by like falling debris. And Ilithia's dad is like, help me, Gaius, help me.
This is like the Scar Mufasa moment, kind of.
Yes. and Glaber lifts up this giant pile, this giant like wooden beam that fell on Ilithia's dad, and then he gets this look on his face, and he's like, "I'm not the idiot you think I am," and he just starts smashing this giant wooden plank on Ilithia's dad, and so Ilithia's dad is dead, and so they escape, and Glaber and Ilithia. Glaber escapes, and then he finds that Ilithia and Verinius have already escaped themselves. And so he goes to Ilithia, and Ilithia's like, "Where's my dad?" And Glaber's like, he didn't make it. And Ilithia breaks down, and Glaber's like, "Oh, don't worry, we'll get through this together as husband and wife. And then Verinius looks at Ilithia, and Verinius knows that's it. No divorce is going to be happening here. Ilithia, he doesn't say it, but Ilithia is now useless to him, and so he just turns his back and walks away. Ilithia is breaking down, knowing that her master plan to marry Verinius has failed, and she is now stuck with Glaber. The end. This episode is fucking awesome.
There's that great moment earlier on in this episode when Ilithia feels like she has won where she's just walking through, like, or maybe that was it, or I don't know. There's again, they kind of run together, but she's just walking around the House of Badiatus, and they're like all the important people there. She got the smile on her face, like, I have won, and then by the end of the episode, she's like, I've lost everything.
From hero to zero. Alithia experienced all the heartbreak and emotion that Matt experienced at that ending hand from last week. She went through all of that.
Very true. There's a microcosm, yes. Ronan, I will turn this over to you. Your boy's Gannicus. Tell me what you thought of this episode.
It was a good episode. Yeah, this was much better than last week's. Again, not saying last week's episode was shit, but this week's episode much better. It's like, this is what we want. Just like the stunning upsets, the action in the arena. Like Gannicus has now re-entered the fray. So we as we knew he would. He was has destined. He doesn't do a super ton in this episode, but this wasn't necessarily about him yet. But we know it's gonna be. We know it's coming. Although, I get the fact that, I think all he really had to tell on Emmaus that was just like, look, man, I'm a slave. I was a slave at the time I was told to do it. I had no choice.
But he actually fell in love with her,
the second and third time, though.
Yeah, because
there
he fell in love with her.
Third time, was there?
He fell in love with her.
There was the second time.
They banged multiple times. That's what's
no.
important.
They banged like
the last
one
time was not ordered by Badiatus or Xena.
Well, you just omit that fact from that.
So lie to your friend is what Ronan's saying, Steve. Lie to your friend.
When swords are involved, you tell a lie.
Okay, Steve, your thoughts on this episode?
I think this episode's great. Spartacus's plan, I thought was a lot of fun. Gannicus coming back was awesome. But very much like last episode, I was much more invested in the Glabber and Alithia stuff than I was the Spartacus thing. But I mean, both parts of that, because they're both of these plot threads happen alongside one another. They were both good, both great. Spartacus was awesome. I thought Alithia and Glabber stole the show again, but episode's fantastic. One of my favorites of the season.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think it was, and when Gannicus comes back, you just sort of get that, fuck yeah. All right, Gannicus is finally back. She's like, where is he? How are they going to incorporate him back into all this?
How do you feel about the flashback? Would it have been more impactful if he had shown up at the end rather than the first 10 seconds and then the words "one day earlier" pop up on screen?
I think so. I generally speaking, I don't think at least with this show, when they're doing the flash forwards and the flashbacks and stuff like that, I don't necessarily think that's the best choice narratively for that. But I think it was in wrestling terms, a great pop at the beginning of the episode, right? You're like, holy shit, because they're setting the stage right. Gannicus is in the arena now against Crixus and Oenomaus and Rascos. And you're like, how the hell are these guys going to get out of this? So I think that's what they were originally going for, was setting the stage where a fan of the show would be like, how could they possibly get out of this? And going way back many years when I first watched this, I know that I didn't think, Spartacus is going to show up and burn the fucking arena to the ground and basically murder tons of people, burn them all. That was not something that was on my radar as what could potentially happen. So, I think on one hand, I do think that it would have worked narratively better if he would have just shown up. But again, you don't have that sort of powerful moment, right? Where we would have seen him. What was the first scene he was in, technically, in the flashback? It was just like he was at a market or something, and he wants some coin to, go get some women.
I'm light of coin.
Yeah,
a few pieces would steal me to my purpose.
Right. So I think that's not as grand of an entrance. But when he walks in with the swords, and you see Oenomaus see him, and you're like, the history there between the two. You're like, oh shit, how did we get here? So I agree with you in one respect, but I think I like how they did it here.
See, I think I wouldn't have shown Gannicus at all until the end. I wouldn't have had that scene with him drinking wine and.
You don't want the 3-minute long sex scene with Gannicus? You want to cut that out?
They could have put that in another episode. It would have been fine.
Okay.
But I think it would have been cooler if we only see Gannicus at the end. But I mean, whatever. The episode's great. Ronan, what's the historically what happened to the arena? Did fires actually happen to it?
Not that I'm aware of. Like, it's like the book that I have, it goes over like the Spartacus Revolution. I have no clue if the arena in Capua burned down around the same time. It never mentions it. So, I think it was last episode Matt kind of mentioned like the whole thing as to how Spartacus keeps this season kind of keeps putting them on the losing end. Historically speaking, he was on the winning end until he defeated 6 Praetor battles before eventually having the one loss before things started to go bad. But historically speaking, he should be just winning after winning after winning because the Romans did not take it seriously. So
I've just looked it up online. Did Spartacus really burn down an arena in Capua? There are no ancient sources that claim that Spartacus burned down an amphitheater. So probably not. Creative liberties. Liberties. I will say the CG in the burning down was awful. I think it was the worst in this entire show. Even going back to the first episode, the CG was atrocious in this and looked terrible
I'm watching
on a high-def television.
DVDs, not even Blu-rays, and it's real rough.
Oh, it's rad on the Blu-ray, man. It's real. On a 55-inch television with a Blu-ray, I'm like, yikes! When the first people fall into it, it looks like something DJ would make. I love DJ. Like a rush job. Boom.
The people running around next to the section falls down, then you see the people next to him running around. It just that mesh was just not. It's not good. They do not look right.
The piece that fell on Gannicus was atrocious.
But also it's because it looks terrible, but also what made me laugh out loud, very very heartily laugh out loud, was how in order to defend himself, finger quotes, he just kind of lifts. He takes this weird stance, lifting a sword over his head, just like that. That's kind of his block. I will just let it fall on the sword, and it will just slice itself in two, like I am an anime character.
You got to roll with it. Clearly, they did not have the budget that they probably would have wanted. I did not get a chance to listen to the audio commentary tracks of either one of those, but I will go back and listen to this one because I'm curious as to what they say,
guys,
about that sequence.
I'm going all in blind this hand.
Okay. That's what we do. I've busted so many times tonight. What's another 10,000?
Giggity.
Who cares?
Giggity.
Finish your thoughts, Matt.
Yeah. I will say all the stuff with the Lithia. Whoops. Here we go. Hold on. I think these past 2 episodes were probably the 2 strongest episodes acting-wise by Viva Bianca. I thought she was awesome as Alithia in both these episodes.
The highest of highs and the lowest of lows.
Yeah, just the looks and the evilness and the it was just so good. And I thought this episode was fantastic, and I can't wait to win all my money back.
Yeah, let's do it. Yeah, almost everybody's in. Oh, that's a shitty hand.
Oh, hey!
What do I got?
I don't like this.
Ace 2.
Give me 5.
Oh, fuck. We got 3 aces out there.
So there's
5. That's not. Oh, jeez. Okay,
queens.
That doesn't help
No one's
anybody.
got queens.
Come on, give me a 5. Give me a 5. No. Now I need a 10.
Oh, motherfucker.
Oh.
You got the 10?
Yeah! Yeah! I was looking at all those clubs and I was like, all those spades, and I was like, wait a minute, I finally won one! Eat my fucking asshole, you cocksuckers!
I still had some money left. I'm leaving. I've won so much. I have nothing else to say. This episode was great.
Next week, Chosen Path, Episode 6 of Season 2 of Vengeance. We'll see you then, everybody. Hello, everybody. Welcome to another episode of Jupiter's Croc here on the Outpost Unknown YouTube channel. We're running 15 minutes late because some diva has become the new Rachel. So I introduce Ronan as the new Rachel. How are you, Ronan?
Well, that's shit to do. Deal with it.
Okay, well, we do. We do have to deal with it.
Yeah, you do.
And of course, our humble, I don't know what I'm going to say. Spartacus is here.
Yes, it's getting harder and harder to keep track of these episodes because I have to watch them in bulk to accommodate someone's fucking schedule.
Yeah, you do. Think about that.
Deal with it. So tonight, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to talk about episode 6 of season 2, Spartacus Vengeance. This one is titled Chosen Path, and let's just get right into it. Spartacus, take it away.
Oh, god damn it. So this is another episode that's heavily divided between what happens with Spartacus and what happens with Glaber. So I'm gonna talk about these things individually because I'll never be able to keep track of it otherwise. All of the surviving gladiators return from their triumphant destruction of the arena.
All 4 of them.
Yes, all the masses of gladiators that got back from this arena fight. They survive. They announce the destruction of the arena. Everybody's happy. They bring in Onomaus, who is gravely injured from the arena collapse. Crixus gets reunited with Navia, but they're about to have some relationship issues due to her PTSD. Gannicus is there because he wants to make peace with Onomaus, and the blonde slave girl whose name none of us know, she asks, "Hey, what happened to Raskos?" And she's told, he died in the arena, like a gladiator should. And so let's go ahead and get her story out of the way first. She was sleeping with Raskos because she thought it gave her protection and some sort of higher position within this group. She first approaches Gannicus and tells him, "Hey, I had this deal with Raskos. I would offer you the same deal, me for the position within the group that you give me." Even though Gannicus is like, no, I'm not one of these people. 2, I'm not interested.
I'm good.
And so as she's having this conversation, a couple of gladiators walk by, and Donar, who's the guy that had the really good whores line back in episode 1, he kind of eyes her up. Axbro, Donar. He eyes her up, and you find out later that they fucked because when he's coming back from hunting or something, she goes up to him. It's like, "Hey, basically I'm your girlfriend now. Let's go do stuff together." And he's like, "What the fuck? I had my fun with you. I'm not interested anymore."
Shockingly, they didn't show any sex scene between them, right? Because I was a little confused by that. I was like, "Oh, did they actually have sex? Did we ever see that in a previous episode?" Or
yeah, we never see it.
That's weird, because they show everyone else fucking in this show.
Yeah. Maybe they didn't have... Maybe that was another thing that was cut in this condensed season.
Maybe he was like...
This fucking poker hand.
Yeah, maybe he was like, "Oh, no, I'm not getting naked."
Yeah. Anyways.
Oh, man, that guy beat us.
Yes. Yeah, I was like, what am I doing in this poker hand? I don't know, but whatever.
Fucking Gandhi beat us? God damn it.
Well, don't know what you're going to do with that comment, Matt. Anyways,
he looks exactly like Gandhi.
That's great. Donar had sex with blonde slave girl once. It was like, I had my fun. I'm not interested. Like, I'm not committed to you after fucking you once. And she's very upset. And she talks to Mira. And Mira is like, maybe you should figure out your own path in life rather than fucking gladiators because you think it gives you some sort of position. So we're going to see how that bites everyone in the ass later on in this episode.
Epic foreshadowing.
Yes. Crixus is reunited with Navia, but they go to have sex, and Navia can't handle it because she is very highly traumatized from what happened to her leading up to her getting thrown in the mines. She becomes suicidal at one point, and Crixus is very concerned about her. But there's nothing that Crixus can do, and Crixus, there's a couple of scenes with the two of them But Crixus, she's suicidal, or that's what Crixus thinks. And at one point, Crixus is like offering any solution he can. We'll go away from here. I'll protect you. Whatever you want to do. And she's like, no, I don't want any of that. And Crixus is like, what the fuck? Like,
she's like, I'm a different person. That person you knew is dead and gone.
Yes,
she's gone full Darth Vader.
Well, Darth Navia tells Crixus, or Nixus. that's their couple's name, like Benifer. Navia is just like not responding to anything that Crixus offers her, and Crixus is finally like, "What do you want me to do? Do you want me to just sit here and watch you fade away? Do you want me to just like stand by while you kill yourself?" And Navia tells him, "No, I want you to train me to fight, and so that no one can ever harm me the way I was previously harmed." And Crixus is like, "Fuck yeah, we're gonna do this."
Yeah.
And so Crixus,
he is so excited about this.
Yes,
fight.
He begins,
it's the only thing he loves more than sex is fighting.
I feel like he loves fighting more than sex, but if he can get the two together, he's going to be all about that. But so that's where Navia and Crixus are now. Crixus is going to begin training her throughout the rest of the season. Spartacus really, really wants Gannicus to join their cause, and Gannicus is not interested. He makes it very clear that I am just here to try to make peace with Oenomaus, and then I am leaving.
Gannicus is awesome in both of these episodes we're going to talk about tonight. I love that Gannicus, he's just looking, he's like, you guys are all going to die. Like every last one. You're all going to die.
Gannicus does not believe in this at all, but to try to get Gannicus, bring him into the fold, Spartacus invites him out hunting. And so Spartacus basically like spills his life story to Gannicus, like, hey, Glaber killed my wife, and now I'm very anti-slavery, and, we could use your help. And Gannicus is like, you're scaring away the fucking deer. And just shuts him down. Gannicus is not interested at all.
I love when first he's like, wait a minute, you're doing this for a woman? Like, you're letting all these people die for a woman?
Well, I don't know if Steve, you were going to bring this up later on, but so Spartacus, like, because this happens before they go hunting. Spartacus is he's talking with Crixus about how it's like, yeah, you knew Gannicus beforehand. What's he like? Oh yeah, he was one of the best, just like us, and tries to, because Spartacus wants intel on him, and Crixus is like, oh well, you convinced me, surely you'll be able to convince him. And Spartacus's grand idea for this is to stand up and give a hero speech, and he's given the epic hero speech, and then fucking Crixus and Agron get into it in the middle of his hero speech and completely kill it, and Gannicus is just kind of sitting on high, like on the wall, like Snoopy, just kind of sitting there chilling, and then he starts laughing at them. It's like, you aim to take down Rome, but you're all trying to kill each other.
I have a question for you guys. Do you feel like they really established a real solid, like, why is Spartacus so kind of like hell-bent on getting Gannicus on board? Because it's just one dude, right? It's not like he's, Spartacus didn't really know who he was before he basically like met him the last episode briefly in the arena. Why is Spartacus so like, we gotta get this guy? Is it just because Crixus says, yeah man, he'd be great for us?
Yeah, I think it's because Gannicus already knows several of the gladiators in the House of Batiatus, and another plot point that we haven't talked about yet in this episode is it's becoming very apparent how few of the people they have actually know how to fight. Like, there's a comment about no house slave will ever become a gladiator, no matter how much you will it. And so a point in this episode is... prior to going and rescuing Navia, Agron had mentioned, hey, there are boats of captured warriors that are going to be sold as slaves coming into Neapolis. We should go, liberate one of those boats, because they just don't have enough people that know how to fucking fight. And so I assume, since Spartacus is already like, yes, we need fighting men, and he happens to come across one of the greatest fighters ever, he's very on board with getting Gannicus to join.
Yeah.
I can buy that.
Like there is a line at the end of Gods of the Arena where Batiatus is like, we're never going to speak Gannicus's name in this house again. So I don't like we have no evidence to believe that at any point in season 1 somebody told Spartacus off camera, of course, about Gannicus. Which I mean, we know the real world explanation. It's because they hadn't written the character into the show at that point, so they couldn't mention him. But at the same time, like that's probably the reasoning for why Spartacus doesn't know who he is or how good he is. But, I guess the fact, like, Crixus could tell him, oh, yeah, he stood a champion like us. And so, like, Spartacus and Crixus are, like, the two, like, they're the main killing machines. Like, each one of them is worth, like, 5 of another soldier. So, that's what they need. It's like, oh, well, this guy's, like, we're in desperate need for it. So, like, yeah, it's just really desperation. Historically speaking, this is what they ended up doing. They would liberate, slaves, they would liberate soldiers, like people who were captured, like prisoners of war, and they would also go for shepherds, because historically speaking, shepherds were one of the very few class of slaves that were allowed to carry weapons, and were more or less left alone, because they had to be able to fight off bandits and wildlife and stuff. So that's what historically, that's what Spartacus went for, were shepherds and prisoners of war. Continue.
Okay, thank you.
Professor
there's a couple of plot points. One is which they have a map to Neapolis, and they have plans in place to go and capture like soldiers that Romans have captured in their various wars going on. And Agron and Spartacus, everyone thinks that like these people were they were fighting the Romans and they were captured by the Romans. They will be very eager to join our cause if we go and rescue them. But those are plans for the future. Ronan mentioned the fight between Agron and Crixus. Spartacus is giving his big speech to try to rally the crowd, but really to kind of catch Gannicus's attention. And Agron walks up to Crixus and is like, "Oh, isn't it so nice that Navy is back?" And Crixus says, "Yep, that's great. I won't forget that you rescued me from the arena, and so you're letting me be with Navia again. I also won't forget that you fucking abandoned her to the mines," and they get into a fucking fight. And Spartacus is just, his speech has been ruined, and so he's like, "What the fuck?" He goes to Crixus and says, "Hey, I know he was gonna condemn your girlfriend to like death and torture in the mines, but we're past this, right? Like that's old shit. Let it go. Crixus, stop living in the past." But Crixus is like, "No, I still got some hard feelings about that. You're gonna have to fucking deal with it."
Well, he should.
Yes. Hashtag Agron was right. Oenomaus has woken up. And so Gannicus goes to speak with Oenomaus, and Gannicus tries to tell him, basically, like, yes, everything that you heard about me and your wife was true, but I need you to know that at the end of the day, like, you were her love. She chose you, and Oenomaus is not having this at all. He basically tells Gannicus, "You're a piece of shit. I thought you were an honorable man." As well he should. Like, "I thought you were an honorable man, and clearly you're not." And Gannicus is like, "Yeah, I agree with everything you're saying. I was very wrong. But I've said all that I can say. We've had our words. And so now I'm going to leave." Now, before this, when they were talking about plans for Neapolis, Gannicus walks up to them, and he's looking for wine, but he also like notices they have a map. And so Spartacus and Agron and Mira, they kind of like try to like hide the map because they don't want Gannicus to know their plans yet. And Gannicus is like, "Unless I can drink that, like, I don't care." But this is important because later on, the map goes missing. And so you hear a commotion out in the courtyard, and all of the slaves and gladiators are freaking out because the map as well as all of their money are gone. And that just happens to be the time that Gannicus is about to leave. He has said his piece to Oenomaus. He's made as much peace as he can make with the man, and so he's going to leave. And Spartacus is like, the other day you were looking at this map, and now the map is gone, and now you're trying to leave. That's a little suspicious. And so they end up fighting. Gannicus is innocent. No one knows this yet, but Gannicus didn't take the map. But he's also like not willing to let himself be searched at all. He's very offended that he's being accused of theft. And
no
so
fucks given. He does not bow at all to the authority of any of these people. Just they are less than nothing to him. So when they tell him to stop and let us search your stuff, he laughs it off. He's just not threatened or gives no shits about any of it.
He's like, you're gonna lead them all to death today, huh? That's what you're gonna do? All these people are all gonna die right now? Is that what you want, buddy?
And so Gannicus and Spartacus go to fight. And Spartacus tells everyone, back off. This is between me and Gannicus. So they are about to have a one-on-one fight.
Alpha fight.
When Spartacus gets a second sword, Gannicus recognizes his fighting style, and he has this great line. Because Spartacus says, "Yes, I was taught this style by Oenomaus," and Gannicus says, "Stand down," or like something like "accept this final lesson." Like Gannicus is not afraid of Spartacus whatsoever. Like he is like, "I am going to kill Spartacus right now if you don't get the shit out of my way." So Gannicus and Spartacus start fighting, and while this is going on, Mira notices that nameless blonde slave girl is like kind of like discreetly walking away. And so Mira pulls out a bow and arrow and just shoots her in the fucking neck. And Mira is like, whoops, I meant to just wound you, but now nameless blonde girl is now dead. They find the map and the coin on her. Spartacus apologizes to Gannicus, and when they try to figure out like what was going on with blonde slave girl, Mira comes to the realization that basically, like, when I told her to stop fucking gladiators and figure out a plan that doesn't involve your vagina, this is what she chose. So Mira kind of blames herself for this whole altercation.
Should also be pointed out that all the ladies that are in the group are being trained on how to shoot bow and arrows.
Yes,
they show that early on.
Not only do they need fighting men, they are fighting people, because some of the ladies get involved in this. They also need weapons, and so they need fighters, they need weapons. In the meantime, Spartacus tells everyone to make weapons out of sticks and stone and whatever the fuck you can find in nature. And is it Lucius? The Roman old guy. He knows how to shoot a bow and arrow, and so he agrees to train people on this. And so Mira is learning to shoot a bow and arrow.
Agron gets into a little pissing contest with them, Agron's laughing off the idea of using bows and arrows. Like, bows and arrows don't mean anything in the arena. And he's like, well, can you forge a fucking sword from a tree? You're like, no, you can't.
Yeah, so that's what's happening with the Spartacus and Gladiator side of things. So anything else that we need to chat about with that before we talk about the Glaber side of the episode?
That seems about right.
Everybody is super happy when Oenomaus wakes up. And they're like, yeah, man, Oenomaus, you're back. Crixus is like, man, we're going to kick some ass with you on our side. And then he proceeds to not kick much ass. The end.
Well, he doesn't even wake up until the next episode.
Yeah, I'm about to say, that's the next episode.
Whatever, I'm going to get mixed up. I watched him back to back. Shut up.
He woke up in this episode, but he doesn't stand up and do anything until next episode.
This is me in the future. A tease for the next episode.
Yes. Let's talk about what's happening with Glaber and his side of the thing. Alithia's life is pretty much ruined. At the end of the last episode, all her plans to basically break up with Glaber and marry Brennius have fallen apart. Glaber basically, forces her to pretend that he cares about all of this. He's like, he says something like, "I will have you play a dutiful wife in public," but he doesn't give a shit. He's enjoying all of this power that he now has over Alithia.
Well, basically, he tells her, he's like, you better guard that baby growing in you with your life, otherwise I'm going to kill you.
I won't have any use for you at that point.
The only reason she is alive is because of the baby inside of her, and Glaber is not shy about letting her know this. Asher is
40 goats.
Basically, like, there's a reading of like the will, and like this guy is talking about all of the livestock that Alithia's dad owned, and Glaber says, sell all the livestock and put all the money, which would have been like 9,000 denarii, post it as a reward for Spartacus. And the will reader is like, you actually don't have the power to do that. Like, technically, the baby is the heir to Alithia's dad's fortune, not yours. And Glaber's like, I don't care, do it anyway, leave.
I don't know if a Praetor has that ability, but maybe he does. I don't know.
He says the rules have to be bent for greater cause, but what he really means is do it anyway, leave. We see Asher. Asher is kind of talking shit to Glaber. He's like, look, man, I told your buddy Marcus, you're no match for Spartacus. You can't fucking handle it. They're gladiators. One gladiator is worth 3 of your people. And Glaber's like, you know what? Fucking prove it. And so he gives Asher a sword, and Asher is set to fight 3 of the Roman soldiers. And it's not looking good for Asher at the beginning, but he pulls it together, and possibly for the first time in the series, he actually, like, wins a fight.
Legit, fair and square wins the fight, yeah.
Yeah. He won the fight.
He did throw the dirt in that one dude's eyes.
Yeah, he cheated to win another fight, but like this was a 3-on-1 match, and he beat the shit out of all of these guys. So good job, Asher. And so Asher like beats up Glaber's new second in command, and he tells Glaber's like, and I was the weakest. Like, I was the lowest among the Brotherhood, and I still beat 3 of your men. And Glaber tells him, if only I had an army like you. And Asher's like, you know what? I think I can make that happen. And so Asher leaves to assemble the Asher Force, and it's fucking awesome. Asher Force is great. Before this, though, before the Asher Force, we get this very uncomfortable scene between Asher and Xena, because Xena is very upset.
Bad things happen.
Yes, Xena is very upset that Asher told Glaber about the abortion juice. That was not Xena's plan.
Abortion juice.
Xena wanted the baby to be born even after the attempt to abort it, and she would use that. It's a sign from the gods that this baby was supposed to be born, because Xena is kind of baby crazy at this point, and telling Glaber about any of this was not part of the plan, and so she slaps Asher and is like, you will never fucking defy me again. And Asher's like, oh no you didn't. And Asher tells her that, like, I have all of this blackmail material on you. Like, at any point in time, I can go to Glaber and tell him that all of your proclamations about the gods were bullshit, and I was basically working behind the scenes to make all of this happen. And oh, by the way, then Asher assaults Xena, and it's incredibly uncomfortable. I'm moving on from that scene because Asher is going to go assemble the Asher Force.
I mean, he turns into a deliciously evil villain at this point. This is where he really becomes, I think, what Ronan was mentioning, the villain of this season. This is the episode where that really comes to fruition.
Yeah. I mean, Glaber just does not have the chops to be the villain for this season. Asher does.
I still like Glaber, but I agree. Asher is better, but I still enjoy Glaber a lot. But at this point, Asher has pretty much established himself as Glaber's go-to guy. And so he goes out to assemble the Asher Force. I don't think we get names for any of these people except a guy named the Egyptian. He finds in like this fucking pit. He recruits like several people from like bar fights and whatnot. But the star of the Asher Force is the Egyptian, who's this just giant hulking motherfucker that we're gonna see in future episodes. Also, what's going on with Glaber? Well, he tries to convince Sepius again to join his cause. Join our armies together, and together we will stop Spartacus. But Sepius is like not interested. He kind of feigns interest, but then he says, you know what? I'm not going to shake your hand and agree to this now. I'll tell you tomorrow. You can fucking wait a day because I don't care about you. And Glaber is...
This was a wise decision.
Bad idea.
Yeah, Glaber is not happy about this, and we're going to see how this pays off later. Meanwhile, Alithia and Xena are basically trauma bonding. Like, they meet each other in the bath, and they basically both confess that, like, we have been shitty people to one another in the past, but at this point, we are all that either one of us has left. And so they are in this together.
I love that in this show, it's like, okay, how are we going to get Xena and Alithia naked? There's no real way. Well, let's put them in the bath. Every single episode, it's them in the bath, and that's where we get to see them naked.
Yeah, we can't have sex scenes with, well, not real consensual.
Yeah,
we can't have consensual sexy sex scenes with them because the way things are going. How else can we get them naked? Damn.
It's almost like the bath
Yeah.
was like their choice. Like, okay, here's how we can just have our obligatory nudity in here. Every episode, we'll just have them have a conversation in the bath.
I mean, that's more or less how the conversation had to go down in the writer's room. That's basically it.
For sure.
Well, during this naked trauma bonding bath scene, Xena tells Alithia, "Is like, look, all of our other plans have not worked. At this point, all you can do is like try to win Glaber back, like submit to him." Be the loving wife. Eventually, you're fucking Viva Bianca. Look at you. Eventually, he's going to drop his guard, and you're going to be able to get back in there. And so that's what they've got plans. They're going to try to get Alithia back in Glaber's good graces, and this comes into action during the time when Glaber is meeting Sepius. As Sepius is busy rejecting Glaber's offer, Xena basically says to Alithia, "Hey, let's get Sepia in here, and we'll convince her." And Alithia takes that advice and stands up. It's like, "Hey, how about you invite Sepia here, and we can console her. We've all lost people. We're gonna be there for her." And Sepius is like, "You know what? Fine, I'll send my sister over." And so Glaber is now taking an interest in Sepia, and so has this has not gone unnoticed, but Sepia and Glaber have an attraction. But before that becomes super relevant, Xena and Alithia are they're meeting with Sepia, and at first it's like just like therapy. They're talking about all of the people that we have lost to Spartacus. It's tragic and whatnot. A good way to stop Spartacus would be if hypothetically, what if your brother Sepius and Alithia's husband Glaber, they came together? What if they buddied up? So all of this was a scam to get Sepia on board. And tried to get Sepia to convince her brother Sepius to join forces with Glaber. Now Sepia, she immediately sees through this. She basically tells them, like, "Look, I know I look 9, but I'm at least 12, probably, which is old enough to see through your bullshit."
It's legal. It's legal in that time period. 12 is totally legal.
And to Xena and Alithia's credit, they're basically like, you fucking caught us. This was all a plot. But everything we said is correct. Like, you should be working with us to convince Sepius to join forces with Glaber, because that's the only way we're going to stop Spartacus. And Sepia is not really buying it until Glaber walks in and they start flirting again in front of Alithia, and that gets Sepia on board. Sepia at that point says, "You know what? I'll do my best to convince my brother to join forces with you," and they flirt a little bit more, but then Asher pops up. And so Asher's talking to Glaber, and they're ready to execute the plan. And what is the plan exactly? Well, they go and murder the shit out of Sepius. And so they go to wherever Sepius is. They kill everyone there, including the slaves, because you're going to find out in a future episode they're going to blame all this on the slaves. Glaber, Sepius is on the ground, dying near death, and Glaber steps on his throat and is basically like, "Hey, no hard feelings, don't worry, I'm totally gonna fuck your sister."
Yeah.
And
Look at how close you are with your sister, and I'm gonna bang the shit out of her.
Yes. Asher grabs a trinket that will become important in future episodes. But the episode ends with with Glaber killing Sepius, and he is going to take over Sepius's army.
Yeah, this is a cool episode. This is super cool.
There's a lot going on this episode.
There is a lot going on in this episode. Ronan, your thoughts?
Oh, this is a great episode. As Steve mentioned, the Asher Force. That's a great concept. It's like, because the first season does establish that, Asher is the special ops, operate from the shadows, broker kind of guy. And this season expands upon that. It's like, okay, let's give him a little shadow strike force that he gets to command to do cool shit in the background.
Asher Force.
And it also gives Glaber's side a much needed threat. You can believe these guys could possibly take down, like the Gladiator Force, because it's well established that the Roman soldiers are just nothing. You see them have a conflict with the Gladiators, and you just don't care. Whatever, fuck it. They're cannon fodder. So this gives Glaber's force, when they're in the coming battle scenes. It gives you, the audience member, some form of, oh shit, we know the Egyptian is badass. We know the guy with the shit on his face who's just in the background. We know he's a
face guy.
Well, there's tattooed face guy. That's the first guy that gets introduced, which you would think means he's going to be important. I'll leave it at that. But really, it's the Egyptian. That's the one name guy. But the other people have this some kind of visual flair and some weird weapon that makes them distinct. So, but you see them fighting, so you know that these guys, okay, yeah, they're going to be a threat. Which again, as I said, Glaber's force does not have. So now they've got a legit threat. So now stakes have been raised. Good episode. Good episode.
Yeah, I think my favorite part of this episode is actually all the Gannicus stuff, because I love that they didn't immediately turn Gannicus and be like, okay, yeah, I'm going to join up with you guys.
Let's take a minute to acknowledge that guy's sweater. I just want to acknowledge it real quick. That is a great sweater. Continue.
Acknowledged. And I love the fact that he's just he gives no fucks about any of these individuals. I did think there was a moment. I think it was in this episode. Is it this episode where Gannicus has that sort of one-on-one, heart-to-heart with Crixus, where Gannicus brings back the boar or whatever, and he's like, "Dude, you need to take your woman, get the fuck out of here. Spartacus is going to lead everyone to death." And then Crixus is like, I love that Crixus is like, "No, man, he opened my eyes. I'm going to stick with this dude till the very end." And I love that sort of dynamic that Gannicus, because Gannicus and Crixus know each other, right? From Gods of the Arena. Crixus is probably the only one there that, well, aside from Navia.
Outside of Animaeus. It's
Yeah, but of the main people, that have been in this whole thing, Crixus is the only one that actually knows him. And, Gannicus was Crixus's inspiration, to become the best, was Gannicus. So they have that mutual respect, and I like that they gave that scene, that one-on-one scene with them. And
Gannicus even acknowledges, because he's like, I've heard many stories of the undefeated Gaul. So it's he got good enough to where even Gannicus was like, yeah, bro's good. That's awesome.
Oh yeah, and he mentioned something about he's like, well, when you fall, I'll mourn you as a brother or something like that. So I just love that whole sequence there. But yeah, Steve, what did you think about this episode?
Oh, it's a great episode. This is another episode where I actually felt like it's not as egregious as the episode where Spartacus is walking through the woods for the entire episode. But I think I enjoyed the Glaber side of things more here, and it's basically just because of how fucking awesome and terrifying Asher is in this episode.
Yeah,
Asher is a man on a mission. He is working everyone, and it's great. And I love that he's getting his own Black Ops strike force.
Yeah, even though he's probably never been a worse person than this episode. What he does with Xena,
it's the Bodiatus effect. It's we love to cheer for Bodiatus, knowing what a piece of shit Bodiatus is, and I feel like we're probably I don't know that we're cheering for Asher, but we're enjoying his character.
Yeah, he's definitely interesting. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ronan.
Well, yeah, because if I can make an analogy to Die Hard 1 and 3, which may sound weird, but you root for like the Gruber brothers in both of those movies because like it's just easy to get behind a smart villain. He's got his shit together. His plan is going well. He's got the charisma. It's like we like to see that kind of thing. Like it's just good to see like a smart character, a smart villain doing smart stuff. It works, and it's the same sort of thing with Asher. He's not the greatest fighter. 100% that like any other gladiators could just decimate him in any fight. But he's smart enough to know that. It's what makes him interesting. I enjoy a villain who is not afraid to say nope and will turn tail and run.
Yeah, because he could have said when he finally beat those 3 Romans, he could have said like, yeah, I was one of the best ones, but he actually admitted he's like, and I was the worst. Like I was the worst of all these gladiators. I thought that was actually an interesting moment that he admitted.
Well, it sticks that to Glaber more. It's like, yeah, I was considered to be the shitty one, and yet I just did this to your guys. Your guys suck. Like,
yeah, I think if he had like talked a big game and said, yeah, I was the fucking greatest in the Ludus, like that would actually be like a point against him, because Glaber would just be like, yeah, okay, well if you were the best and clearly the people I'm facing are not as good as you, I don't need to change my plans at all.
Oh, one other thing we should mention about this episode, I think they establish it in this episode, it comes into play in the next, but Gannicus is, what is it, Rudis or whatever?
Yeah.
The sort of wooden dagger that has carved, it says he's a free man that was lost in the arena. He's very concerned about getting that back. So he does not have that at the moment. So he is technically a slave right now because he's got no proof that he isn't. But yeah, I mean that's good.
Yeah,
Any other final thoughts?
I'm not sure how that actually works in Roman society. But yeah, for the purposes of this show, it works as a plot device.
But we'll see it more next episode. He still doesn't have an issue walking around free, but you can tell that he's also not as comfortable as he once was without his Rudis.
Yeah, well, if anybody challenged him, he wouldn't all he'd have is just his word and not the actual stick, for lack of a better word.
But I mean, everyone he's famous to the point where everyone knows he was free.
Yeah, if he says his name, but he has no proof that he is who he says he is, he needs the Rudis in order to back it. Otherwise, any town he goes into, anybody could just say, no, whatever, fuck it, you're a slave. And it's the Roman society, honestly, they could still, it didn't take much to get thrown into slavery.
Well, he still has the mark of Batiatus on him, right? So that's how they would potentially know he was still a slave. Let's say he was
scooped it off like Asher did.
Yeah, let's say he's in a different town or a town of people who don't know him. They see a brand on him, they might assume that he is an escaped slave from another Ludus and take him in or whatever. So yeah, I could sort of, because I was thinking to myself, I was like, well, how would just a poor homeless Roman on the street, how would someone know that person wasn't a slave and then just take them? But it would have to be the brand, right? You would check to see if there was an actual brand on them, and he still has one on him.
Well, I mean, this is going ahead to the next season, but there is a moment where a character in the next season, just because someone of a higher station decides to, is like, oh, yep, and guess what? You're in slavery now. It's so. And apparently, all it takes is just somebody with a bigger dick than you to say, yeah, you're a slave now, and you can't really challenge it.
Yeah. So that's it, ladies and gentlemen. That is episode 6, Chosen Path. We all agree, fantastic episode. We're going to see how all of this stuff plays out in episode 7, which is Sacramentum, next week. We'll record this definitely next week. Welcome, everyone, to another episode of Jupiter's Croc. My name is Matthew. Joining me tonight on time is Ronan.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys are getting upset about. Every other episode, I am consistently here on time. No,
I think you're becoming more and more Rachel-like as we do this show. We've had to
No, Ronan, your idea of being on time. Well, first of all, last week you were 15 minutes late. But even when you are here on time, air quotes, your idea of being on time is you turn on your PlayStation and say hi to everyone at 7 when we record, and then you leave to go do something for 10 minutes and then come back.
When? When have I ever signed on? This whole episode is just tanked right now. When have I ever signed on? Be like, hey, yeah, cool, I'm here. I'm going to disappear for 15 minutes to very
You do it all the time. You're like, oh, I got to let Frankie out. I got to do this other thing.
Yeah, I do that when we're done with episodes. Like when we finish this.
Not.
When we finish up this one, I'm going to be like, I have to let the puppy out.
One of the big things that you do, Ronan, like normally in a social compact that we have, where we're like, okay, we're recording at 7 o'clock. You don't actually like turn on your PlayStation until literally 7 o'clock. So there's minutes and minutes while we have to wait. While you're, oh geez, I didn't get the updates. Let me do all the updates and all of this stuff over and over and over. We need to be ready at 7. So like Steve and I. We agree with the social compact. We jump on early, we make sure everything is updated, and then we're ready to go at 7. We are always waiting on you. Never used to be that way, Ronan, but for some reason, something has happened in the past 6 months.
The Rachel got into you.
You've been infected with the Rachel. Ever since you met Rachel, you have now become consistently late to everything we do.
It's almost like I have a job that in the summertime keeps one out at later times than normal in order to keep people cool and comfortable.
Well, that's a you problem. You made that choice.
That's what happened.
You made that choice. Ladies and gentlemen, we are talking about episode 7, Sacramentum of Spartacus Season 2, Vengeance. Last episode we all agreed was pretty dope. We're very excited to hear Ploticus recap this one. So take it away, Ploticus.
All right. Well, the gladiators are going to free slaves in Neapolis. Remember, last episode they recognized that the house slaves are never going to become an army, and so they need to free warriors. And so they are going to Neapolis, and they are going to liberate a ship full of captured soldiers that were going to be sold off as slaves. And because they were captured by Romans and enslaved, presumably they're going to be very hyped to join Spartacus's cause. And so they attack a ship, and Lucius is pretending to be a slave purchaser, and so he wants to go and examine the wares. And when we get down into the belly of this ship, and all of the warrior slaves are in prison, Agron starts speaking, I assume German, but I don't actually know. He begins speaking not English to the rest of these slaves, and basically tells them, like, hey, I'm one of you. Like, what nationality is their heritage? Is Agron?
I can't remember. Honestly,
they just say like east of the Rhine.
The lands east of the Rhine, that is Germany. Which, bizarrely enough, Gallia, that's also Germany. So,
all right. Well, we're just gonna call him German. So Agron begins speaking German to the slaves. He's like, hey, I'm here to rescue you. I'm one of your brothers. And this slave is like, oh, by the way, that guard over there also speaks German. And so Agron completely botches the plan, and so the gladiators have to go into action. They of course win, and so they kill all of the Romans, free all of the German slaves, and then Spartacus is like, that's really convenient. This ship was full of your people, right? And Agron's like, oh, no, it's fine, dude. It's fine. It'll be totally cool.
It's fucking cool. It's great. And then he plays his hand too much. We never have to listen to a fucking Gaul again. Important note to mention, we joked about how there's 4 gladiators left. We're not really joking about that because apparently, Crixus's massive horde of Gauls that we saw in the very first episode of Season 2.
Seems like he's got 3 people left.
I don't think he has any of his boys left. He is the lone Gaul at this point. He's got nobody with him except for Navia.
I don't know. Well,
he's got more. He's got people.
Yeah,
he just doesn't have Rascos anymore.
Yeah,
I don't know. You don't see them.
Yeah, they keep talking like Crixus leads this group of Gauls, but none of the remaining Gauls really have names, and so they don't actually do anything in these episodes. But now Spartacus is kind of in the middle. Like, Crixus has his men, and now Agron essentially has his own private group because they all speak German, and no one else does. And so Spartacus is stuck in the middle. He's going to figure out how to navigate all this. Glaber officially takes over Sepius's army. Remember in last episode, Glaber assassinated Sepius, and the public story is that the Sepius's slaves rebelled against Sepius, killed all of those people, and then fled to join Spartacus. And so that's the public story being put out there. Glaber conscripts all of Sepius's men, so now Glaber has one giant army. We also see Glaber out in the fucking marketplace, and he relays the story about what happened to Sepius, and basically says, you know what, Sepius's slaves revolted. From here forth, any slave that even mentions the name Spartacus, we're gonna fucking kill him. Even if one of those slaves hypothetically is, close to home. Alithia, I heard your slave talking a little Spartacus-y the other day, right? Crucify her. And so, now Alithia has treated her like personal slaves like shit the entire series. So I didn't really understand this, or why Alithia cared. But Glaber crucifies one of Alithia's slaves, like, just to fuck with Alithia, and Alithia knows this, and Glaber forces her to, like, be complicit in this, because Glaber tells her, like, your slave was disobeying and talking about Spartacus, right?
And Xena's telling her, you gotta do it.
And Xena's like, yeah, you gotta do it, And so Alithia condemns her private slave to death. As Gannicus watches on, Gannicus has left the Spartacus group, and he goes to Mercado to say, hey, I'm just here for payment for my job in the arena. Mercado's like, you shitting me? You failed at every part of your job in the arena. The arena's not even goddamn there anymore. And only one of Spartacus's men died, and you're not the one that killed him. And Gannicus is like, yeah, please, just give me a little bit of money. I need something. And so Mercado gives him, like, I don't know, $6. And just sends him on his way. And then Mercado... Yes, and then Gannicus says, wait, please, I'm not done yet. And Mercado is, like, getting tired of Gannicus at this point, because Gannicus says, I lost my Rudis. Can you please help me give me my Rudis back? And Mercado's like, look, I'm fucking tired of your shit. Go talk to Glaber. And that's when Gannicus goes and to notice that that Glaber is now crucifying any and all slaves that happen to mention the name Spartacus. Later on, Gannicus is called to...
Remember, Gannicus and Asher make eyes during that scene, too. Like, Asher sees him in the crowd.
Yes. Gives him the Asher smile.
Yeah. I don't remember the exact order, but Gannicus is told, hey, come meet with Glaber. And so Glaber offers Gannicus back his Rudis, and Gannicus takes it, but Glaber wants Gannicus to join his army. And Gannicus is not interested, but Glaber says, I'll give you a couple days to think about it. And Gannicus leaves, and then Glaber tells Asher, crucify him if he tries to leave the city. So Glaber's just handing out crucifixions at this point. Like, you get crucified, and you get crucified, and you get crucified. Everybody gets crucified.
This was the Roman way. They did enjoy a good, wholesome crucifixion.
Before this, though, because I got these out of order. Before this, Gannicus goes back to the brothel that he was at a couple of episodes ago, and he runs into the same brothel
woman of the night
that he had sex with. And this woman starts telling Gannicus, hey, I'll give you a freebie if we can talk about Spartacus for a little bit. And Gannicus is like, stop fucking talking about Spartacus, shit's gonna go wrong. And then Asher shows up and is like, she's hot.
That's the important thing about that scene, though, because her talking to him about Spartacus is establishing that The legend of Spartacus is now spreading amongst slaves all over the place. Like, it's even in brothels. They're like, hey, we're gonna join up. We're thinking about like joining up with Spartacus, and that's what's making Gannicus go like, what the fuck? Like, you're gonna die just like all of them are gonna die. Don't talk about it. But that's her important part of this whole thing, is to set up like the legend of Spartacus is growing now. The word is out.
Yes.
That is what happened. Like a lot of house slaves and stuff would just leave and like try to join up with Spartacus's army. He took anybody, like for the most part. Like historically speaking, he would just pretty much take anyone unless you were slaves. Like he did not take slaves in the to like Roman forces because he didn't trust them.
Yeah.
So, anyways, Asher meets with Gannicus and is they kind of have a little back and forth, and Asher basically tells Gannicus that without your Rudis, you're basically still just a slave. So you should really come and see what Glaber has to say. And then Glaber says, "Join my army, or I'll crucify you," which of course Gannicus doesn't maybe know that second part. But that's where we're at with Gannicus at this point. Asher is out being a fucking creeper again. He continues to assault Xena and starts telling her that I know you like this. He's real fucking creepy. And then he does possibly like
the dumbest fucking thing.
The one dumb thing that Asher does the entire series. He admits to Xena that basically he has been robbing all of the people that he's been sent out to murder. And so he's got this like little treasure chest full of knickknacks that he's acquired, and he is planning on basically starting the House of Asher once he basically wins whatever his end game is.
Does he think that he's going to become a freed man? Because that's the thing. Like when he's talking to Gannicus, and he's like, "Man, you're nothing without this thing," and I'm just sitting here thinking, why doesn't Gannicus say like, "Well, what are you? You don't have one of these either. You're still a slave. You're nothing more than a slave." Even though you got this,
I think Asher expects to be free by the end of this.
They don't really set that up as that's what his expectation is.
Because maybe I'm jumping ahead, or maybe I'm making this up, but doesn't he intend to take over the Ludus at some point? Am I?
Yeah, that's like at the end towards the end of the series. Yeah, this is kind of spoilery, but towards the end of like this season, let me rephrase that. He is given okay, well once we kill them, I will reward you with the Ludus, and like that is he's been told that's what's going to happen. Now we'll find out later on.
Yeah, I think he's planning on being free or having a great degree of autonomy at the end of this. But anyways, he admits to Xena that he's basically been robbing his murder victims, and then he gives Xena a wig. Because Xena wears the different colored wigs throughout the series, and he gives her a red wig, because he knew that Badiatus liked that color on her, and he wants to be able to look up at Xena on the Pulvinus, and she's wearing her hot red wig, and Asher wants to know that she belongs to him. He's incredibly fucking creepy. Asher, knock it off.
I mean, that's what villains do. You're not supposed to enjoy seeing him do what he do. Although we do.
He literally tells Xena, he's like, "Oh, I felt your thighs quiver a little bit there. You must be enjoying my cock inside you." I'm just like, "Oh."
I thought I felt a little bit
of that.
I thought I felt a little bit of movement from your hips. It's like, wow, Jesus fucking Christ.
Like that's all it takes to make Asher think that you're into it. Anyways, Xena is hating life right now, and so is Alithia, so they continue to basically...
can I mention something real quick? I forgot in the last episode. These two episodes in particular are what I love about this show, because it takes people who are like, they have all the power, and then just brings them down to nothing, and then eventually they go back to having all the power that they did before. I just seeing like Xena and Alithia in this, these two like super conniving, powerful characters. They're like nothing right now. They are essentially slaves. Even though they're not considered slaves, they have to do whatever, Xena has to do whatever Asher wants. She has essentially taken the role of his slave, and Alithia's got like nothing at all anymore. She's basically just like, my life is over. I'm, what can I do here? I have zero power. And I love how the show takes those elements and just like constant movement of who's got the power and control through all of these different characters, and these 2 episodes really highlight that.
Yep, 100%. So let's, because this is another episode where I think the Glabber side of things plays a much bigger role in the story. So before we, since Glabber and Alithia and that crew are the main focus of the episode, let's cover what's going on with Spartacus at this point, because he has freed all of the... I need to start folding these fucking hands. He's freed all of the German slaves, so now Agron has the Agron force, and no one's happy about this. Especially not Crixus, because Crixus knows that...
Because he ain't got no Gauls anymore!
No, they're just hiding. Like, Crixus has a small Gaul army, like, off-screen, like, off to the left in every scene that you can't see. But Crixus even mentions, like, when Agron comes back with this group of German soon-to-be gladiators, Crixus says to Spartacus, like, who are they going to follow? And like, are they going to follow Agron, or are they going to join Spartacus's cause? And Spartacus doesn't really have an answer for that. But he calls out Agron again at one point. He asks Agron, how many other ships were there that we could have... We could have, liberated. And Agron said, well, there were 2 others. And Spartacus is like, oh yeah? It's convenient that you didn't fucking mention that. And Agron tells him, well, there was one group of slaves from like, a nationality that I don't remember, but Agron didn't think highly of them. And then the other ship was like another ship full of Gauls. And Agron was like, absolutely not to the Gauls. I'm not going to give Crixus an even bigger force. And so Agron's like, yeah, I rescued my people.
He's like, I swear, bro, they'll follow. They'll be controllable.
They
Promise.
will be useful to you. They will be, a boon to our cause. You have my word. And so that's kind of where things are resting now. No one's happy about this. But, what choice does Spartacus have? Like, Spartacus tries to find the silver lining. It's like, hey, we doubled our forces in a day. Let's take the wins where we can.
Yeah, Crixus is like, you're a fucking idiot. Hashtag Crixus was right. Throwing that out there.
I mean, most of these people end up not being pieces of shit.
No. I don't believe they. No.
They are only not pieces of shit because Spartacus chops one guy's head in half. That's the only reason they're not
there yet. Spoilers.
God damn it.
Anyways, Spartacus says, well, I want to kind of see what's going on with these guys for myself. So tomorrow morning, I'm going to take them all out hunting. By the way, tell everyone that speaks English to speak fucking English. But tomorrow, we're going out hunting. And so Spartacus wakes up the next day, is like, oh man, can't wait for a full day of hunting. And it turns out Agron woke up early and took everyone out without them.
The guy is destroying Steve.
Yeah, I have. See, this is like I normally win these games when we're just playing poker for fun. This is how you guys are slowly getting all of my money, by making me explain all this shit.
Keep going, Ploticus. Keep going.
Anyways, that's like the 4th time I've busted out. Spartacus is very fucking pissed because he goes out into the woods and finds Agron and all of the Germans and tells Agron, it's like, I told you that I was going out hunting with them. And Agron's like, I don't think too much about it. Like, we woke up early and they wanted to make the most of their newfound freedom. And so everyone is angry at Agron and the Germans at this point. But everyone, they caught food. And so everyone's like giving them a break. There's kind of a party.
They got alcohol too because they went to the road when they weren't supposed to.
Oh yeah, they attacked Romans on the road, and Spartacus is like, you are going to get us all fucking killed. You're attracting attention that we don't need. But again, Agron kind of just plays it off, and ultimately, like, nothing comes of that. At least not right now. So they're back at the temple. The gladiators and the Germans they're partying, And then this giant motherfucker named like Sedulus, he goes and attempts to assault Navia. And Agron puts a stop to this, which makes Sedulus go start fighting Agron. And at first, everyone just thinks like it's like a bar fight type environment.
Crixus is watching it, and he's got the big smile. He's like, yeah, fuck
they're
him
fucking
up.
killing each other. And then Crixus or Navia just says the name Crixus and looks over at Navia, and Navia's face is bleeding, and she says it was Sedulus. And so Crixus goes and jumps on Sedulus.
Berserker mode.
Yes, Berserker Rage. And when Crixus attacks Sedulus, it stops being like, kind of the bro fight that everyone thought it was, and it's the Gauls versus the Germans. And so it becomes this giant, massive brawl, and Spartacus comes out and starts getting into it because he is fucking pissed. Like, he is doing his best to keep everyone together, and like the fucking other people are not doing a good job with this. And so Spartacus ends up in a sword fight with Sedulus, and he cuts his face off, not his head. He cuts his face, like, start at the chin
jaw,
and then cut upward. And so Sedulus, missing the front half of his head, falls over dead, and Spartacus starts yelling at people. He is fucking pissed off, and tells them, like, look, if you are not on board with my cause, you need to fucking leave, because if you stay, I'm gonna fucking kill you. And then Agron tells everyone, like, I stand with Spartacus, I'm on his side, and I don't count any of you as my brothers unless you're with me. And this guy named Lugo, who is also one of the newly captured German, I guess he was going to be a slave, but now one of the German fighters, he grabs a sword and shield, and he swears himself to Spartacus's cause, and all of the other newly freed Germans follow suit. And so, at the moment, Spartacus has a mostly unified fighting force. So any part of the Spartacus side of things that I missed?
The Lugo guy, he follows Spartacus because he says something like, any man who could take out Sedulus is a man
He's
I'll
great
follow, or
warrior.
something. Yeah.
I will
Lugo is
follow.
awesome.
Glunk, glunk.
Yeah. And they'll get
Lugo
on their
becomes
knees.
like one of my favorites throughout the rest of the series. He's fucking great.
Yeah, so like not spoilery, but like just for everyone knows, he makes it into the next season.
Yeah, and he's awesome. Lugo's awesome. So anyways, Spartacus,
Oh,
for the most part...
Onimeus wakes up.
But he doesn't really do anything.
He wakes up, Lugo, like while they're partying, Lugo and his women go up to Onimeus, and he's like trying to sing songs, and like Onimeus is like, I don't share your talk. Like, Lugo will teach, stand up, dark skin brother. And
everyone's very happy. This is when Crixus says, we're going to kick some ass with you on our side, Onimeus.
Yeah, Spartacus tries to get Onimeus to basically become Doctoria again and train everyone. I think Onimeus is on board with it. But Onimeus doesn't do a lot besides wake up in this episode, but he is up and about.
He does some fighting. He kicks some ass in that sequence. You see him.
I mean, as he and Spartacus, he walks downstairs when the big fight's going on and punches a few people, but he doesn't do much.
This
that
is
was
true.
Just on death's door.
Agreed?
Give him a fucking
No,
break. He's on death's door. He gets up and knocks out like
correct.
4 of those.
Matt is drawing this out.
No. He does some stuff. He does some shit. Anyway,
false
continue
lies.
on.
Anyways, so what's going on back with Glaber and Xena and Ilithia and whatnot? They've invited Sepia or Glaber has invited Sepia to stay in the house because he now likes this 12-year-old. And so Ilithia, Glaber is just openly flirting with Ilithia or flirting with Sepia in front of Ilithia. He gives no shits, and Ilithia even tells Xena, it's like, I thought Glaber was this weakling. I thought he would not be a threat at all, and now he is a fucking monster. I am in danger. I was wrong to incur his wrath. And Xena basically comes with a plan, because Alithia is like highly suicidal at this point, and Xena comes up with a plan to get them both out of there, because Xena doesn't want to be with Asher anymore, and Alithia wants to get away from Glaber, and so Xena says, we've been forsaken by the gods. They demand blood, and then she cuts her wrist. And for a second, it looks like it's going to be like a suicide pact. Like they're both gonna kill themselves and be free. But instead, she takes her bloody wrist and smears it all over Alithia's crotch. Because then Alithia goes to Glaber, and she looks like she's been bleeding from between her legs. And then Xena goes up and says, "Oh, this is a sign from the gods." And Glaber's like, "Whoa, what's the sign mean?" Alithia has to go back to Rome. It's all of the foul air and danger of this place is bad for the baby. She should go back to Rome. And Glaber's like, "All right, I'm going to send you back to Rome." And Xena says, "I'm going to go too, because I'm her friend." And Asher's like, no. Xena is too valuable as basically like a symbol.
Prop.
It would be better if Xena stays here so that we can continue to like trot her out in the marketplace to put people at ease. And Glaber's like, "Oh yeah, good idea. Wise counsel." So Glaber is like trusting Asher at this point. Like Asher has proven himself valuable to Glaber. And so now Alithia and Xena are going to be split up, and they are not happy about this. Alithia is at least supposedly going to go to Rome and be safe. So let's go back to Gannicus. Gannicus has been told, join Glaber's army. There totally won't be any consequences if you don't join Glaber's army, but join Glaber's army. And so Gannicus is walking around the marketplace again, and the brothel woman that he'd had sex with in the previous episode, and who talked to him about Spartacus in this episode, she's been crucified. And so this is like another blow to Gannicus. Like, people are suffering because of this war. And Xena finds him and basically tells him, like, look, Glaber has gone too far. Like, we cannot stop Glaber. So Alithia is very soon going to be sent back to Rome. And when she goes back to Rome, half of Glaber's men are going with her to protect her, because Glaber wants his heir. He wants Alithia's baby, and so like half of the people that Glaber keeps at the Ludus will be gone. And so here's the plan. I can tell that you're not happy about this war. The way to end it is to stop Glaber. So when half of Glaber's people leave, I will distract the other half. You sneak in, kill Glaber, and then that will be the end of it. Like, Spartacus wants vengeance on Glaber specifically. If Glaber is dead, Spartacus will just kind of wander away from Rome, and that will be the end of this. And Gannicus is like, "Are you fucking crazy?" Like, what?
That is the accurate response to have to some crazy bullshit like that.
Yeah. So Xena thinks that Gannicus is going to assassinate Glaber, and because she can tell that Gannicus just wants this war to end, because a bunch of people are dying and there's just fucking chaos everywhere. And so on the night that Alithia is going to get sent back to Rome,
oh my
Jesus
god!
Fucking Christ!
What the fuck?
Wow.
On the day that on the day that Alithia is going to be sent back to Rome, Xena tells Alithia about this plan, and tells her, hey, Gannicus is going to show up tonight to kill Glaber, and then I'm going to kill Gannicus, and that will just, tie up everything in a pretty little bow, and everything will be finished. And so Alithia goes to Glaber to say goodbye, and for a moment it looks like Xena's worried that Alithia is going to out her.
Yeah.
But that doesn't happen. Instead, Xena or Alithia just says, "Oh, Glaber, I'm going to miss you." And of course, Glaber has no idea, the actual meaning of this statement. Oh shit! I finally won a hand.
Well done.
But Alithia gets in the cart and goes away. Later that night, Glaber is asleep, and you see this like shadowy figure kind of hover over him. And for a moment, you might think, okay, this is Gannicus. Gannicus has come to kill him, but no, it's actually Sepia. The two of them fuck. And during the middle of them fucking, the Glaber's guy that got the shit kicked out of him by Asher last episode interrupts them and says, hey, come quick, something's happened. And they go out to find Alithia's cart. And all of the Roman soldiers protecting it are dead. Alithia's gone, and we see flashbacks.
They're not
Gannicus
just
attacked
dead,
the
Steve.
cart.
They are chopped into
parts
little
of them.
pieces.
Their fucking
They're-
like intestines are hanging out.
Their
There's an
arms and
arm
legs are
over
gone.
here, a
They're
leg
chopped up.
there.
Gannicus went
Someone
full
went
psycho.
into a fucking blood rage. But Gannicus, for reasons that won't be clear until the next episode, Gannicus has decided to kidnap Alithia, and that is where we end.
It's a logic that makes sense only to Gannicus.
I mean, it mostly makes sense when we learn what his plan is. But anyways, Matt, Ronan, take it away. What are your thoughts on this episode?
Personally,
Go ahead.
Personally, I think this is my favorite episode of the season thus far. I think this one is awesome. I especially love the finale. I think the finale is so good when Gannicus because you want as a viewer, you want Gannicus to join up with Spartacus and Crixus and everybody. It's like, come on, Gannicus, you got to do this. And seeing him actually just fuck up all of those Roman soldiers and chopping them into various pieces. I mean, it wasn't just, hey, I stabbed some people here. It was like, here's a message.
Stab.
It's
No.
like, here's a message, motherfucker. Here's a leg here. Here's an arm over here.
Speaking of messages, the
The
tattooed
rudest
guy,
was...
yeah. The
Yes.
tattooed guy that who was part of the Asher Force, the first man recruited to the Asher Force. He is dead. He had been following Gannicus around, basically spying on him, and they find his body in Alithia's cart with Gannicus's rudis stabbed into his neck. So the
And
message
Asher's
has
like-
been sent.
Asher's like, well, Gannicus made his decision. Okay. Okay. But, I mean, it just shows because we know from God's Ring how awesome and badass Gannicus is, and you're just kind of like, okay, now Spartacus' team is going to level up, right? Now they got a prisoner of war that's very valuable, and they have someone who can just, fuck up an entire
And they
cohort of
have
Romans.
a mini army that they didn't have like a day ago.
Yeah. So yeah, I love this. I love the whole thing with this episode, just how it was all set up and everything. My favorite one of the season for sure. Ronan.
Yes, that's a good episode, solid episode, really good. And anytime we get more of Gannicus is a more interesting character than Spartacus or Crixus, because Spartacus is at this point he's got a flat character arc. He doesn't necessarily change. He's become the man. Look, first season he became the character that he is right now. Crixus has got some growth to him, but at the same time, he still only really has one answer for anything, and that's use the hammer. Gannicus is the one who's I don't really have to kill these people if I don't need to. Gannicus is bizarrely enough, the most level-headed of any champion that we have seen so far. And so whenever he has an opportunity to chat and not just kill, it's interesting because you're always down to hear what he has to say, and he just doesn't take bullshit from anybody. He laughs off Lucretia, telling him, "See ya, have you lost fucking mind?" And
His lines are great.
Yeah, because he just has no fucks to give about just telling anybody oh no, see, here's why you're crazy and here is why this is stupid. It's great. It's great moments. So anytime we get to see Gannicus doing that, it's always good, which is part of why this is a great another great episode, because we get a lot, and we're going to get a lot more of that in the next episode, because Gannicus has made a mistake in that he really genuinely does not understand what Spartacus is up to. But he's about to learn.
Yeah. Steve, your thoughts on this episode?
Great episode. I think I liked the previous episode a little bit more. I think I was I just don't care about the Sepia character, so I didn't really care for her importance. So I think both of these are great episodes. but I was a little bit bigger on the
Damn it.
fuck you, Ronan, eat it. Yeah, I don't know. Great episode. I like that Agron, who up until now has been Spartacus's like right hand man, he like there's a question through this series about like because there are multiple times where Agron goes against Spartacus's orders, or he pulls a fast one on Spartacus, just assuming that Spartacus will ultimately forgive him and go along for the ride, and you get a little bit more of that here. And among the big name gladiators, Spartacus, Agron, Crixus, and Oenomaus, Agron has actually always been my favorite, and so I like that he's being a little weaselly this episode. This is a good Agron episode, even though it ultimately works out. But I still thought the Glaber storyline from the last episode was better than what we got here.
Okay. I've always liked Agron the least. I always thought he was the
Agron
most
is
annoying.
awesome.
Nah.
Yes.
Hashtag Steve was wrong. You're wrong about Agron.
Agron is right about all of this. Everything that Agron does ends up being the correct move.
Okay. Well, we will find out.
Whether or
if
not that's acknowledged in series is up for debate. But Agron was right about everything.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back next week. We're going to talk about Episode 8, Balance, and we'll probably also record Episode 9, Monsters, the week after that. So I can't wait. We're going to about
And
done
now-
with the season. Isn't that crazy? Almost over.
We are. We only have 13 episodes left of the entire series.
That's crazy. I haven't heard any news on the new Spartacus show that they announced. Every once in a while, I'll Google it. I haven't seen anything other than that announcement that was a couple months ago. So,
But you know what? It's the end of the recording session, so you know what happens now.
all in blind. Yep.
Ronan, entertain the masses until this hand is over, so we can go all in.
No. I'm not your monkey.
So nothing has
Steve. I'm not gonna
changed.
jam.
Well, Ronan, what's your take on Agron?
No, I'm not on Steve's camp with that one. No, Agron
See?
Agron
That
does
just
not.
means you're both fucking wrong. Agron is great.
No, how? No, how? Why?
He just is.
I grant you that, like, he has a different character from, like, Gannicus, like Spartacus, Crixus. He's clearly a different breed from them, but he also everyone constantly mentions how it's like, oh well, you're just a whiny little kid. It's like, yeah, but a lot of times he does come across, kind of whiny.
Yeah.
Agron, I like that Agron is like he's very Weasley and conniving while also being one of the good guys. And when I watched this series the first time, again going all in this hand, when I watched this the first time, I didn't know. Like, I was worried. Like, is Agron going to continue to be a good guy? Because he's pushing the boundaries with Spartacus a little bit more. Is he gonna make the turn? And you'll have to watch the next episode. You'll have to watch the next 13 episodes to find out. Agron is great though.
Well, yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
Agron's not great.
Agron is great. You piece
Like
of shit.
between Spartacus, Crixus, Gannicus, and Oenomaus, Agron is like the worst of the 5.
Nope.
Yes.
Love Agron.
Yes.
Love Agron. Agron is great. All right, we got one player.
All right, here we go. Maybe this will be our. We get multiple 7-2 offsuits.
Who knows?
Come on. All right,
Here
come
we
on, last person. I think this is the last person that has to make a decision. Yeah, you're into it.
Yeah.
You're
We're
into
doing
it.
We're doing it. Aw,
8 queen, don't like that. 9-6. King
Oh,
Jack.
fucking Steve.
Come
No.
on. Oh, he's
Oh,
got
hey,
Ronan's
all
starting,
right.
King.
starting ahead.
Give me a king. I need a king or a jack.
Fucking.
Jack.
Fuck.
Jack.
Fuck.
Oh no! But
Oh,
Ronan's got
no,
two pair.
no, the
Ronan's got
fucking,
two pair.
the fuck.
Oh, now Steve's got.
Oh
two
no, I
pair.
got 2 pair.
Well, but the other guy over there's got 3 of a kind.
No! I think that
Oh no,
guy
he's got
full
4 of a
house.
kind.
Whoa!
Oh, Jimmy does have 4 of a kind. I
God,
got
you.
you. All right, but he
Fuck
didn't
him.
win the full pot.
Fuck
He didn't
him.
win the full pot.
Wow.
So money went elsewhere. I think I got the rest of that. I
Fuck you.
did. I got the rest of that.
Fuck you.
I think I may have broken even. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for listening to another amazing episode of Jupiter's Crog. Join us next time where Agron will continue to be fucking awesome.
That hasn't happened yet.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Jupiter's Croc. My name is Matthew. Joining me tonight, a very, very tired Ploticus. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it through, but how are you doing, Ploticus?
I'm very tired. We may or may not be recording 3 episodes worth of content tonight. I don't know how I'm going to get through it.
We will not.
Okay, well, I guess we're just doing 2 episodes tonight.
I watched 3 episodes. But...
I did as well.
Well, good for you guys. You can rewatch that episode, considering how good it is.
And in Memphis, once again, not pulling his weight on the show is Ronan.
I'll beat your weight in ass, alright, you motherfucker? I need a nap.
I'm going to need you to decipher that.
I'm going to
No,
beat your
no.
weight in ass. I don't understand that. What?
No, you're just going to have to deal with that. That's going to keep you up at night while I'm, cuddling and sleeping.
Is that like
in
an
bed.
not.
eat your lunch money sort of thing? Like,
On
what are
Max
these
Payne's
Memphisisms?
Fury Road.
Sure,
What
sure.
are these
So it's just
Memphisisms?
another Ronanism.
Sure. Just always remember that. Just always remember.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at episode 8. We are almost done with season 2, Spartacus Vengeance. We are on episode 8, Balance. Ploticus, if you can, do your best. Take it away.
Oh, God. I mean, luckily, this is a good episode, but there's not a whole lot that happens on its own. This is another episode where it's kind of setting things in place for
setting the stage
for the next couple episodes. So Gannicus shows up with the Lithia, and he's like, "Hey, Spartacus, kill her, and then we done here. Then you can move on. We don't need to continue to have this war."
I like how he doesn't ask Spartacus first if he'll be cool with it. He just assumes that this is what Spartacus is going to want.
And
Glaber's
Gannicus
responsible-
in his diseased ant brain, he thinks that this is just, okay, I'm just going to balance this scale out. And it's like, it just fails miserably. Spoilers.
It's almost like the title of this episode is called Balance.
Almost.
Oh, that's why it's called Balance. Oh, okay. I'm with you.
Yeah, catch it up there.
It's
Anyways,
almost like it's
not
almost
gonna
like it
call
was plotted that way.
I mean, they say the title of every episode as dialogue in every episode. Like, have you not caught on to that?
It's the Family Guy meme where Peter goes, he said it.
Anyways, let's talk about goddamn Spartacus. Gannicus has kidnapped Ilithia, and Gannicus is basically weighed down by... Gannicus was in Capua and saw all of these innocent slaves being tortured and crucified and put to death because of Spartacus's actions. And Gannicus, it's weighing on him, and so he kidnaps Ilithia, and he goes to Spartacus, basically says, "Look, balance the scales. Glaber killed your wife. You kill Ilithia, and then you're done with this. You take your gladiators and you just leave Rome. You'll fade away, and then life will go back to normal. Slaves are still going to be slaves, but at least they're not going to be tortured to an even greater degree." And Spartacus is thinking about it. Spartacus wants to do this. He hates Ilithia, not as much as he hates Glaber, but he still hates Ilithia. But he can't do it. He goes through the typical good guy speech of if we go through with this, if we go through with this, then we're just as bad as the Romans are.
Better than them. Typical hero speech.
The rest of the gladiators are fully on board with just fucking kill her. So it's like Spartacus is the lone voice of not reason, but
Moral standard, moral high ground.
Yeah. He's the only one that doesn't want to kill Ilithia, or he's the only one staying, or he wants to kill Ilithia, but he's not going through with it because he has typical good guy morals. And so they lock Ilithia up in the basement of this temple.
I should point out that he specifically says that how could he face his wife in the afterlife if she saw that? Because Alithia is pregnant, so he'd be basically killing a baby as well.
He also Steve, go ahead through, and then I'm going to posit a question to the rest of you.
Okay. One of the reasons that Spartacus doesn't kill her is not only he couldn't face his wife, but because Alithia tells him that the baby is yours. Last season, approximately 8-9 months ago at this point, when Lucretia tricked Spartacus and Alithia into sleeping together, Spartacus knocked up Alithia. And so now Spartacus is like doubly not sure about what to do. And at some point, it's kind of like Alithia's just like down in the basement, and multiple people go and speak with her. Spartacus talks to her.
Mira tries to strangle her.
Yeah, Mira tries to strangle her. Lucius goes and talks to her, and Lucius and Lucius and Alithia have this moment where Alithia realizes that Lucius is a Roman, and she lights up like, "Oh, a Roman! You're gonna help me! Help me, and I will give you back everything that you lost." And Lucius is like, "Oh shit! I didn't know you were a fucking time traveler. Are you gonna go back in time and bring my wife back to life?" So he's not on board with it, but she at least tells him, "Hey, if you help me get out of here, I will. My husband is a praetor. He can give you back your lands. It won't set things right, but it's at least a start." And this gives Lucius, a pause. He's thinking about it.
She's worm-tonguing him, so we think.
Yep. Spartacus and Mira also have a scene early on. There's a lot of jealousy in the next couple episodes, but one of which is you see Mira and Spartacus before Alithia shows up. They're out hunting. And they're talking about Spartacus's past, and Spartacus is like, "Oh, you wouldn't have liked me when I was younger. I was a douchebag." And Mira's like, "Oh, what set you on the right path?" And then Spartacus gets real serious, and Mira's like, "Oh, you're gonna talk about your dead wife again? God,
Jesus, you keep bringing up old shit. God,
yeah, stop living in the past, Spartacus." So Spartacus and Mira's relationship is pretty tense at this point. And Mira talks to Spartacus again, and that's when Spartacus says, I couldn't kill Alithia because I couldn't face my wife in the afterlife. Oh wow, Rhoda, nice hand. Except that guy's
but I'm fucked. That guy's got 3 of a kind.
Oh shit!
Damn. Wow. I was hoping to bluff them. That was my goal the whole time.
I mean, that's the best possible hand. Anyways, Spartacus can't kill Alithia because he doesn't want it weighing on his conscience. He doesn't want to disappoint Sura in the afterlife. And so Mira decides, I'm going to go kill you. I'm going to kill Alithia. And then the deed is done because this bitch needs to die. But then also it's not weighing on Spartacus. It'll be on me. And Spartacus stops her. Spartacus stops her because Spartacus is making plans for what he wants to do with Alithia.
Because at this point, Spartacus has told Mira that it's his kid, right? And then she's like,
I don't think he has.
Not yet?
I don't think so.
Because at some point she's like, how? Because I thought that was part of the reason that set her off, that she was gonna, because she holds her belly, right, and then she starts strangling her.
Yeah. He tells Mira that. Because they have a conversation after Mira tries to string Alithia, where they essentially, I'm jumping ahead, but they essentially break up. And so Mira says, I was going to do this for you, and Spartacus retorts, no, you were going to do this because you basically see her and the baby as a threat to our relationship. However, whatever ancient Romans speak, he put that in. That was his point. So yes, Mira absolutely knows.
Yeah, I think the what he said that really broke her was because earlier on she says that she understands his heart, and then after trying to kill Alithia, she mentions it again, and Spartacus is like, "You do not see what is in my heart," and I think that's the thing that really broke her. It was that's the line that cut really deep.
Yeah, there's
crying,
also
there's also a scene. Maybe it's next episode, but Yeah, I think it's next. What I was about to say was next episode, but they have a Spartacus and her have a moment. Maybe this episode, maybe not. I can't keep it straight. Where Spartacus says, "If we're at an impasse. Our relationship is on the rocks. Like, would you even want me back?" And Mira's like, "Yes, fuck yeah, I would." And
That dick game is on point.
But in exchange, like, I need you to give me more of your heart. And Spartacus says, I gave you all there was. And Mira says, well, that wasn't enough, and that's the end of their relationship. That happens this episode or next. I don't remember, because all of these are running together. Suffice to say, Mira and Spartacus are no longer a couple. But moving on to people that are now a couple, Sepia and Glaber continue to fuck. Xena is constantly trying to tell Glaber, we need to be out looking for your wife, we need to go get her, and Glaber's like, if Alethea doesn't come back, I mean,
I've got a 12-year-old right here. Do I really need her? She's knocked up. I mean, this makes perfect Roman sense.
Yeah.
I thought you said Ronin sense right there. I was a little concerned about that.
But he's going to give it the old college try. He doesn't really care about Alethea, but he would like to have
I had a bad
the
joke
heir.
ready there, but never mind.
He would like to have the baby back. He doesn't know that this baby is not his, but he wants to at least try to retrieve Alethea so she can have his heir, and then he gives no more fucks about Alethea. And to this end, he dispatches the Asher Force. And so the Glaber and Asher and the Asher Force go to this brothel where Gannicus had previously been banging the slave girl that got crucified a couple episodes back. And Glaber's, basically keeping anyone from leaving, and he tells people, I want to talk to anyone who broke words with Gannicus. And the brothel owner tells him, there was only one person that spoke to Gannicus, and Asher crucified her. And oh, by the way, I'm expecting you to pay me the cost of this slave. And as he's saying this, Glaber just fucking slices his throat, and they go on to interrogate / massacre / torture everyone in this brothel. And they end up with nothing. They don't learn anything about where Gannicus is, much to the chagrin of Xena, because later on, Asher is back at the Ludus, hanging out with Xena, and Xena is once again like, we need to find Alethea, we need to find Alethea, we need to find Alethea, and Asher says, hey, I tried, trust me, look at all the shit I robbed from all these
Look at all the
people.
loot.
Yeah, like every one of these, coins and bracelets and trinkets represents a person that I fucking tortured to find answers.
My little box of blood slides right here that, will in no way, shape, or form be my downfall. Yes, let's look at this box of loot.
Asher does one stupid thing this entire series, and we're going to see how that impacts things later on in the season. But Asher's like, hey, I tried, we can't find Alethea, and basically Glaber's moving on to Sepia, so pretty soon here he's not going to care. And Xena slaps him, and Asher's not having any of that, so he assaults Xena again. But while this is going on, Xena spots Sepius's bracelet, and you see this plan
the old Xena
to go in their head. So Xena now has a plan to basically get out from under Asher's thumb and reunite with Alethea and all those good shenanigans. So back to Spartacus. Spartacus sees Lucius walking off. Like, Lucius is just like, I'm going for a walk to clear my head. And so we, the viewer, have no idea what this is about. Is Lucius taking Alethea up on her offer?
They make it seem that way. They really make it seem that way.
Yeah, so Lucius is is he going to turn on them? We don't know yet. Spartacus spots him though. Is like, hey, I need to clear my head too. How about you and I go, walk together and chat? And so the result of that is later on, Lucius shows up at the Ludus, and he goes to Glaber, and he's like, hey, I come here basically to make a deal. And Glaber's like, Lucius says, "Hey, your wife who is still alive, tells me that you have the power to give me all of my land back." And Glaber's like, "Yeah, bro, I got you. I can totally do that." And Lucius says, "Oh, are you also a time traveler? Can you give me back my fucking wife and kids?" And at this point, Glaber has had enough. He goes to reach for a sword because he's getting nowhere, and Lucius cuts him off and says, "Hey, if I don't return at a reasonable hour, your wife and your baby are fucking dead. So these are the terms. 1, you're going to let me go, and then 2, after you let me go, you're going to take 3 of your men, grab a wagon, load it up with weapons, because a big plot point early on is there's not enough weapons to go around. Everyone, the main gladiator force has swords, but everyone else is having to basically, make
sticks, knives,
sticks and rocks. There's a plan to
Harsh
have
language.
Mira and Lucius are going to continue to train people on how to use bow and arrow, but there's not enough actual swords to go around. So Spartacus is going to trade swords for Olympia, and so Glaber loads up a wagon and takes it to this, I don't remember what the city's called, but takes it to a city in the area, and Glaber and 3 of his men are supposed to meet Spartacus and 3 of Spartacus's men, and that's the only people that are supposed to be there. And so Spartacus and Glaber meet face to face for the first time since, I think, episode 1 of season 2.
You got your main players, right? So Spartacus, Crixus steps up, Gannicus is there, and Agron. So you immediately know there's no red shirts here. No one's going to die
no red
here.
Shirts. Speaking of Gannicus, when Spartacus hatches this plan, he's like, I can only take 3 men. At first, Agron says he's going to go, Crixus says he's going to go, and Oenomaus says he's going to go. And Spartacus says to Oenomaus, like, I would love to have you there, but you're still not fully recovered yet. And so Gannicus says, I'll go in his place, and they have this moment where Spartacus says, you don't really believe in our cause, and Gannicus responds, well, I don't, but Oenomaus does, so I'll go in his place. And you see, like, Oenomaus gets this look, and it's kind of the first time where he's like, fuck, that was a good thing Gannicus did. God damn it, I can't hate him as much as I did.
Yeah, there's a subplot between the two where Oenomaus, obviously Gannicus fucked Oenomaus' wife, he's not happy about that, but it goes deeper than that. Oenomaus is like, dude, you are only for yourself. Like, you only care about the things that will bring you pleasure and whatever, and we're fighting for a bigger thing here, and you're not part of it, and you never will be. So this is Gannicus trying to show that, hey, I can be one of you guys. I'll at least take some steps to get there.
Yep, and Oenomaus begrudgingly, like, they don't talk about it, but you can tell that Oenomaus is like, fuck, like, that he did a good thing. I have to give him credit for this, and Oenomaus is not happy about giving Gannicus credit for this. Anyways, back to the weapons trade, weapons for wives. Glaber and Spartacus talk, and they have this little back and forth. They talk about how much Spartacus loved his wife, and like that, his wife was his heart. And Glaber's like, oh man, it sure would suck if I loved my wife less than you love yours. And at that point, Agron has gone to open the wagon, and Spartacus knows by what Glaber said that.
Well, he's like he's sniffing the dress. I don't get. It's one of these things I cannot stand in these shows. Spartacus did the same thing with his wife. Like, they have the little strip of the dress, and it's like the scent is still on it, and they're like sniffing it. It's so weird to me. It's so weird.
Well, that's exactly what it is. It's a callback. You know that Spartacus has thought about that the whole time. It's like, I'm going to do everything he did to me, I'm going to do to him, except for the fact that the important piece of information Spartacus does not have is that Glaber does not give a fuck about her anymore at this current moment in time.
And Spartacus realizes that right about the time that Agron is going to open the wagon that is supposed to be full of weapons. Because Spartacus, like, turns to him and tries to yell for him to stop, but it's too late. He opens the wagon, and out comes the Asher Force. And
Asher Force, go!
Yep, Asher Force assemble. So the Asher Force is fighting, the Asher Force plus Glaber and the Romans are fighting Spartacus, and Spartacus is 3 people. Only Spartacus, he has kind of insurance policy. Because out from the shadows come Lucius and Mira,
exactly
and they shoot like 9 arrows, and that's enough to make everyone else flee. So all of Spartacus.
But their aim is true, Steve. People keep dropping with them
true.
9 arrows.
So
I also want to point out the Egyptian absolutely whooping Crixus' ass, just solid ass whooping.
Yeah. The Spartacus
Crixus loses a lot
is...
in these next couple episodes. I was like, he's like, they're not giving Crixus his like badass moments in these next couple episodes for sure.
He emotionally had badass moments.
The Asher force is beating the Spartacus force at this moment until Lucius and Mira and their 9 arrows show up to protect them, and so. The Spartacus force flees, and Lucius is like, go ahead, go without me. And Spartacus is like, well, I can't do that. And Lucius says, leave before I come to my fucking senses. And so they leave him. And so, the idea is Lucius is going to, like, cover everyone while they're leaving. But it's Lucius and, like, 3 more arrows versus the Asher force and the Romans.
Versus the Egyptian.
Versus the Egyptian. And so it's not like...
It's not like a Terminator.
It's not like Lucius, really thought that he was covering them so much as the feeling I got was Lucius just didn't have anything else to live for. Like he lost his wife, he lost his home, he lost his lands, but today he got to shit in Glaber's mouth, and that was enough for him. He's ready to go to the afterlife. And so he's just going to, sit here and meet his end. And so he's shooting arrows at the Egyptian, and the Egyptian is not phased whatsoever.
With these tickle arrows that seem to go at about an inch.
The Egyptian makes it up to Lucius and starts slashing him, and Lucius' last words are, at least it's not a fucking Roman that takes my... And then he gets his head cut off. So Spartacus force flees. Spartacus makes it back to his lair, the temple, and he decides, you know what, I'm going to let Alithia go because she's useless to me now. And so he takes Alithia out into the woods and sets her free. And Alithia's like, you're letting me go? And Spartacus says, I'm not doing you a favor here. This is not a kindness. Your husband doesn't give a shit about you anymore, and so killing you would hold no meaning. He doesn't love you. He'd
rather kill me
married life
than get you back.
Yeah, he tells Alithia, I offered to trade you back, and he did not want you. Enjoy your matrimony. Have a good time. And so that's the end of the episode. Alithia has been freed, and we'll see next episode if she makes it home.
So the question I would like to postulate to both of you, if she was not pregnant, presumably with his kid, do you think Spartacus, hero-wise, you'd like to say, oh yeah, he totally would have, but this is the show Spartacus where, good people will do horrible things horrible things happen in the show. Do you think Spartacus would have let her go, or wouldn't have killed her had it not been for his kid?
I don't think so, because he mentioned something in there about an unarmed woman too. That's beneath him to just sort of kill some woman. I don't think he would have. And personally,
yeah, I agree. I think the knowledge that the baby is his was just an extra little bit of weight on the winning side of the scales. Anyway, I think Alithia could have not been pregnant at all, and Spartacus might have gotten closer to killing her, but I think the outcome would have been the same.
I mean, really, all anybody had to do was just whisper into his ear, she's the reason Varro is dead. You know that, right?
By the way, stay away from his kid.
Good on Spartacus knocking up Viva Bianca. I mean, good on him.
Oh, they do flashbacks because they show they show Spartacus and Alithia fucking with like the Roman masks on.
Gotta get some Alithia boobs in the show somehow.
They reshot a scene with Liam McIntyre in place of Andy.
Yeah. This episode I thought was probably, well, I watched the last three together, so I'm looking at this episode, I'm like, this is the weakest of the three I watched today, but I do agree, it's just sort of setting the stage for what's about to come, and this is kind of you need this episode to really make the next two pop. But overall, I thought it was an okay episode. This wasn't one that I was like super enthused with or excited by.
Yeah, yeah, no, like that track. This, it's bizarre. Like Spartacus seems to follow in like a weird. I wonder if Kevin Feige was a fan of this show because it's like seems to follow in a Marvel kind of theme where it's like you'll every couple of movies there's a movie that isn't good or isn't all that good, but it sets up the next two pretty good ones. So Spartacus, like every episode or two, you'll get one that's really intended not. Like really more or less to set up the good shit that's going to happen in the next two episodes. And then, we got to get that filler build-up episode. So it comes back around. And this one, yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's not great. It's not terrible. You get like weird things. Like there's no real good explanation for why Lucian decides like, oh no, like stick around. I'm going to fire 2 more tickle arrows and cover you. I did a lot of deep thinking on why that would be, and I want you guys to get this explanation. So, I think what happened there, in his character, the writers realized they had nothing left for him, so they realized they had to kill him. Do you think that's his motivation?
He needed to be the red shirt there. Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think that was his motivation? Oh God, the writers have nothing else for me.
I think, yeah, I agree. That's probably my main criticism. It was really stupid that Lucian sort of just stuck around. But, yeah, I don't know, Steve. What are your thoughts on this episode? Are you a big fan of this one, or is this more just kind of like a good setup episode?
No, yeah, I agree with everything you two said. It's a good setup episode. It doesn't really... It moves the plot along without a ton of action. It's like, you watch this episode... because they need to move some pieces around for the next 2 episodes to happen. It's fine.
I will say
that the episode, but certainly the next 2 episodes are infinitely better.
Yeah, I will say that this continues the episode trend of making me absolutely hate Asher, and revel in joy in the final episode when Asher when his storyline comes to an end. I'm tired of seeing Asher assault Xena. I'm tired of looking at it. I don't want to see it anymore. Yeah. I want Asher to die at this point in time.
Agreed.
Okay, yeah. Well, that's it, ladies and gentlemen. We're looking forward to Asher dying. Hopefully he does. We won't spoil what happens. But yeah, we'll be back next week. And let me see. Next, Monsters. Episode 9, Monsters. So we'll catch you next Thursday. Welcome back, everyone, to Jupiter's Croc here on the Outpost Unknown YouTube channel. My name is Matthew. Joining me tonight once again down there in Memphis is Ronan.
I need a nap.
God, and Sleepy Bear over here, Spartacus.
Hey, look, I bring the most to this show, so you got to cut me some slack.
I
do the heavy lifting.
I cut you no slack. None.
I do the heavy lifting. God
Whatever.
Damn it.
So last week we ended with Spartacus releasing Alithia, letting her go. She's gonna look into her baby's eyes and she's gonna see Spartacus from now on. Now we're getting to episode 9. We're almost done with the season. Only 2 left. Episode 9, Monsters. This one's a banger. Spoiler. Steve, take it away.
Yeah, this might be my favorite episode of the season. So it starts with Romans invading the temple. Lugo and Nasir are on guard, and Lugo goes to sleep. Meanwhile, Nasir turns around and looks inward towards the camp. And then a couple of Romans pull them down, and the Romans invade. The Romans pick a fight
They also got Axe Guy out in the woods.
Yes, Axe Guy out in the woods. Was it
Pissing.
Donar or Nemetes? I don't know. The guy that had one good line in episode 1. The Romans invade, they start whooping ass, and then when Saxa goes to grab a sword, one of the Romans pulls their masks off, and it was actually Spartacus, Crixus, and Gannicus the entire time. They dressed up like Romans and invaded
Fire alarm.
to basically like call out how unprepared everyone, all of the gladiators are. And so Onomaeus is like, you know what? Fuck this. This won't happen again. Like, we will be ready next time. And so Spartacus is like, oh yeah, prove it. And so they all get up. Spartacus tells them to eat breakfast, and then it's time for some fucking training. And we'll see how that goes later. Back in the Body Odysseus Ludus, we see Glaber trying to put the moves on Sepia, but Sepia now knows. I think it happened last episode, and we forgot.
I think that plot thread kind of got.
Xena goes to Sepia, and so this is like last episode. Xena went to Sepia and was like, you know what? Glaber's a piece of shit, and let me prove that to you. Here's your brother's weird snake bracelet. Asher had it, and the only reason Asher had it is because Glaber told him to kill Sepius. And Sepia now believes Xena, and so here we are back in the episode we're actually talking about. Sepia is like distraught, and Glaber comes in, tries to put the moves on her, but she doesn't know what to do. She doesn't yet have a plan, but she can't just, she can't leave. She wants to get revenge on Glaber somehow. So what's she to do in the meantime? Does she fuck him? Does she not fuck him? She doesn't get the opportunity because in comes Alithia, who collapses.
Having a bad hair day.
Yeah, having a bad everything day. So Alithia collapses and she gets put to bed, and Glaber goes to talk to her after she kind of recovers. And
not in her bed chambers, though. That's a big point.
Not in her bed chambers, because currently Sepia is taking over those, and Alithia, like, weird jealousy was something going on with Mira last episode. In this episode, it's Alithia, because Alithia is upset that Gaius Glaber is fucking Sepia. Meanwhile, Alithia was, planning on using a gladiator as her personal bang buddy last season. So, a little bit of hypocrisy there.
She's with child now.
Yeah, well, not just that. She was also fully planning to completely and utterly fuck Glaber over and just have the marriage dissolved and everything. This is what happens when two toxic people start doing toxic shit to each other. You would have never. This kind of thing would have never happened between Badiatus and Lucretia.
Yeah,
that's true.
Alithia, Glaber first goes to her. It's like, oh, it's good that you're safe, but quickly, he begins interrogating her, getting all of the information that he can out of her, and Alithia, tells him what she can, but ultimately she basically kind of throws herself on his mercy. I know I fucked up. Please, please, please take me back.
Pretty
and Glaber says, no, we're done. There's nothing left between us, and you fucking ruined it. I'm with the 9-year-old Sepia now, and so Alithia is.
She's 12. Steve,
why do you keep making her younger and younger every single time you give her age?
I feel like 9 is the lowest I've gone with her age in this show. I don't think I called her a 7-year-old.
That's what I'm saying. You keep going lower and lower. Is what
no,
I'm saying.
I know it was 9. I left it at 9.
No, you said, I think once you said 15, then you went to 12, now she's at 9. She just keeps getting younger and younger.
9 is the lowest I've gone.
Okay.
Which is fair, right? She looks like she's 9 years old, right?
She looks pretty young. Yeah, she looks pretty young.
She looks uncomfortably young.
Let me see how old this girl was when she actually filmed this, because she looks like a teenager.
It's when the writers were coming up with the storyline, initially she was going to be a little kid, but they were like, no, and so they just hired like a 15-year-old for it because that's totally makes sense in the long run. So like that's totally what happened. But back me up here. Everyone else can see that, right?
I'm not backing you up on related.
I'm staying out of the age stuff here.
Anyways, Alithia and Glaber are done. Like, Glaber has confirmed, like, I feel nothing for you anymore, and Alithia is distraught because she has nothing. Like, her plans with Vernius fell through, her dad's dead, her husband that she is forced to stay with does not love her anymore. Back at the gladiator camp...
She was 21, by the way, so we're fine. She was 21 years old when she filmed this.
Good. She does not
Very
look
important to know.
Anyways, back at the gladiator camp. What am I doing betting this hand? Whatever. Don't care. Not paying attention. Like, tensions are running high. Like, everyone is at everyone's throats. Spartacus is like failing to calm them down. He makes some sort of speech like, we can't...
Another hero speech.
A lot of
Eventually
speeches.
the Romans are going to come, and we can't beat them if we're fighting each other. But it's Spartacus. Spartacus ends up with a plan. He tells Agron, hey, gather two gladiators whose names we've never heard before. I want you to run and Jeez, this guy's fucking all in scared me when I was trying to concentrate on Spartacus. Spartacus says, hey, Agron, I would take these two nameless people and go run an errand for me. I think at this point we see Xena run into Alithia, because for whatever reason it seems like no one told Xena that Alithia was back, because when Xena spots Alithia, she's like, oh shit, yeah, you're here, holy crap. And they talk, and Sepia runs in, and she's very awkward right now. She doesn't know what to do. And she kind of just walks away. And so Xena and Alithia have a chat. Like, what's going on with Sepia? And so Xena reveals her plan. That, Xena knows that Glaber killed Sepius, and Xena has told Sepia that. And so Xena is going to worm-tongue Sepia into killing Glaber. And Alithia, at this point, we're going to find out differently later, Alithia seems very, very on board with this. We also see Glaber and Asher, like, looking at a map. They're trying to figure out where Spartacus's camp is, using the very limited information that Alithia could give them, which was just like a rough distance that she had to travel to.
She was like, I was in a stone building with wood pillars, and there was some possibly Greek writing on it.
Yes, so she gave them like some vague distance info, what kind of building, what kind of supports the building had, and there was Greek lettering. And they're trying to figure it out, but they can't really narrow it down. And then in walks the Egyptian, just holding fucking Lucius's head. And apparently, the Egyptian carried the head around Capua. It's like, hey, do you know this head? Hey, you, come here. Do you know this head? And so he found someone that apparently knew who Lucius was, knew where Lucius was staying, and basically finds out that Lucius either owned or was staying in a temple in the shadow of Vesuvius that was built by Greeks.
I wish we would have got to see that scene of the Egyptian walking around, like, just forcing people to look at this severed head.
You know this guy? You seen this head before? So thanks to the Egyptian and Alithia, they now know where Spartacus is. And so Glaber's like, we are going to attack immediately. And Asher tries to tell him, hey, let's cool our jets a little bit. Let's not rush into this. But Glaber's like, no, we're fucking doing this now. And I would have you come with me. Like, Glaber is actually showing some respect to Asher. Like, I will have you with me in a position of honor while we do this. And Asher's like, I feel that's great, thank you. I feel so foolish, like, asking for more. And Glaber's like, just fucking get to the point. I know you're pretending to be like stupid and foolish now. You're not any of those things. Get to the fucking point. Tell me what you want. And we find out later that what Asher wants is 1, his freedom, 2, the Ludus, and 3, Xena. And
that's a lot of wants.
Yeah, that's a whole lot.
Yeah, but Glabber's going to give it to him, apparently.
No, he's earned it.
Yeah, yes.
100%. He's pulling away.
I will point out, because I won't remember this in next week when we have to record the final episode because Ronan couldn't get his shit together. You guys, one of you mentioned, I don't know if it was last season or like Blood and Sand, or if it was earlier this season in Vengeance, but one of you guys said, "Oh, wouldn't it be cool for like a House of Asher show?" That would be awesome.
That was me. I believe they joke about it or something like that in one of the commentary tracks.
Yes.
So they briefly talked about the idea of doing like a what if House of Asher show.
Yeah,
but it never got much further than talk.
In the last episode of this season, they actually mentioned that.
If they ever do, like, because for the last like year, we've been hearing that they're gonna like bring something Spartacus related back, I would take an Elseworlds House of Asher, 100%.
Yeah.
Because Asher is an amazing villain. We hate him, but yeah, we want to see what he's
going to do.
That's
what you're supposed to do.
Well, that's what I wanted to. I kind of wanted to ask you guys is obviously right now. At the time we're recording this, there's a writer's strike and there is an actor's strike, so pretty much everything in terms of Hollywood stuff is on hold, so I'm sure whatever Spartacus show they're developing is also on hold while all this sorts itself out. But I'm curious, I wonder, because when I listened to the audio commentary of Wrath of the Gods, which is the final episode of the season today, Stephen DeKnight, who is the creator, was like, no, this is a pretty like serious discussion we were having at one point of doing a spin-off like a House of Asher and just doing like, oh, if this would have happened, what this is, what history could have been like, or something like that. Do you think, because we don't really know any story of what this new Spartacus-esque show is going to be about, do you think that they might be going kind of like an Elseworlds, like we might get kind of like a rebooted Spartacus with the same sorts of characters and stuff, but they sort of take it in some weird direction, like a Quentin Tarantino alternative history sort of thing?
I would watch that. I don't know if that's what... I feel like it's more likely that spoilers for the very end of the show. I feel like it's more likely that this new show, if it ever happens, is just going to start with someone going and getting Gannicus down from the cross. But I would certainly watch the House of Asher if they made that.
Yeah, get Nick Terabay back. He's so good.
Yeah, great fucking villain.
Captain
Great villain.
Boomerang.
Jesus. Yeah, I would assume that it's either got to be what Steve said, like, okay, well we're gonna take, we're gonna save Gannicus from the cross, or like it's got to be some kind of alternative history, because it's not a spoiler to say that, like, the Spartacus Revolution failed, because it's just basic history. So, like, it can't be okay, this is what Spartacus and his pals did after the revolution, because it's like, no, there aren't any left. So it's like, it's gotta be, it's either A, okay, well, we're gonna fetch Gannicus off the cross, or B, it's gotta be a completely side history tangent. Yeah, it's gotta be one of those two things.
Yeah. Well, we'll talk more about that into the next season, but... Because they had talked about a Julius Caesar spinoff at one point. They had
I
planned
heard that
too.
as well. I mean, I would watch either of those things. I would be perfectly happy with either. Anyways, back to the actual show. Glabber is like, fuck yeah, I know where Spartacus is. I'm gonna go get him. Oh shit, what's Verinius doing here? Verinius shows up and basically tells Glabber, hey, Rome, the Senate wants you to come back. And you don't have to. The Senate doesn't control you. But it'd be real fucking stupid for you to not heed what they say. I am going to go get Spartacus.
I want the glory.
Yep. And also, rumor has gotten out that you let Alithia get kidnapped. And so, that's no one thinks that you can protect shit because you couldn't protect your wife. And then suddenly Alithia walks out. He's like, what do you mean I was kidnapped? I wasn't kidnapped. I'm right here. And
Silly goose. I'm right here.
Yeah, Verinius is taken aback because he thought Alithia was gone. He has no idea what actually happened. There's even like a scene in this episode or the previous one. It's probably the previous one where Glaber had Asher go out and like hide all evidence that Alithia was ever kidnapped in the first place. And so all Verinius has is someone's word. We'll find out who that someone is very soon here. Someone told Verinius that Alithia was missing, and so Verinius is like taken aback when Alithia shows up. And
kind of makes him look stupid, one could say.
Yeah. Verinius is just gonna walk away and say, "Hey, you need to go back to Rome. The Senate's recalling you. I'm gonna go get Spartacus, but hi, Alithia, good seeing you." And so Verinius goes to leave, and
he still gives her the eyes. He gives her the eyes.
Yeah, he doesn't. Scene. He also, it seems like, because she still has a bruise on her face from the kidnapping. And so he kind of asked her about it. She's like, "Oh, I just, I slipped and fell. I walked in, I fell down some steps." And I can't
fell
tell
into
if,
Gannicus's fist.
I can't
really,
tell,
it was my fault. I should have watched where I was going. I shouldn't have tripped there.
Does Verinius... It looks like maybe Verinius thinks that they're pulling some shit, but then when he goes to talk to Sepia, who we find out is the one that contacted Verinius, it kind of seems like he no longer believes that she was kidnapped at all. So it's kind of tough to read Verinius in the scene, but Verinius and Sepia have a chat, and Verinius is pissed at her because, like, I look like an idiot because I came all the way here based on your letter saying that Alithia was missing. You also told me that Glaber killed your brother. Do you have any proof of that? She's like, "Oh yeah, I have a bracelet." And Grace's like, "A fucking bracelet? That's all you have? Like, are you fucking stupid? I can't accuse Glaber of murdering another Roman because of a fucking bracelet. I'm fucking done with you. I'm going to get Spartacus." And so Sepia has now been rejected by the first person she was interested in, and now she's left with just Glaber, who she's not interested in at all anymore. So Sepia is in a dark place. So it's a good time for old worm-tongue Xena to go and start gently brushing her hair while handing her a dagger. So she gives Sepia a dagger.
Sweet, sweet nothings.
And Sepia is like, I can't kill him. Like, what the fuck? And Xena's like, "Well, you must. Like, if you want any chance of vengeance, you got to take it to yourself. So here's a dagger." And so we're gonna find out later what Sepia is going to do with this dagger. And then Spartacus is still hanging out at the temple, and things are not going well. People are still at each other's throats, and then someone spots a wagon out on the trail, and it's led by Agron. And Agron has just brought back a bunch of booze, and so it's basically a gladiator party. And
gotta let off some steam.
Spartacus is smiling, and Gannicus and Crixus are talking, and Gannicus is like, "I've never seen Spartacus happy," and Crixus is like, "Spartacus isn't happy. He's doing this on purpose. He has a fucking plan." And then Spartacus starts to make a speech, and Crixus is like, "Oh shit, here we go. I fucking told you." So Spartacus says, basically, again, we can't fight the Romans if we're too busy being at each other's throats. Let's have sport. Let's have games. Let's basically, just get all of our issues out, and maybe, fighting alongside each other here. Maybe we'll get back to being on the same team.
Oh, cocksucker. Cocksucker. Cocksucker!
Oh, painful. Glad I wasn't in that. Anyways, so they have games. And so Spartacus is going to have various gladiators and freed slaves that have issues with one another fight it out. And so early on, Lugo and Nasir were the two failed guards. And so Spartacus doesn't have them fight each
Can
other.
I interject something here?
Up against two other people.
Yeah. Who else here is
losing,
fucking
but
just like
on,
anytime this year does it, his stupid little kitty cat hiss when he's running in to like fight people.
Lugo tells
Wait a minute. Pause. So Steve has been talking the entire, and Ronan's been talking over the top. Steve, can you not hear Ronan?
No, I just got a message saying that there was a network error on Ronan's
I
part.
just saw one on my. I saw one on my end too. It said Steve's network connection.
Ronan's like, "Can I interject here?" and just starts talking, and you're still telling the whole plot.
Wait, so Ronan said, "Can I interject?" and didn't wait for me to answer, and then started talking anyway.
Exactly.
That's very rude.
Yes.
Anyways,
Ronan.
Matt, you know what's going on.
Ronan, what is your interjection?
But that mysterious little stupid kitty cat hiss is just the worst. It is just the worst. Fuck him and his kitty cat. Yeah, good. We're on the same page.
Oh God. Okay. So that's it. That's all you wanted to say?
Yes. Fuck that kitty cat hiss.
Okay.
No, I was going to say that too, because I thought that was. I laugh every time this pre-fight scene with Nasir and Lugo is awesome, because Lugo says, "Stay out of my way and we win. Stay out of my way, little man." And Nasir says, "Don't call me that." And he runs out to like tackle this guy, but then Lugo will not be one up, and so Lugo, who is this giant, incredible Hulk-looking motherfucker, Lugo also runs out. But they decide, they show him running out in slow motion, and as he's running, people are splashing him with wine.
It's a cool shot.
Fucking awesome. I laugh at this ridiculous Lugo and Nasir scene every single time I watch this episode. It is amazing.
Lugo running like that, when I see him do it, because he runs and his physique, get wrestling talk here, his physique is very akin to that of the genetic freak Scott Steiner, Big Papa Pup. He's got that same kind of build.
He speaks English as well as Scott Steiner, too.
So more or less, yes. But so while he's just like this, solid, like a shit house of a man, just like nothing but muscle, he also has zero flexibility. So when he's running, he's just this stiff, rigid statue that runs and does this stiff as a board kind of leap into the crowd to fight. It's incredible. It's
amazing. I love everything about Lugo and Nasir in these scenes. They end up losing the fight, but they make up afterwards, because Lugo goes up to Nasir and is like, you're a little man, but you fight like a fucking giant, and they hug and embrace. So Spartacus's plan is working, and so we see various other fights by a bunch of no-name gladiators. The two big fights that we see, or I guess the one big fight we see Saxa and Mira fighting a couple of no-name people. Who cares about that? Mira and Navia have a little scene that where Mira confirms that she and Spartacus are no longer together. The big one, though, is Oenomaus and Gannicus versus Crixus and Agron. And at first Spartacus just says, Agron and Crixus, and they're like, "Oh shit, we're gonna fucking do it now," because Crixus and Agron fucking hate each other. And so Crixus is on the right side of the screen, and Agron goes to walk to the left. Maybe I've got those backwards. The point is, they're walking to opposite sides of this fight pit, and Spartacus corrects him. He's like, "No,
take
both
position.
of you get over here." And then he calls on Oenomaus and Gannicus, and so they walk out. And there's this great scene with Oenomaus and Spartacus, because Oenomaus is like, wine and games to bring us together. This was a clever strategy. And Spartacus says, "Yes. How about we just keep that going?" And so then Spartacus makes this match, and Oenomaus is not happy at this, but Oenomaus just complimented him, so he can't back out. So Spartacus walks up to Oenomaus with this shit-eating smirk, and he blinks twice, and he's like, "Do what must be done." And Oenomaus is like, "God damn it, he fucking got me again." And so
Gannicus has a pretty great line, too, where Gannicus just kind of looks at Automatus like, we could easily best them if we fight. He's just not concerned about Crixus at all. This was really stacked against Crixus, because I know Steve's a fan of Agron, but at the same time, Agron was never a champion. Automatus, Crixus, and Gannicus, they were champions. So Crixus really got the shit stick here. He really did get a bad deal in this fight.
But it wasn't about that. It was
awesome.
about everybody becoming bros again. That's what it's about. I will point out there's a couple things that we're missing about Crixus, which I do think is interesting to his character over the past couple episodes. Like, he has been really training like Navia. Like, Navia has become, like, early on, of course, she had, the extreme PTSD from, being assaulted constantly and sent to the mines and stuff, and she was like freaked out. But Crixus, like, they have set him up this whole season. He's like, I'm gonna support you no matter what. You don't see Crixus running off for any other girls. You don't see anything. He's like, whatever you need, I'm right here, and he's training the shit out of her for these past time. And now she's like back, because even Mira mentions to Navia, she's like, you're like a completely different person now. And she's like, I feel like I could stand up for myself, and Crixus is like bringing me back, which comes into play next episode. Continue.
Yes. All right. So we've got this fight between Gannicus and Automatus, and it's them fighting Agron and Crixus, and Automatus and Gannicus win, and they make it look easy. And they have this. After they win, they kind of look at each other, and like the respect from Automatus towards Gannicus is slowly coming back.
Gannicus is literally drinking wine during the fight. he goes up to the guy in the middle of the fucking fight. Here, give me this, and just starts chugging wine.
He hands it to somebody and he tells him not to drink it.
Yes, like when Spartacus calls on Gannicus, he's like, "Hold this, do not fucking drink it." Gannicus is great. Anyways, Automatus and
he
Gannicus
was also
win.
Making out with some random chick too.
Yes,
Agron
having a good time.
Agron and Crixus make up. Crixus goes to Agron and is like, you fought well for preening shit from east of the Rhine, and Agron says, you did as well for a shit-eating Gaul, and they shake hands. They're gonna go drink together.
They shake forearms.
Yes, they do the forearm shake. They're basically like cupping each other's elbows as they shake their arms back and
what's
forth.
really interesting about that is I actually saw, this had to have been when I was in college, because I was a classics minor, so I took a lot of these things. There was actually a study done that said, today everyone shakes hands. That's actually the worst thing you could possibly do, because if you shake another person's hand, their hands have touched everything. There's germs everywhere. And so there's an actual paper written that in ancient Rome, because they didn't want to get germs on themselves so much, that's why they would actually shake forearms, because your forearms don't generally touch as many things to get, potentially sick from. So we should do that nowadays.
Well,
throwing that out there.
When COVID was starting up, weren't they doing that whole let's bump elbows or whatever the fuck that was? You saw people doing let's bump elbows or fist bump for life.
Fist
Penn
bumps,
and Teller rub asses.
Yes,
let's just bring the forearm shake back, guys.
Steve's right. Rubbing butts. I rubbed butts with Penn and Teller. Literally, I have pictures of it. So we're gonna rub butts.
Okay, I guess we're rubbing butts from now on. Next time Rachel comes down, that'll be our thing, and she'll be like, "What the hell are you doing?" We're rubbing butts, Rachel.
Yeah, it's more sanitary than touching hands.
Everybody brings in like Ninja Turtles, like smashing with each other, smashing people with their shells. Like, we're doing that. We're all backing it up in a circle, rubbing asses.
Yes.
Anyways, the games are successful. So Spartacus has united all of the people. We go back to the Ludus, and Glaber's pissed. He's gonna lose everything. Sepia goes to comfort him, and as Sepia is going to comfort air quotes Glaber, Xena and Alithia meet up and like, is she gonna fucking do it? Like, oh, she's gonna fucking do it. And Xena's like, are you sure you want this to happen, Alithia? And Alithia's like, fuck yeah. Do you think Alithia is all on board with Sepia killing Glaber? But that's not what happens. Like, Glaber and Sepia are together. Glaber goes.
Glaber going full Crixus, fully nude here.
Full nude. The Glaber dick just flopping around. So Sepia shows up, and Glaber thinks he's about to get some action, but Sepia calls him out on killing Sepius, smashes him in the head with a jug of wine, and while he's on the ground, Sepia pulls out the dagger and goes to stab him. But then Lithia comes from behind her, grabs the dagger, stabs Sepia in the heart, and then cuts her throat. And so Sepia is dead, and this her neck blood is just money-shotting Glaber. Like, Glaber is covered with blood. And so Glaber and Lithia talk, and Glaber's like, I turned away from you. Why are you here? And Lithia tells him, like, what's her line? It's like, we are both monsters. Let's be monsters together. Basically.
Oh, that's why the episode's called Monsters.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So Alithia pleads her case to Glaber. Glaber and Alithia reconcile. They're not together because they love each other. They are together because they both recognize. They recognize that they're both shitty people, and no one will ever be a match for them but one another. And so then they fuck while covered in sepia blood. And so Glaber and Alithia are back together.
Well, this is actually kind of a cool moment real quick, because Alithia actually says, she's like, you know what, let's fucking take down all the people above us, like everybody in Rome. And for a moment there, you're like, God, are they going to be in the third season? And are we going to see like Alithia and Glaber fucking up like the Roman Senate and shit like that? Doesn't happen, but that would have been kind of a cool spin-off as well, seeing Alithia and Glaber go do some crazy shit in Rome.
Alithia tells Glaber, it's you and me against the world. We have each other now. We're both shitty people, but at least we're shitty together. Let's go fucking get Spartacus, but let's fuck first. Like, I need some dick.
As you do.
So Glaber is like, you know what? Fuck yeah. I'm not gonna let Verenius take over here. I'm gonna go fucking get Spartacus after I give you some dick. And so they
Let us fuck.
And then we go back to the temple where Spartacus is hanging out, and they see Glaber's men coming up. And so the gladiators go and fight Glaber's men, only it's not Glaber, it's Verenius. So Spartacus sends some gladiators out to fight and then retreat, and then when they retreat, Verenius sends his men forward, which leaves Verenius exposed, because Spartacus is like, Roman commanders lead from the back, the coward's position, and so Spartacus, he thinks it's Glaber, but he knows that whoever's in charge is going to be in the rear, and so when the rest of the Roman forces charge ahead to pursue the gladiators, Spartacus and Gannicus, they leap out to attack Verenius, and it's two of them against like a dozen Roman soldiers, and they win easily. So they capture Verenius, and they take him back to the temple. Spartacus is very happy because now we've got all of these Roman weapons, and Crixus wants to kill Verenius. And he wants to kill Verenius to get revenge for Rascos and Redshirt. And Spartacus stops him. It's like, we're not going to kill him until he answers our questions. But then suddenly, giant balls of fire begin crashing into the temple. Glaber had his men following slightly behind Verenius, prompted by Alithia supporting Glaber again. And so Glaber's men just start raining fire down onto the temple, and he gives no shits about Verenius. One of the giant fireballs hits Verenius, kills Verenius. Thank you for showing up. Verenius didn't actually do a whole lot in this season, but Glaber is winning. Glaber is absolutely annihilating this temple, and so Spartacus has all of the gladiators and slaves go out through a tunnel. I don't know that we ever mentioned the tunnel, but way back when Spartacus first arrived to the temple, Lucius mentioned that there are tunnels under this place, and Spartacus says, let's have some people dig an escape route. So they use an escape route. They are planning on fleeing through the woods. They're not really going anywhere in particular. They're just trying to run away. And then, but Glaber he had people like scouting the woods. He knew that Spartacus, I guess, would have a plan. And so Spartacus comes out of this tunnel, and
that
there's
poor
a bunch
old
more
lady
Roman
that
soldiers.
shows up every once in a while just gets speared through the chest.
Yeah.
When you see her, you're like, oh yeah, it's her.
Yeah, so they're down one old lady, but the rest of the gladiators and slaves, they have nowhere to go but to Vesuvius. And also, several episodes ago, Lucius had mentioned that there is a footpath, and like this is the only path up or down Vesuvius. The gladiators have no choice but to go up to the path. They are going to get to the top of Vesuvius and figure shit out from there. And Glaber's like, well, they made it to Vesuvius. They had the high ground, and we all know about the high ground. So Glaber's smart enough to not attack. And so Glaber says, I'm going to starve them out. Like, there's nothing to eat up on top of Vesuvius. Eventually, they're going to go mad with hunger and try their luck by coming down the mountain. And that's where the episode ends. As of this moment, Glaber seems to have won.
Yeah. This is where the writers say we need a time jump before the last episode. So we're going to starve them out. Just let them up there. This episode's awesome. It's absolutely, it's one of the best of the season for sure. I wouldn't call it my absolute favorite. I think that the finale might actually be my favorite, having watched them back to back to back today. But yeah, this is so cool. It's so good. Yeah, it's like you finally get to see all these cool characters stop fighting with one another and like become friends again. And it's like, okay, now shit's gonna start to get real. I love like all of the crazy scheming that's going on in this episode between all the characters, and what this one did where the last one didn't is the last one just didn't have a ton of like action in it. This really married the action with all the scheming, which is where I think Spartacus, the show, is at its best, when it's got both of those things going simultaneously. So yeah, I loved this episode. Thought it was awesome.
Yeah, this is probably my favorite of the season. For whatever reason, I really like it when the gladiators have just fun. Like, I love the camaraderie. I love them having games, because there's an episode next season where they also host games. And that's also probably my favorite of that season. So I think I just like seeing the gladiators have fun.
You like your heroes to be happy, Steve?
I do. Weird, right?
But all heroes need to be miserable and sad all the time.
Disagree.
Talking a gravelly voice.
Ronan, your thoughts on this episode?
Great episode. Bizarrely enough, pretty Asher finds out that like they put together where this rubbly cottage or whatever it is that they're staying at is. Asher speaks of it as if he's seen it, and that's a part of it that like I was like, well, wait, when the fuck did Asher ever see this? Because he's telling Glaber, it's like, if memory serves me correctly, the villa has a tall wall over it, and it's such as like, how the fuck do you know that? When were you ever out there? You've been a slave forever. Like, when were you ever out of Capua? So that was a part that kind of took me out. It's like, how the fuck does he know all of this? Because he can't. He's never been there.
See, I don't question how Asher knows everything. I just assumed he was smart enough to get the information he needed.
And did we mention that Asher, like, yeah, we mentioned that he wants to be a free man, right? Like, he's going to become, like, the head of the Ludus and everything like that. And,
yes.
Like, this whole thing just makes me think, please make House of Asher. Please make House of... Let's start it now, folks. Hashtag House of Asher. Let's tweet or X or whatever Steven tonight and say... House of Asher.
Help us out, one listener. Help us out.
Yes.
Hopefully you're better at the tweeting than we are.
But, yeah, and, this sets up, I mean, a glorious finale. I mean, this we won't spoil what exactly happens in the next episode, but...
if only we could talk about it tonight.
If only we could, where it's fresh in my mind. Yeah, the next episode is just... It's great. It's one of the most memorable, I think, of all of the Spartacus episodes. And that's the one thing that this show always has. They always knock out the finales. They always stick the landing on their finales, and I think they really stick the landing in this. But that's a tease. You're going to have to come back next Thursday if you want to learn about episode 10, which is, what, Wrath of the Gods? I think that's what it's called. The finale of Vengeance. So, you guys have anything else you want to say? Any crazy historical facts, Ronan?
I'll save those for the next episode because it's kind of spoilery for well, people are going to know how this is going to turn out. But I'll give that for the next episode.
Okay, and I'm sure it was actually probably serendipitous that we didn't do the finale today, because the finale, we're probably going to talk quite a bit about the finale. Probably will end up being 2 episodes worth of length time for that. So stick around next Thursday. We'll be back with the finale of Season 2 of Spartacus Vengeance. Are we going all in, fellas?
I just looked at this hand, so we'll
talk for a minute. I'll go all in next hand.
Yeah,
let's hope the audio issues don't keep this episode from making the air. Matt, please, do your due diligence and listen to this before you post it.
Hey, I can hear you guys just fine the entire time on my end.
That's great. Let's hope you recorded us just fine.
I'm just streaming. That's all I'm doing. I've done nothing different than what I've done every previous episode.
So you're going to listen to this before you post it to make sure that the audio didn't cut out.
Of course, that's what I'm going to do, Steve.
There's a lot of passive aggressiveness there. Are you going to take that kind of abuse from him?
Fucking Agron.
Apparently so.
Hate
Agron is fucking great.
Agron sucks.
Agron is awesome. No, Agron is awesome.
Was Agron even historically one of Spartacus's people? I think it was like Crastus or something. It wasn't even Agron. This can be a little bit of historicalness. The only people whose names were saved, whose names have been recorded in the history that were part of the Spartacus rebellion, they were all gladiators, with the exception of one slave, Papalopeo or something like that. He was one of the best scouts that Spartacus had, but he was also not a gladiator. He was just a slave. The names that I am aware of, so there was Spartacus, his second in command was known to be a Gaul named Crixus. There was a general named Onimus, and another Celt who was a high-ranking one named Ganikai. Which, that's, obviously that's how they got the names for this, because Roman names kind of weird, because even Batiatus, his name, historically is recorded a couple of different ways, Batiatus, Batius, and Batus. It's weird how the Romans would write their names down. So, but no, as far as I'm aware of, there is no Agron in the record. Yeah, he's a made-up character. He sucks. Stupid.
Agron's awesome, but that was good. You filled in just the right amount of time, because, folks, it's the end of this recording session, and we are going all in blind, and we're probably going to hate it, but we can't fucking stop.
I mean, we could just, push the start button and leave right now.
Nope, going all in. I've already busted out twice this hand. This is how you guys get my money. You distract me by making.
We're not getting your money. It's these random fucks who are getting it, not us.
No, you're totally getting it. All right,
are we Peely squadding after this, or are you guys too tired?
I will fucking Peely squad. The same 3 people that watch this will watch Peely squad.
I think that break that we took, that 2-month break, I think YouTube just took us out of whatever algorithm they did.
You mean the 2-month break that you took?
Oh, yeah.
Because I was still hustling. I was still posting shit and editing shit that whole time.
Well, you weren't doing enough, Steve.
That's not the point.
You gonna let him cut your dick off like that, Steve? Assault him.
It's just the 3 of us.
Oh, god damn it!
We all have bullshit. We all have bullshit.
No, we're the only ones who went all in.
No. Give me an 8.
Oh, fucking 7s and 2s. I got 7s and 2s. Holy shit! I got a full house. Did I get a full house? We
I
split
think
pot.
so.
We were the only ones who went in. Everyone else
Yeah,
folded.
Steve lost. That's all that matters.
Oh, split pot.
Yeah.
Split pot. Woo!
Taking my fucking money, you piece of shit.
Welcome everyone to another episode, delayed hours because Ronan sucks. We're at Jupiter's Croc. We're here, the final episode of Season 2 of Spartacus Vengeance. We're talking Wrath of the Gods. I'm joined today by Steve, also known as Spartacus.
I'm here.
It's late, Steve.
Super high energy.
It's real late. Why are we so late?
I don't know, Ronan, why are we so late?
Because fuck you both, that's why.
Because you had to talk to an old lady for 2.5 hours?
Because chasing a fucking ghost in the machine.
So yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are here. This is the final episode of the season. We only have 10 more episodes to go after tonight's. It's crazy. It feels like we should have a lot more episodes to see, but no, we've made it.
We would have a lot more episodes to see if we hadn't started watching multiples per session to accommodate someone else's work schedule.
Yeah. Ronan, I think you and Rachel should start a show together, and it will never air because you guys will be continually late. Just at one right after the other. I'm late, and it'll never air. You are like the new Rachel, Ronan. How does that make you feel?
Rachel Ronan.
Rachel.
I mean, I'm still cooler than you, so it's all good.
Whatever helps
God
you sleep
damn it.
at night.
Off to a terrible start.
All right, Wrath of the Gods, final episode. It's all been building to this. Spartacus, take it away.
Oh, god damn it. Alright, lady, make a decision in this poker hand. Anyways, the Spartacus people are trapped on the top
Spartacus
of
people.
Spartacus people.
I was trying to take that lady's money in this game. Anyways,
Sounds very problematic.
Spartacus
a little
and his
domestic
troops-
violence.
That's what Ronan
Hush.
was doing to that
It's
old
quiet
lady
time
tonight.
now. We're not talking about Ronan's old lady anymore. Spartacus on Mount Vesuvius, and they are quickly running out of supplies. We don't really know, or at least I don't think, how long it's been since the end of the previous episode. But it's been a minute. Like Spartacus and his people say they have picked the place clean, and they're quickly running out of food and supplies. But Spartacus delivers multiple speeches on top of Mount Vesuvius this episode to try to keep his people in line. But unfortunately, a group of guys, a group of like the German Agron people, they decide, fuck it, we can't do this anymore. We are going to go down this one mountain path and try to just make a break for it, or start pushing the Romans back. Basically, we refuse to just sit on this mountain and die. And so, of all of the people that go down there, it's like Lugo is the only person of note. It's like Nemetes, who sucks, and Saxa, who is the only German woman in the show, I think, who gets a name. And then 3 or 4 other just red shirts. They go down the mountain, and Spartacus hears about this, and for whatever reason, Spartacus decides, okay, well, we've got to go save them. Why? Lugo is super cool, but why does Spartacus need any of the rest of these people? I don't think he does, but he's the good guy. He's going to help anyway. And so he goes down the hill to save them. And so Asher and the Egyptian and the Asher force is there with a couple of Glaber's men, especially the Glaber's second in command, who is not Asher, the one Roman guy who's been with Glaber for a while now. I don't know his name. I didn't know the last Glaber second in command either. But Asher force, Glaber's Roman buddy, they are all fighting, and in the battle, or during the battle, Mira gets hit with an axe. One of the Asher Force dudes throws an axe at Spartacus, but misses, and hits Mira just right in the collarbone. And so Spartacus grabs Mira, grabs all the survivors, and runs back up the hill.
Can I say something real quick about that?
Let me
listened
say
to-
7-2 offsuit, bitches! Woohoo!
Nice. I'll have my character clap for you. Because of that. Hold on, there you go. They actually went back and forth as to what they should do with Mira. And originally they said, well, we're going to have her survive into season 3. But Stephen DeKnight said, actually, we basically have to kill her now because no one would expect that this kind of like, I wouldn't call her a major character, but I mean, I guess she's one of the main characters.
She's
no one would
the
expect
love
it.
interest.
Yeah,
And
that's her.
kind of
Her
it
name
this
is
point.
Love Interest. That's all she was.
Yeah. Did I can't remember. It's been a while already since I watched this because, of course, Ronan keeps fucking us. But does Onimaeus lose his
can
eyeball
rewatch it.
this episode or
No.
previous?
He
That was
lost
last
it.
episode.
He lost it. But that's the thing. I don't know that we actually brought it up last
We didn't.
episode. But,
Yeah, we didn't.
So,
That's
so
why I was
we're gonna circle back around to that in a minute. So let's wrap up Mira's story because Mira gets like 3 lines in this episode, and then she dies, and she dies while Spartacus is trying to save her. So she's got
Yeah.
another wound.
So do you think she should have
Spartacus-
stayed alive to the next season, though? That's the question I was trying to get to. Do you think that
No,
they should...
no one cares about the love
Yeah,
interest.
I was happy she died. I was like, she's annoying. I
I
don't...
mean, I don't care if she died or not. It was just like there was nothing for her character to do anymore.
Other than
And
die.
so, yeah, it was her time. But Spartacus, wants to save her. He tells Nasir to heat a sword so he could, cauterize the wound, but it's too late. Mira has bled out, and Spartacus turns around and just starts beating the ever-living shit out of Nemetes. And he asks Nemetes, was it worth it? Was it worth her life for you to try to escape? And Nemetes says, you're the mad fuck that's led us all to our death. And that gives Spartacus pause, because he knows
He's
that,
not wrong.
Yeah, Nemetes is right. Spartacus led them up the hill to Mount Vesuvius, where they're now all going to starve to death. So Spartacus tries to deliver a speech to get everyone back to focusing, and then out comes Onimaeus. And Onimaeus, like we said before, we didn't mention it last episode, but Onimaeus had a fight with the Egyptian as Spartacus was being chased through like the tunnels of this temple that came out behind Vesuvius. And Onimaeus fights the Egyptian, and the Egyptian, and again, this is last episode, the Egyptian has these little daggers, and he goes to stab Onimaeus in the head, and Onimaeus just puts his hand up, and so the dagger goes through Onimaeus' palm, and then the Egyptian just continues to push and like basically fucking staples Onimaeus' hand to his head. And so
Shows you how
Gannicus,
badass the Egyptian is, because
The
they've already
Egyptian is
established how
awesome.
amazing Onimaeus is.
yeah, the Egyptian has no trouble with anyone he fights until he starts getting double teamed. Spoilers for later in the episode. So Onimaeus is now. So at last episode, Onimaeus lost an eye. Gannicus carried him up the hill, and
He was
now
supposed to lose an
Onimaeus-
arm. That's why I was mentioning it. They said that they were actually going to have the Egyptian chop his whole arm off, and he was going to be one-armed Onimaeus. But then they decided just to go with the eye because it looked cooler with the
He
makeup.
does look super fucking cool. So he walks out, Onimaeus walks out from the crowd, missing an eye. He has this like giant row of stitches going from like his cheek to like the middle of his forehead to seal up this massive eye wound that he had. And he comes out and he throws his support behind Spartacus. And so Spartacus plus Onimaeus kind of get everyone back on the path, or not on the path, gets everyone back on the same page. There is one good line from Nemetes, because he sees Spartacus like doing what he can to kind of lay Mira to rest. So Spartacus wraps Mira in his cloak, and then he finds some vines scattered around Vesuvius and like wraps her body in it. And Nemetes says, "Well, we're all going to die. Lucky us. Lucky us. We'll all be dead before she becomes overly ripe." Nemetes gives no fucks. Like, he is an asshole, but that was a good line. I appreciated that. We also see Alithia and Xena. they are going to Vesuvius because Alithia wants this to be done. Alithia and Glaber are back in love, and Alithia wants to go and convince Glaber, like, look, just fucking go kill Spartacus now. You've been waiting for a long time. Just go get him, because I don't want my baby to be born in Capua. I want my baby, your baby, the baby that's totally your baby, Glaber. I want this baby to be born in Rome. And so Alithia is going to Vesuvius to make this known, and Xena's with her, and Alithia's like, when I go to Rome, Xena, you're my best friend. You're going to come with me. We're going to find you a new husband. You can be a wife again. You're going to fucking love it. Everything's going to be all sunshine and rainbows and ponies. And Xena's like, actually, your husband gave me to Asher. And Alithia is not on board with this, and so she and Xena hatch a plan, which we're going to see soon, because they are about to arrive in at the this temple that Spartacus used to be in,
and
where
the
Glaber
season's
is now
about
based.
over.
Yeah. They're going to arrive there soon, and we see Asher, and Asher is already planning for his future. And
House
Asher
of
says,
Asher.
Yes, the House of Asher. Asher is planning for the House of Asher. He says he's going to take over Batiatus' Ludus, and I am going to, have the greatest gladiators in all the land. And Asher Force, I would have all of you join the House of Asher as my first gladiators. All I need you to do is recite an oath to me. But before he can get to the part about the oath, Xena and Alithia come up. And so Alithia goes to talk to Glaber. Xena goes to talk to Asher. She's not happy about it, but she's got to play along right now. And Asher tells her, oh, I'm so glad to see you. I've missed your touch. He's being super mega creepy Asher. Meanwhile, Alithia is in this temple talking to Glaber. And Alithia is telling Glaber, look, this baby is coming. It's coming soon. We need to get to Rome, so kill Spartacus now. And so Glaber says, well, we can't. Spartacus has the high ground. We can't take the mountain without losing a shitload of people. And Alithia's like, but you can take it, right? Implying that Alithia is willing to sacrifice a shitload of Roman soldiers if it gets her home like a couple of days faster. And Glaber, because, Alithia's making eyes at him, he's like, you know what, Alithia, everything you say is correct, my darling wife. So yeah, I'm going to throw a shitload of people up the mountain. They're all going to die, but you and me, we're going to be good. We're going to go to Rome, and we're going to have our baby in Rome. And Alithia is super happy. She's about to leave, but then she hatches her plan. The plan that she made with Xena. She pulls out Seppius's weird snake bracelet and gives it to Glaber and tells Glaber, Seppia tried to kill you because Asher gave this to her. This was all part of Asher's plan to kill you. And Glaber, to his credit, is like, well, that's fucking
That's
dumb.
stupid. Yeah,
that's fucking dumb. like Asher's fortunes are tied to my own. Why would he try to kill me? And Alithia's just like, I
don't know.
He's sneaky bastard. He's a snake. And Glaber's like, yeah, okay,
I
that
like
makes
the
sense.
cut of your jib.
I think Alithia tries to pitch the idea that when Verinius showed up, Asher was going to try to get rid of Glaber to try to buddy up to Verinius, but mostly she's just like, Asher's a bad person. He was going to double cross you, and Glaber's like, okay. And so Glaber is going to get rid of Asher. But when Alithia's walking away, thinking she has protected her friend Xena, Glaber's like, actually, there's probably someone else we should kill too. We have no more use for Xena. Xena knows too much. And so both of them, both Alithia and Glaber, essentially have to kill, their most useful person at this point. I won't say friend, but Xena is
Frenemy.
The most useful person to Alithia. Asher is the most useful person to Glaber, and they both have to die. So I want to pause here for a second. prior to Alithia telling Glabber not to trust Asher, do you think Glabber was actually going to honor his promise to Asher and free him and give him the Ludus and give him Xena?
I think so.
I think he would. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's a man of
we're
his
on the
word.
same page. Yeah, because I was thinking about that, and I don't know that he's a man of his word, but I think, like, Asher has, like, earned a place of respect with Glabber, because in the previous episode, when they attacked the temple, Glabber, completely unprompted, tells Asher, I'm going to have you by my side, so you can be in a place of honor when we take Spartacus, because, you helped make this happen. Like, Glabber didn't have to do that, it's just Asher had kind of earned a place here. And so, yeah, I agree. I think Glabber was going to honor his promise to Asher. Now, do you think he was going to let Xena live, or was Xena going to have to go the whole time?
I think she had to go.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. I think Asher was probably going to get his freedom and probably going to get the Ludus.
But he was going to give her to Asher, though, right? So maybe he figured that Asher would just keep her in line.
I don't know. Xena feels like a hell of a loose end.
Yeah, I mean, she's dangerous.
I don't know. I mean, we all at least agree that Asher was going to get his freedom and the Ludus. Xena is a maybe. Anyway, so Alithia comes out and kind of winks at Xena like, haha, the plan's in place. And so Xena's like, oh, I'm going to miss you so much, Asher, and like legitimately kisses him to kind of fuck with him. And Asher is like, fuck yeah, I got everything that I want. Everything is awesome right now. It'd be a shame if someone called me on my bullshit. And so out comes Glabber, who throws the snake bracelet at Asher's feet, and Asher's like, okay,
Rightly confused. Yeah.
What does this mean? I don't know what any of this means. And so
You should have
Glabber lays it
recognized
out.
that immediately, though. Like, Asher should have understood what was happening right there, because they've established him as a very intelligent person. He took that bracelet. He knows what that bracelet belongs to.
Yeah, but I agree with that, but at the same time, this was actually like the one case where Glabber was innocent of what he was accused of. So I think that's the part that's fucking with him. It's like, okay, like, because he even says to Glabber, it's like, yeah,
Like, I was taking
I
the
took this
stuff.
bracelet, but like I thought I had your permission to like loot these bodies. And then Glabber says, okay, well, let's talk about you giving this to Sepia. And Asher's like, I've never talked to her. And so there's an impasse now. Like, Asher, for once in his fucking life, is telling the absolute fucking truth. But Glabber is
You
not
hate
having
to see it. You hate
And
to
so-
see it.
Asher's like, you know what? It's unfortunate this has happened, but how about me and the Asher Force just leave before a fight breaks out? And Glabber says, Asher Force, how about you become the Glabber Force, and I will give you a bunch of gold and a bunch of land. And so the Glabber Force turns on Asher, and Asher is basically just captured now. And again, like, it's weird seeing Asher in an instance where, like, he didn't do the wrong thing that he's accused of. Like, someone has finally, like, pulled one on Asher. It's like he doesn't know what to do with it. But he even tells Glabber, it's like, look, I made a vow to you, and I have not broken it. But Glabber tells him, okay, well, let's test that. And so, what is the test that Asher has to do? Well, Asher is instructed to go up Mount Vesuvius alone and tell all of the slaves that if they surrender, they will be allowed to live. They will be re-enslaved, but they will have their lives. And anyone who doesn't take this deal, when the Romans come, if you are captured alive, you are going to be crucified. You will be tortured to death on the cross. And the only person that doesn't get a choice in this is Spartacus. Like, you have to hand Spartacus over for his death in order to take this deal. And Nemetes shows up and he says, I don't want to die today. And Asher gets a little smirk on his face, like, oh yeah, all these fuckers are going to turn against Spartacus. But then Nemetes follows up and says, but if I'm going to die, I'm going to do it as a free man. So everyone is on Team Spartacus at this point. So Asher's like, okay, I'm just going to nonchalantly walk back down this mountain. It's been nice chatting with you, fellow gladiators.
I'm
It's
just
been
gonna,
nice to see
turn around
you.
now and get out of here as quick as I can.
And then Asher
Damn it.
yells, Crixus yells, Asher. And Asher gets this look on his face like, oh,
That great
God
look.
damn it.
For a second, he thought he had it. He thought he had it for a second. He was like, I can't believe this. They're not going to kill me. Then Crixus does the Crixus play, of course. That look of Ash where he just kind of goes this to himself, damn it, fuck.
Yep. And so Crixus says, you know what? I'm not done with you yet. It's about time that we settled our business. And Asher tries multiple ways to weasel out of this. And first he's like,
valiant effort.
I have to go back down the mountain and give Glabber your response. And Crixus says, your head would serve.
I love that.
Your head would tell Glabber everything that he needs to know. And Asher goes, Spartacus, help! And Spartacus is like, the man makes a point. And so Spartacus is not going to help Glabber. This whole scene is amazing.
It's awesome.
So Spartacus is not going to stop this fight, and so Asher says, "Well, it's not fair. You're picking on an unarmed man." So Crixus says, "Give Asher a sword." That didn't work either. Well, I'm injured because at the beginning of the episode, when Nemetes and his bros tried to escape the mountain, I got shot in the arm with an arrow. So I'm grievously injured. I can't. It would be dishonorable for you to fight me. And Crixus is like, fuck honor! And he goes to swing at Asher, but Navia stops him. Navia, I don't remember this actress's name, but this scene right here, she is so fucking good in it. She is crying. She is filled with both like sadness and an incredible amount of rage. And she tells Asher, like, Asher's right. It would be dishonorable for you to kill him. I'm not going to put that on you. I'm going to fight him. No one has been hurt more by him. No one has more of a claim on his fucking life than me. And so Crixus begrudgingly steps aside to let Navia fight Asher. And at first,
it's all been leading to this, right? Because he's been training her all season long.
Yep. Navia is on her way to knowing how to just to swing a sword, and so she fights Asher. And at the beginning, Asher is just toying with her. She has no chance against him.
Asher pretty much just beats the shit out of her for pretty much the whole fight. She gets in one or two licks, but by and large, Asher just destroys her.
Stephen DeKnight actually said that his favorite acting from Manu Bennett was actually just his reaction shots to watching like Navia basically lose against Asher, because he's like, the love of my life's gonna die. Like Asher is going to kill her.
There are multiple times during this fight where Navia is losing, and at first Spartacus is going to step in and stop this, and Crixus stops Spartacus like, no, and Navia has to do this. But then later on,
does she though?
Later on, even Crixus is like, I can't watch this anymore. Like, Navia, let me help. And Navia screams at him like, no, he is fucking mine. So they battle, and Asher is winning easily. But then he does the thing all villains do. He starts monologuing, and he tells
insert
Navia,
scene from The Invincibles right here.
Yep.
You sly dog, you got me monologuing.
That's exactly what happens, because Asher's like, I may die today. Like, I know you're not going to let me off this mountain, but at least I died knowing that I basically fucked over Crixus one last time.
He says, I take Crixus's bitch to the afterlife with me. I'm like, yo, my God.
And while he is saying this, he's got the sword to Navia's neck, And Navia uses the opportunity while Asher is talking to Crixus to elbow him in the nuts, grab a sword out the ground, and slice him in the dick. And Asher
Dick
falls.
move, Navia. Dick
Asher falls to the ground. He's holding his shattered dick with one hand while trying to stop Navia from attacking him with the other, but he fails, and Navia slices him across the neck, but he's not dead yet. He gets one last chance to just kind of twist the knife, and he tells Navia, all of the terrible things that I did to you, all the terrible things that I caused, none of this, you killing me is not going to fix it. And Navia says, you know what, you're right, but it's a fucking start, and she slices his head off. Takes 3 swings, but she slices Asher's head clean the fuck off his shoulders, and then she and Crixus embrace, and she repeats a line that he said to her early on, and she says, you were right. It is hard to chop a man's head off with one swing, and Crixus just says, then I will teach you, and this scene is awesome.
Because I think that was in season 1 that he told her that.
Yeah, that was season 1.
Yeah, it's so cool, and it's one of those things where it's like, it would have been great to see Crixus just fuck this guy up, but it's great that they had Navia do it. And Stephen DeKnight said that was the plan from the middle of season 1. He said that he was always going to have her kill Asher at some point down the road for, what Asher did to her and stuff. So, but execution to a T, perfection.
This is a great scene. I think we're gonna miss Asher going forward because he's such a great fucking villain. And anyways, that's the end of Asher. And so Spartacus picks 2 guys to roll Asher's head down the hill. Apparently, that was a 2-person job. And then Spartacus, or basically the gladiators, they got their little bit of success, but then they're like, fuck. We're still going to die up here. Like, nothing's actually changed. Glaber is just going to wait us out, and when we are... They don't know that Alithia has told Glaber to attack now. They think that Glaber is going to wait them out. But someone makes the comment, because Mira's body has been wrapped in vines. Someone says, too bad there's not enough vines for all of us. And Spartacus goes, about that. And so Spartacus enacts this plan. Now, earlier in the episode, he and Gannicus had this really cool bonding moment where Gannicus tells Spartacus, I thought you were just a fucking lucky idiot, but I see now that like this
clever strategy,
a bold strategy is why you're still alive. And Spartacus says, the only things that I have done are things that the Romans don't expect. Like, that's it. They didn't expect us to attack the arena. They didn't expect any of this. But at this point, I don't have a thing that's unexpected. Like, they know we're up here. We have no way down, and they know that. There is no bold strategy that I have. And Gannicus tells him, well, you know what? If I'm going to die, at least I'll die among brothers. And they shake hands. Gannicus and Spartacus are buddies now. So, a little bit later now, Navia has killed Asher, and suddenly Spartacus does have an idea for a bold strategy, and that strategy is he's going to take all of the vines on the mountain and create rope with them. And there's enough rope for 4 people, and so he says, Agron, Crixus, Gannicus, you're with me. And so with these ropes, these 4 guys just scale down the mountain, and Spartacus just fucking leaps on the back of this guy, and luckily doesn't shatter his goddamn ankles. But this is going to eventually.
Hold on, pause, because this is a moment here. We're going to see what happens at this hand.
Okay,
let's do it.
Right,
Make your decision, Steve. Oh shit. Okay. Here we go.
I'm gonna lose, but I've got.
No.
I've got an okay.
7-2 offsuit, baby.
I think you won. You got 3 of kind.
Thank you. Go ahead. Continue.
You didn't go all in at the beginning.
I did. I've been all in the whole time.
Lied.
You guys have been playing back and forth.
So Spartacus and Agron and Crixus and Gannicus they've scaled the mountain, and they're beginning their attack on Glaber's forces. But while this is going on, Alithia and Xena have gone back to the Ludus.
This is where the things get dark.
Yeah,
Consider that for a moment.
A little dark, a little weird. So I'm just going to go ahead and wrap up their story, because they don't actually interact with Glaber or Spartacus or anyone else the rest of this episode. Xena is, like, standing, like, kind of at the, like, on a balcony, basically, overlooking the giant cliff that the Ludus has been built on. And so Xena is thanking Alithia. Oh, Alithia, you're such a good friend. You've freed me from Asher's grasp. You're wonderful, wonderful friend. I can't say enough good things about you. And Alithia's like, yes, you're my good friend too. And when Xena's back is turned,
Goes in to push.
Alithia is walking in to push Xena over this balcony. But on her way there, I didn't actually look at my hand. Oh, that's good. Come on.
Jesus.
Come on, good hand. While she is heading off towards Xena, her water breaks. And she's like, something is wrong. Like, it's too early for this baby to come. And Xena's like, oh, he got a fucking straight on the river. Son of a bitch.
That hurts.
See, this is what happens. You guys get me talking, and then I can't pay attention.
That's the plan. He's figured this out, Ronan.
Xena says it's a sign from the gods. The baby must be born within the walls of the Ludus. And so they take Alithia to a bed. They're trying to calm her. And Alithia says the exact opposite. It's like, something is wrong. This baby does not want to be born in this house of shit and blood and death and whatnot. Like, the baby is clawing at me. And Xena's like, I'm gonna go get you some drugs so that you don't feel any pain. I'm going to go get you some drugs so you don't feel any pain. What she
I'm going to kill all the slaves.
I'm going to murder everyone here. And then Xena comes back to Alithia. Xena kills the last slave girl that was attending to Alithia. And Xena's covered in blood. And Alithia's like, what the fuck? Like, I thought we were friends. And Xena's like, oh, yes, the best friends.
I love her scream, by the way. Just,
yeah.
Viva Bianca has a great scream.
She has a great everything.
Yeah.
Xena
speaking
says,
of her, real quick, just another fun fact, listening to the audio commentary of this episode. So, at the very beginning of this season, she's been pregnant from, like, the first episode of this season. But you couldn't really tell early on. And originally they wanted her much more pregnant from the very beginning. But the Starz executive said, no, people won't think she's sexy anymore if she's got a huge, like, 8-month, belly. And so that's why she doesn't get really...
sexist.
Yeah, she does. That's why she doesn't get fully pregnant till the very end of the season.
Well, at least we know because of the pregnancy, it's been roughly 9 months.
Yeah, I was about to say
died.
that gives us a time frame, because that was something that bothered us in season 1. Is how fucking long does season 1 actually last? And we know how long season 2 lasts. It takes about 9 months.
Yep.
So, we know that at least.
So Alithia is, telling Xena, like, I thought we were friends, why are you killing me? And Xena says, we are friends. And so Alithia replies, okay, but then why are you killing me and my baby? And Xena's like, your baby? You were just a vessel. Like, it was always the plan for you to bring a baby into the house of Badiadas, but that's my fucking kid and I'm taking it. And so we don't see it. We don't see it, but presumably Xena cuts the baby out of Alithia's stomach and then walks to the edge of the cliff. And Alithia is like crawling on the ground, leaving this giant bloody trail behind her, just screaming Lucretia at the top of her lungs to try to stop this. And Xena gets to the edge and she says, Quintus and I always wanted a son. And then she jumps off the cliff and kills herself.
She doesn't even jump. She just falls. She just like leans backwards and falls.
All right. Well, she very delicately places herself into the air on the other side of the cliff, and she falls down and she fucking dies. She falls off the cliff with the goddamn baby. They are dead. And then Alithia just kind of falls over and dies as well.
So awesome. So awesome. Because she's
It's
creating
so-
a family with Bodiatus in the afterlife. That's the whole
and
plan.
this shows just the mindset of Romans, because Lucretia has enslaved people, she has tortured people, she has forced people to be sexually assaulted, she is responsible for so much death and tragedy in this show, and she still thinks she's going to go to the good side of the afterlife and live happily ever after with her husband.
Sounds very Christian.
The thought that maybe she's going to the bad place just never pops into her head. So, question I have for
Well, they
you
didn't
guys.
really they didn't think of things in those terms back then.
All right,
Because there
well,
wasn't like technically a hell where bad people went. But continue.
neat. I went on my chips back. Anyways, Xena thinks she is going to some sort of reward where she's going to get to live happily ever after with Bodiatus. Whatever afterlife she goes to, she's certainly not expecting it to be a bad place or a bad thing. So Xena, Alithia, pretty much everyone back to the Ludus is dead.
Now, that interesting thing about Alithia, on the commentary, Viva Bianca said she was incredibly pissed off during that scene because they made her reshoot it. So originally, when she shot that scene, she was basically standing and running over to Lucretia, and so she went through all the emotions that she's going through, right? That actors get into to try to get into character, and then she had to come back months later and reshoot it all because
7-2 offsuit, baby.
Yes, because Rob Tappert was like, wait a minute, she just had the baby cut out of her. She wouldn't be able to be up on her feet running out to go see her. She's got to be crawling in pain. So they had Viva Bianca come back and reshoot the entire thing again.
And it worked. It was
Worth
great.
it.
I don't know.
Yep.
I don't know. I kind of agree with him. I think it would be very off-putting if she's
Just
running full
running.
speed
Yeah.
with her intestines hanging out.
Have we all won
but-
with 7-2 offsuits tonight? I feel like we
I
have.
think
Maybe.
so.
Yeah.
I think we have. So I
But
have
the-
a question, because this is something we've been asking, here and there throughout.
I swear to
season 2.
God, if you steal my fucking question that I've been trying to ask 4 goddamn times, or you're trying to interrupt me. But continue with the question. I bet it's about Xena and whether or not she's actually crazy.
Yes, fuck you. I'm taking it.
Piece of
I'm
shit!
taking
I've
it.
been trying to ask that question for 5 fucking minutes, and you assholes won't shut up!
You need to be more assertive, because now I'm taking it back. I'm taking the question.
Ronan asked the goddamn question.
I mean, do you want to
Anytime
ask it,
today.
Steve? I mean, you're
Anytime
up-
today.
You're
Like,
just
just
so
spit it
upset.
out
Would
whenever
you
you're ready.
Do you want to ask it, Steve? Do you?
Hey, Matt, do you think Xena was crazy the whole time?
What do you mean by crazy the
Take your
whole
time.
time? Like, are you talking from
Don't
season
play
1?
that game with us.
Well, no.
You know
Are you
exactly
talking
what he
like
means.
from season 1? Like this was the grand plan
No,
the whole
I'm
time,
just
or just
talking-
in season
No,
2?
you fool.
No, I'm talking about season 2, because she
Okay.
starts the episode. She starts the season, and she's acting just batshit crazy.
Yes.
But then soon after that, it appears like it's just a plot with Asher. And then in this last episode, she goes off the deep end again and indicates it was always her plan to cut out Alithia's baby and kill herself.
Right,
So, like,
but did
was-
she
was
think? But did she think Alithia was going to get pregnant, and that was the plan back in season 1 when she set up this whole "I'm actually going to have you fuck Spartacus" and all that
that's
stuff?
not what I'm asking. I'm just talking about season 2.
Fine, season 2, yeah, she's crazy. There you go.
Riveting. Thank you for your contributions.
What do you want from me? I'm trying to get context.
No, like...
Well, you gotta
Xena-
contribute to the content.
Xena started off being crazy
Yes.
in just episode 2. Then it looked like a plot with Asher, and now she's back to crazy. So, like, was she ever crazy? Did she only go? Was it a plot from the beginning, and then she actually went crazy at the end? Has it always been a mix of crazy and a plot with Asher? Like, I don't. That's the one thing that I don't really get about season 2 is what the fuck was going on with Xena. Was she nuts, or was it a plot that got out of hand? Little column A, little column B.
I think in the audio commentary they say she was crazy. Like she was just she wanted to be with Badiatus, and she wanted a baby. And that was like the craziness was leading to the schemes that she was trying to do. I think she got thrown off with all the Asher stuff. I don't think she was planning to have to be assaulted by Asher constantly for all of this. But I think from the very beginning, I mean, look what happened. Badiatus was murdered in front of her. She was living like crazy homeless woman in this thing, probably eating rats and bugs. I think she was fucked up from the end of season 1.
See, my take on it, I don't think she was crazy. Not in the sense that, like, you know, she was genuinely mentally fucked up. And, like, I don't think it was, like, the minute, like, that she, like, Asher stitched her up, I don't think she started making this plot, obviously. But, once she kind of realized, okay, yeah, like Glaber and Alithia are here, once she realized she was pregnant, I think that's when the plan started to come together. Well, okay, this is a sign. This baby has to be for me and Badiatus. I don't think she ever really genuinely lost her mind or ever really went. I know you said, like, I think they said in the commentary she did, but I don't really think that she did. I think she was just playing the long con the whole time.
Well, do you think this comes back to? Do you think she actually believed that she was blessed by the gods? Because if she's like, this is the gods, it's not her just claiming it so that she has some sort of protection or whatever from Glaber. But if she's like, the gods bless this, if she believes that the gods are actually doing this, that could be part of the craziness. You know,
I don't think she started out genuinely crazy. I don't know if she started out genuinely believing in gods and whatnot. But there is a scene in one of the previous episodes, one of the recent previous episodes. It's when Alithia's kidnapped, and Xena is telling Asher, like, you have to go and save Alithia. And Asher's like, hey, I'm doing all I can. I can't find anyone. And then Xena says, I'm going to go, like, invoke the gods. At that point, there is no plot. She's not doing this with Asher. She was going to go... She thought she could go and talk to the gods, like, legitimately at that point, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I can see both of your points of view, for sure.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, that's a good point. It's fair enough.
Now, here's an interesting point. Stephen DeKnight said that they were actually, when they were first conceiving the show, debating whether or not to make the gods an actual thing in the show. Like, you would actually see representations of, like, Zeus and Hera, like, all of those sort of god-type things. Would you have been interested in seeing anything like that at all? Actual, real gods?
No, absolutely not.
But they go, like, with Spartacus, they go the route of making him into, like, this really early atheist-style character. Like, you know, oh no, gods are bull. The historical Spartacus, was able to amass, like, you know, the mass following that he had because everyone believed that he had the goddess Dionysus on his side. Like, you know, I mentioned this when we were talking about season 1. His wife character. Like, it's not known historically if she was actually his wife
character.
Well, like it's not known if historically she was his wife.
She has a name, Ronan.
It's not known if historically this character was his wife or not, but he had a priestess by his side who was saying, like, you were blessed to do terrible and great things, like saw a vision of a serpent around his head while he was sleeping. But she was the priestess who was supposedly talking to the goddess Dionysus, and that's how he was able to amass his mass following, because people thought he was literally, like, you know, the goddess's chosen vessel, and all of that, like, that's not brought up once in this show, never once. So, like, I can see why they would want to, maybe try and have some sort of godly representations in the show, but they just cut all of that shit out. Because, yeah, that was a big fucking part of his ability to, like, recruit soldiers, was they thought that he had the gods on his side.
I'm glad that they didn't actually put gods in the show, but I think if you wanted to watch the show and think that gods actually exist, like, there's there's enough weirdness in the show that it's either like extreme coincidence or there is something supernatural going on. I think you could go with that. Like all of Sura's visions come true. Like she is predicting the goddamn future, and it constantly happens about Spartacus is going to suffer at the foot of the red serpent or whatever.
And she believes in the gods very strong.
Yeah.
Yeah, she does.
The rain just so happens to come during the gladiator games that are supposed to summon rain, and it happens just as Spartacus is killing the shadow of death. So I'm glad the gods aren't physically present in the show, but if you wanted to watch this series and assume that they're there in the background, I think there's enough for you to work with.
Yeah, you didn't want a god of war, essentially. You just wanted, hey, this is a realistic, grounded thing. People just talk about religion, like real life sort of stuff.
Yep, absolutely. So, anyways, that's Xena and Alethea storyline wrapped up. Any final thoughts on Xena and Alethea?
It's done as a joke. Oh yeah, this is where it gets dark. That's probably the darkest shit that happens in. I don't know if I'd go on to say the entirety of the series of Spartacus, but it's definitely the darkest shit that happens in season 2. I don't know. Do you guys think? Where would you rate this on the scale of all the bad shit we've seen happen in this show? Is that where would you rank this?
I don't know, man. There's a lot of crucifixions in this show.
There's a lot of
a lot more in the next
assault.
season.
Asher does a lot of bad assaulting of people too, just this season. I think it's hard to sort of compare. I'm going to cut out a baby and go live in the afterlife with my dead husband with it. I don't know. It is definitely dark. For sure. Yeah, I agree with you 100% there.
All right. Well, Xena and Alethea are dead, so let's move on. Let's get back to Spartacus. Spartacus, Agron, Crixus, and Gannicus. They have killed a bunch of Romans that were kind of protecting the mountain path, and they are taking the Romans' catapults, shooting flaming balls of something. They've turned the catapults onto the temple that Glaber is in, and Glaber sees this. Glaber has not been able to sleep, and so Glaber is just outside thinking of all of the glory and the fame and how he's going to rise in the Senate.
How he's going to hate fuck Spartacus.
He's going to hate fuck Spartacus. He's man, I am going to go back to the Senate and I'm going to be so fucking awesome. Is shit on fire out there? Oh god, the fire's coming towards us. And so Glaber tells the Romans to wake up. It's time to go and fucking fight. And so Glaber takes his whole goddamn army out towards the four people that Spartacus has: Spartacus, Crixus, Agron, and Gannicus. And Gannicus is fucking awesome. He's like, ha ha ha, glorious death. Gannicus is ready to fight this entire fucking army, and he is awesome. But when Glaber says attack Spartacus, here come all the rest of the gladiators down the mountain, and so they converge. You got Spartacus and his people over here, gladiators on the other side, and Glaber in the middle. Classic pincer maneuver. And so everyone just starts fighting. And there aren't many fights of note except for Gannicus and Oenomaus versus the Egyptian. And so Oenomaus has this awesome line where he sees the Egyptian, he's like, I owe you pain. You can tell that it's been a long time since Oenomaus lost a fight, and he is fucking pissed. He wants to go and fight the Egyptian, and so
with no depth perception, no less.
With no depth perception. But one-eyed Oenomaus and Gannicus are taking the fight to the Egyptian, who still, for the most part, continues to hold his own. And so they're fighting, the Egyptian's throwing them around, but ultimately the Egyptian stabs Oenomaus in the chest, and Gannicus
he's trying to protect Gannicus, right?
Yeah, They're fighting together.
That's
They're
important.
trying to support each other. Gannicus gets tossed around, and Onomaus gets stabbed through the chest. And so you hear Gannicus yell Onomaus, and he runs up and hits the Egyptian with a goddamn Owen Hart Enziguri. And then when the Egyptian rolls out of the way, Gannicus jumps after him and just
Clonk in the head.
brings the sword down into his fucking skull. And so the Egyptian is dead. Gannicus has killed him, and then Gannicus runs over to Onomaus, and Onomaus tells him, I go to my wife's arms. We will greet you in the afterlife. And he gets this giant smile on his face, and he says, my brother. And then he dies. But he dies having made peace with Gannicus in his final moments. I cry at this scene.
So
every fucking
sad.
time.
It's so sad. I don't like. Oh man. Oh, so
That
good though.
smile. It's like, I will greet you in the afterlife, my brother. And as the words "my brother" are coming out, he gets this just giant. Have we ever seen Onomaus smile in this series? He gets this incredible
smiles in the prequel.
smile. I don't remember that. I think you're lying to me. Well, he smiles as he's making peace with Gannicus and also dying, and I cry every single time I watch this scene. But at least, Gannicus is like, he gets his piece. Everything is all right in the world with Gannicus. Meanwhile, Spartacus is pushing inward into the temple, so he's fighting both Glaber and Glaber's second in command. And the second in command guy, Spartacus just grabs his head and smashes it repeatedly into the stone pillar. So he's dead. And then he goes and fights Glaber. And so of course, he stabs Glaber in the chest, and we're at a point in the series where that starts being fatal again. And so Glaber is dying. Glaber knows he is lost. And Spartacus just starts hitting Glaber with these quotes, all of these callbacks to their time in the past, all their previous conversations. And Spartacus is like, finally, the Roman learns his place on his knees. And Glaber is on his knees. He's got a new hole in his chest that wasn't there a few minutes ago. His face is bloated and red, and blood is coming out of his mouth, and he's got this raspy voice. And he tells Spartacus, you know what? When I die, they're going to send legions after me, and eventually you are going to die. And Spartacus says, maybe, but not today. And he lifts the sword over his head, and he stabs Glaber in the mouth. The sword goes all the way down Glaber's mouth until just the fucking hilt is sticking out, and Spartacus pulls it out. Glaber is basically puking up blood. Glaber falls down. Glaber is dead, and everyone celebrates because vengeance has been had. They have beaten their first group of actual the Romans that are the first serious threat to them. And then so he shakes Agron's hand, everyone's buddies. He and Gannicus kind of nod at each other, and then Crixus comes up to him, and they do the bro forearm handshake. And Spartacus tells Crixus, now we will become an army. And Crixus gets this look on his face fucking finally. Because back in episode 1, that was the disconnect between Spartacus and Crixus. Spartacus, if he had to choose between fucking with Rome and freeing slaves, he would choose free slaves. Meanwhile, Crixus wanted to fuck with Rome. He was okay with freeing slaves, but only if they were slaves that could fight. And now Spartacus is telling him, you and I are on the same page now. We are going to become an army, and we are going to fuck Rome right in the ass. And Crixus gets this serious look on his face, and he just pumps his fist in the air Rah! And that is how this amazing season ends.
Ronan, your thoughts?
I'll just a little bit of a history. Oh shit! No, cancel. So, I'll give you what happened in season 2 historically that we know of. So the gladiators get out of the villa, they raid the surrounding countryside, they free some slaves, and then they make a camp on Vesuvius, And eventually, the Romans get tired of his shit, and they send a know-nothing, like a praetor who has like no name significance. He's completely forgotten to history, except for the fact that he was beaten by Spartacus, named Claudius Glaber, to fight him. It's not even known if Spartacus killed him. It was just known that Glaber's they
in my
went
head
there.
canon, Spartacus killed him.
Well, that makes it valid, Steve. In case you didn't know that,
It does.
But so Glaber gets there, and because the gladiators, their camp is on Vesuvius. Glaber doesn't have to chase them up there like we see in the show. That's just where they're hiding out at, because there were only a couple of roads that gave access to it. Glaber didn't have an actual real standing army that was sent with him, because at this point Rome had 3 or 4 different wars going on, and they did not treat slave rebellions with any seriousness whatsoever. So Glaber had to form an army on his way down there. Basically new recruit, not full-on legionnaires. So they get to the mountain, and they do what Glaber did in the show. They just kind of, okay, well, there's only 4 paths. We're just going to set guys here and, make sure they can't come down, and then we'll starve them out. Not a brave strategy, not a strategy full of glory, but, it would have worked. But, so, historically speaking, it is known that Vesuvius is not a sheer mountain. Where it's straight vertical walls, which is exactly how they depict it in the show, where you have to rappel down vertically. Historically, even currently, the way it is now, it is it's a steep slope, but it's a slope, and that's how they use the grapevines. They take a bunch of grapevines and they take one of the slope sites the Romans aren't watching. And they make these long rope lines that they use as basically handholds to go down the mountain, and they have people toss the weapons down to them as they go through, and then gladiators just ambush them while they were sleeping at night, and that's how he beats his first praetor legionary. And I'll get the names of the other, but between this season and season 3, he takes on 7 other praetors and kills them all. So. I think I mentioned this in one of the other episodes where it's, they talk about how it's they're not just going to send a praetor of Rome, they're going to send, the legions. They don't send the legions until Spartacus has been out in the countryside for about a year and a half. Spartacus gives the Romans a merry chase before they finally take him seriously. So
now,
history
are you going to answer Matt's question and share your thoughts on the season?
It was good. Wanted to give history. Yeah, it was good. Next question. Go on.
All right, Steve, what are your thoughts?
This season is great. I went into the season thinking, it's probably not as good as the high points of season 1, and I don't know. This season, I've come around on it. Maybe it's just the finale is super awesome. Maybe it's because this season is all about, or at least not all about, but partially about the ascension of Asher. For whatever reason, this season really clicked with me with the way I don't feel like it did the previous times I've watched this season. It is great. The season finale is incredible. The immediate episode before is one of my favorites in the series, when the heroes get a chance to, just be fucking happy for a little bit. I love it. I love every part of this.
Yeah, I agree. I think this is a great season. This is probably my favorite finale of any of the seasons. I think it's so incredible, and it's just characters that you love just dying every other scene. All these people you've spent, 2.5 seasons technically with, just dropping dead, and you're just kind of it just hits you. It's oh my god, I'm not going to see Xena anymore. I'm not going to see Alithia. There's going to be another season. We're not going to see any of these characters. What the fuck are we going to follow next season? So it's kind of bittersweet. On one hand, it's great narratively to see all these individual characters that you've built so much time and love for over however many hours of content you've watched all bite it basically at the same time, and then it's geez, they're such great characters, and now they're all gone. They're all gone. The Onomaeus thing is just even. Correct me if I'm wrong, Ronan, but wasn't he like the first of Spartacus's general kind of type guys to actually die? Historically, I think he was like the first. And so
he died some point around this battle. It's not known if he died fighting Glaber, but it's some point around this. But yeah, he was like, it was a Celt named Onimus, Ganikai, and Crixus. Those were his generals.
Yeah. So
and Agron, where's Agron? Agron is awesome.
Agron wasn't real historically, but he is in your headcanon, so that's okay.
Yeah. The world we live in, that makes it accurate. That makes it a fact now, Steve. You saw it on a meme.
Great season. Do I like it more than the first season? I don't think. I'm not going to go that far. I mean, I think it's like 1A, 1B sort of thing. I can't quite buy Liam McIntyre as Spartacus. That's the thing that kind of brings it back for me, because I'm like, Andy Whitfield is my Spartacus. And Liam McIntyre's fine, but can you imagine what the season would have been like with Andy Whitfield as Spartacus in it? I don't even think, we'd be thinking, okay, this is top tier television all time sort of thing. So, but still, great. Absolutely fucking love it. Can't wait to see what happens in War of the Damned, Season 3.
Season 3,
the final season.
Yeah, based on my memory, because I've rewatched the prequel Season 1 and Season 2. Like, I can't say I rewatch it all the time, but I've rewatched those seasons. I think I might have only gone through Season 3 like maybe twice in the whole, like in the entirety since it came out. I watched it once, and then I think I rewatched it again. So that's the one where my memories are the most fuzzy on if it's good or not. Memory serves me correct. It doesn't hold up to the other 3 seasons, but we'll see. We'll see. I've got enough fuzziness there.
We could talk about predictions of what our memories are. My memories of Season 3 were, it felt really, really rushed, and they try to, of course, they introduce like Julius Caesar as a young guy and stuff in this. You have like those big, famous historical names, but I felt like there was not enough time. Like, even in the first season of Spartacus, you got 13 episodes. I mean, you got a full 3 more hour-long episodes to sort of live with some of these characters. And my recollection of Season 3 is it just went so fucking fast that it didn't have time to breathe. It was like, oh, this is our final season. We got to cram everything into it as quickly as possible. But maybe I will be pleasantly surprised. I still liked it. What are your thoughts on Season 3? What do you remember, Steve?
There's a Power Ranger in it, so it's awesome.
Is there?
Yep. I will be sure to hit you with the Power Ranger facts starting next season.
I fucking folded.
Look forward to that. Yeah, like I think one of the things that works well, like it's already kind of critiquing Season 3, like without. I recall, like I think the major thing that works against it is the fact that, like, by this, like, you've had like 2 seasons to set up like the hatred between like Glaber and Spartacus, and like, okay, and then the next season, like, we know historically it's Marcus Crassus, and they've kind of set him up in passing, but not enough to like set him up as like the central main villain.
They name drop him a couple times. He's the richest man in Rome, sort of thing.
Yeah. And, like, I know Caesar was 100% alive at this point, but I don't think historically, like, he fought in the Spartacus Revolution.
There's no actual evidence that he was involved in it at all. And what's, I think another thing that hampers Season 3 is, even with, if you go Season 1, and then you go to Gods of the Arena, and then you go to, Season 2, there was sort of like always a through line of bad, villainy, awesome characters. So whether it was Asher going through, whether it was Lucretia, Alithia, like all these characters were in the majority of that stuff. And so even like with Badiatus, right, he turns out to be kind of he's a bad guy. When he bites it, doesn't matter. We still have Xena to look forward to. We still have Alithia. We still have Asher. they wiped the slate clean at the end of this. There is no like really, even you like Steve, you like Glaber a lot. Glaber turned out to be a pretty cool villain. I wouldn't put him on the level of like Asher and all those, but he was a cool villain. He's gone, and so you're like, they're going to introduce these new villains, but we've had no time to even like get to know like, oh, why are these villains cool? Why should we care about these villains? Season 3, in my recollection, just becomes more about, Spartacus and Crixus, and they are sort of like the decaying of their friendship in a way in which, like, it's like, fuck this, I'm going to go off and do my own thing, and it becomes more about the gladiators at that point than it does, like, the villains.
I mean, that's one way to do it.
I'm ready for it.
Yeah, I mean, all this is speculation since I haven't watched season 3 in like probably 7 or 8 years. So all this is just speculation in my mind.
I remember liking season 3, like something that I don't remember, and that I hope that comes up in season 3, and maybe it'll jog my memory. Like, does Spartacus ever acknowledge that he has a baby out there somewhere? Or he thinks that he should have, like, surely eventually, like, he probably learned that Alithia is dead. But I can't recall, like, does that ever come up in season 3, the fact that he is now a dad, or should have been?
I don't think so. And I don't think he really cares, honestly. Which seems weird, because, I mean, he just let Alithia go. He's like, yeah, every time you look at that baby, you're going to be looking back at me. He gives no fucks about. I mean, he never seems broken up by the fact that his kid is out there somewhere.
Oh, it feels like there should be an acknowledgement, but I don't think it ever comes. And I'll be on the lookout for it, but I also won't be upset if it doesn't happen. But I think that's it. Like, I'm ready for season 3. I like season 3. Not as good as it's probably the weakest season, but I'm still here for it. And now I am just going to wait to go all in blind on the next hand, baby. We doing it!
Oh shit, we all have quite a bit of money too.
Man.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Stakes.
How did you get 103,000 chips?
I'm fucking good at pokering, some bitch.
Oh my god.
Not when we talk about Spartacus, you're not.
Clearly he is.
I pulled it together this time.
Clearly he is. All right.
I won 100,000 in this game the other night too.
Alright, well, yes, Matt's already folded, so I'm just gonna fold this hand. I haven't even looked at it. Fold it. Fuck it. Fuck it. I don't want to know what it is. Ace
So, ladies
five.
and gentlemen, it
Ace
is
five.
actually, at the time of this recording, it is August 25th of 2023. We're not actually going to get to recording Season 3 until late October. Any bets that we're going to place that Ronan's going to have his shit together at that time, or when I get back from California, it's still going to be, I can't do it tonight, guys. Sorry. Going to be really, really late.
Yeah. What's the over/under on Ronan continuing to throw a wrench in our plans?
My shit's always been together. It's you guys who suck.
Is that a fact?
Yeah.
All right,
it is.
come on, guys. You're like you people playing this game are not important right now. Finish this
people.
hand. Okay. All right.
Problematic.
Going all in.
I don't like this character design. Look at him. He's a douchebag.
All right. I have
Animeus.
I have the most at the table. So even if you guys win, I will still come out like 20 grand ahead.
Going all in for Animeus. Rest in peace. Here it is. Boom.
All right. Come on. We can't be the only ones.
Come on, lady. You know you want to do it.
Don't be afraid to be a part of the fucking mythology. Do it.
And if you don't want to do it, you want to. Yeah.
Yeah. Come on. Come on. You can do it.
You want in on this. You want in on this.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Oh boy. Oh my goodness.
Come on.
Aww.
Yeah, Ronan's in. Oh, that guy's
Look at
holding.
this.
Oh, I told you he was a douchebag. I told
There's
you.
so much money in the pot right now.
9-5. Oh, that's
Steve
awful.
got something bad. What do I got?
Oh God!
Hey.
I need fives. I need five. Fives are the only things that can help me right now.
There's two kings. She's got two kings.
Oh no!
Oh, shit. She got three of a kind.
No.
We're fucked.
Oh.
I can't win.
No!
What a stupid idea this was.
It's always stupid. It always is.
Everything hurts. Everything hurts.
Huh?
And suddenly
Wait a
we were
minute,
at the
wait.
highest of highs, and
Wait a
now the
minute.
lowest lows.
I have
still got
76,000.
60,000
I have 76,000 chips. How did I win that many chips? I had 30 when I
Because
started.
she only bet like 20,000, so she can only win a bet that matches her bet. So next
Oh,
to
so I
her,
took
you
most
were
of
the second
yours.
winner.
Okay,
Yeah.
yeah, I took most of your chips. Good.
I still have 60,000, so I'm good. Anyways, that's it, everyone.
Ronan
We'll be
busted
back. Look at him
Of course
pout.
he did.
Look at him fucking pout.
Look how sad he looks.
We'll be back in a couple of months. You won't notice a gap, but hey, get ready for season 3. It's fucking coming.